gas expands following laws of nature, entropy will increase. You're saying, yeah, but if there's an amount of gas, entropy will not increase. It will stop increasing and turn around on itself and make a ball.
That's not what I'm saying, right? How does gas expand, right? Wait. Let's go again. Let's go in a vacuum.
Gave me the sufficient answer to your question.
Let's go in a vacuum, okay? We're going back in a vacuum, right?
You're talking past his answer. We're not going to allow this. You're talking past his sufficient answer.
I'm not asking. I mean, he's telling me something. I'm answering him. What are you saying? Like, I'm not making another point.
He gave you the sufficient answer. You're just talking past it.
No, I'm not. He did not give me the sufficient answer.
Okay, why is his answer insufficient?
Because he's saying that gas at a magic amount, that's not like gas acts in a vacuum.
No, that's not what he said. You didn't correctly reiterate what he said to you.
I did.
No, you didn't correctly reiterate his answer of the account for why we have gas pressure. No, you didn't.
Okay, can you? You can make the point again if you want, but I'm pretty sure I was answering that, but whatever.
Okay, so Jedi.
Gas pressure is defined as the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
There's your sufficient account.
Okay, and how is the Earth a container then, aside from gravity?
You never called the Earth a container.
You just did.
No, he did not.
We have gas pressure. Gas pressure is the consequent of containment of gas.
So
there's
your sufficient answer. We don't need gravity.
How? I don't understand that answer. So why does Mars not have an atmosphere?
The ability to interpret English.
I'm understanding you, but why does Mars not have an atmosphere?
How?
Yes, I'm asking
So can definitions change reality?
Guys, hold on. Let's let Jedi continue the conversation.
Yeah. Let him keep going. I apologize for interrupting.
So he hasn't refuted Jedi's answer.
Gas pressure.
Remember, we understand that gas pressure is the consequent of containment. Gas pressure and volume, which is the amount of space that the gas occupies, is very related. If you don't have a volume, then you won't have pressure. The definition of gas pressure is the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. You're saying, yeah, I agree with that, but there's a magical amount of gas that will stop dispersing and increasing into space and will turn around upon itself, be attracted to itself, and cause a ball.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's interesting. That's a violation of laws.
No, we can observe it. That's why I was going to the atmosphere. Like how that's how the atmosphere works, right? Gas is contained within our Earth because of gravity. That's the only way we have oxygen. Like how do we have oxygen? You can breathe. So you can breathe right now, right? So
it's affirming the consequent.
Yeah.
So wait. How do you explain the fact that
doesn't necessarily follow? It's not even strongly indicative. Let the reply be said. Just let the reply be said.
No,
it does not follow that we are able to breathe. Therefore, we live on a ball surrounded by gas in a cosmic vacuum. That does not follow, especially since it's not consistent with the law of entropy.
It is.
It is not.
Wait. Okay. Wait. Can you tell me then? Because I'm unless you just say that already. How do you explain the fact that...
How does it not follow the law of entropy, by the way? Can you please explain it to us?
Yeah, entropy increases.
So, as Jedi already told you, so he's going to say it again.
I just joined. I want to know. Okay.
We're talking about entropy. In this instance, we're talking about the direction of energy. Hot goes to cold. High pressure goes to low pressure. That's what we're talking about. So if we have high pressure here and out there, vacuous space, a much lower pressure differential, then the high pressure here would disperse into the available volume following entropy. High pressure goes to low.
Okay. I think you are not okay. I think you are literally confused here. I'm supposing you are like the gas from the Earth should go outside of the Earth. Okay, that's not how entropy works. By the way, that's not how entropy works, buddy.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So I just wanted to talk about the logical. So what Gregory was trying to point out to Monorail Cat is that So this is what I call phenomena claiming, right? So Global will do this. They'll say we have gas pressure, therefore gas pressure can only exist if the Earth's a ball, right? The issue with that, of course, is that that's not true, and that's what I'm talking to Monorail Cat here. That's what Gregory's trying to get you to understand. Is just because you can breathe and you have gas pressure, it doesn't mean that you are on a ball with gas surrounding it. There could be an alternative, right? And you don't know what that is just by the gas pressure existing. Does that make sense?
Sorry, were you talking to me? I was responding to my boss.
Well, I did mention your name, so.
Yeah.
So anyway, as I was saying, what Gregory's trying to get you to understand is that just because gas pressure exists, that doesn't mean that you are on a ball in a vacuum of space with a layer of gas around that ball. All that it means is that gas pressure exists. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So there are several possibilities without me going into like which ones I think are more likely or less likely or whatever. You could name speculatively many possibilities. You could name a ball in outer space with gas around it, or you could name like a created environment with a dome over the top, or you could have like an infinite plane where the gas just kind of sits on top, and there is an outer space, but there's some other mechanism keeping the gas here, right? There's a ton of other options, right? So what Gregor is trying to get you to understand is that it's a non sequitur, which means literally it does not follow that you have gas pressure, therefore you live in a ball. Those ideas, one doesn't necessitate the other.
Okay, so here's my answer to that, because honestly, I know that we went through this yesterday. So you don't accept so you can observe through a telescope yourself, no technology, right? That multiple planets in our own
telescope, technology.
Yeah, telescope. I mean, I'm saying that you can't say that it's CGI or it's like fake, right? You can observe this effect on other planets within our own solar system. So you can observe. Wait, hold on. You can observe that is possible, right? Let's say that even if it's like not the case for us, it is possible for a planet to hold gas within a sphere. So I don't understand why you can't make the leap that
physical objects.
Sorry, I do apologize.
You're saying that planets you can observe it are not physical objects?
You can observe them, yes, and you see light from them, yes, but how can you observe that they are what you claim?
Yeah, very simply, show us the photographic picture or video.
I mean, there is like I'm saying you can do that. You have a telescope. You guys have a telescope.
Hello, dude. So when you look through your telescope at Jupiter, you're going to have to do a lot more analysis with other devices to determine what that actually is made of. You can't look at it and say, giant ball of gas in vacuum.
Fair enough. Yep.
Something called spectroscopy to have a better understanding of what that is, right?
Yep.
Cool. So go and get the spectroscopy for gas giants and the sun, and let's see if their spectral lines are continuous or whether they display a fingerprint-like structure, as in discontinuous. If they're discontinuous, they will be emitted by gases. If the line is continuous, it must be a liquid or a solid. When we look at the spectroscopy from the sun and gas giants, that's a continuous spectrum, so can't be emitted by a gas.
What?
It's a continuous spectrum, so it's not emitted by a gas because continuous spectrums are only emitted by condensed matter, solids, liquids.
Where do you get that info from?
So PhD spectroscopers, Dr. Robbie Tyle, I can give you some of his work. I can refer you to Max Planck from 150 years ago, I think. So lots of people suggest that.
Wait, how would you know 150 years ago, though? How would you know that?
Because we're talking about laws of thermodynamics and speculating what the sun is, and we've done that for a long time. And understanding laws of thermodynamics, we realise that giant balls of uncontained gas can't exist in vacuums.
They can. They do.
No, they can't.
I mean, you've never seen that. Stop saying that.
You can look at the sun and it exists.
So, yes, this is what I point out. We
It's a non sequitur fallacy, my guy.
We
It's
can look.
not.
We can look, my friend. We can look at the spectroscopy lines or the spectral lines from the sun. There's been many, many done, and we will observe that that's a continuous spectrum. It's not a discontinuous spectrum. If it's a discontinuous spectrum, gases and plasmas. Continuous spectrum, condensed matter, liquid, solids. So
Like a
sun.
Yeah, go
Go
ahead.
on.
I was
You're
gonna
not
say, I
being
mean,
honest
you-
with the observations that we actually make. When we look at the sun and the moon and the stars, we don't
yes,
actually see humongous balls of gas or a rock. That's not what we see. We see lights.
yes. The light from the sun is reflecting off the surface of those
No,
planets.
all that you're about to add is not what you observed. You did not observe that. No, you didn't.
What do you mean?
You never observed that your entire life. Even those who
I do have a
foolishly
telescope.
stare
I
at
have
the
a
sun with their naked eye have never observed that. No, you don't.
I have a telescope, a very good one, and I have observed the surface of the moon. I have observed the sun. So, like, what's your point here? I'm trying to, I really
Yeah,
want
you're
to.
not being honest with your
I'm trying to be honest.
observations.
In what way?
You just incessantly stop talking to me. You're just incessantly interpreting the observations through this a priori cosmological paradigm. It's not what you actually see. You're just devout to this a priori cosmological paradigm. No one ever empirically detected the sun to be a humongous gas ball. No one ever empirically detected the stars to be humongous balls of solid, liquid, or gas. Neither the moon. No one ever saw that.
That's not true, though.
It is true. So that's why we're asking you to show us the photographic still picture or video.
I mean, I can Google that. There's like a million of them.
So you believe, show it to us if it's so easy.
I mean, I'm blocked in chat, so I can't even put any pictures or anything there. But I mean, there's pictures.
Okay, so I guess you just ass out, or unless someone gives you permission.
I mean, I don't. It's fine with me, but I don't really mind there. But so my problem with because you're going in like circular logic there. So if I say that I can observe the sun through my telescope or the moon or whatever, right? I don't get what you're saying. I'm not observing it, or I'm observing it, but I'm observing it through the lens of like.
Supposedly I committed the circular reasoning, and now you don't know what I'm saying.
Yes,
you just contradicted yourself since you're identifying fallacies by name.
It is circular reasoning there. So it's like you're saying I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. Like I don't understand that point.
It's not circular. It's not an instance of circular reasoning.
Can I try and unmask this, right? So let's say, Monorail Cat, you and me, we go down to Richmond Park in London where there's tons of deer, right? And me and you both get a telescope out. And I'm looking at a deer and I say to you, oh, look, there's a lion over there. You'd be like, bro, you're not seeing a lion, you're seeing a deer. Actually, no, a better example would be if I saw a horse, right? And if I said to you, oh, look, a unicorn. And you'd be like, no, it's just a horse, bro. What are you talking about? I'd be like, no, look, there's a unicorn. And I'm pointing at the horse, calling it a unicorn. That's what you're doing. You're looking at a disc in the sky and saying, it is a rock because I already believe it's a rock. But it's not actually that's not the information that your eyes are actually receiving. But it's what your brain is doing with the information that turns it into a moon rock, right? And turns the sun into a gas ball. What Gregory's asking you is what information is your eye actually receiving, and not to interpret that information and then assert the interpretation to us.
Okay. So the reason we have the assertion we have now is because it's not because because I assumed it. It's because people way smarter than me did the research.
I didn't ask you this.
No, I am. I'm telling you why we are here now.
I didn't ask you this.
Yes, there are people that made the math, that did the research.
You're literally not even listening to his objection to what you're saying.
I am. How am I not answering your question? I'm literally answering.
You're justifying the critique. You're not actually answering the critique. You're saying, oh, I get to do this because clever people have maths. That's not an answer.
So not sufficient.
You're saying that for I need to do all of that myself. Is that like I would need to do it?
You need to present sound argumentation.
Yeah, what I'm saying to you is why you and Gregory aren't actually seeing eye to eye in this conversation, right? He's asking you what you're seeing, and you're giving him a heavily interpreted version of what you're seeing, not what you're actually seeing, right? It's the whole, oh, look, a unicorn. No, you see a horse. Tell him about the horse.
Okay, so I'm seeing let's say the sun. I'm seeing a solid, and you're trying to get me to explain why that is a gas giant, right?
What?
Is that what you're trying to?
Solid.
You're saying that I'm seeing a solid ball of light. Is that
I've
what you're
never
saying?
said that to you.
So
Why can't you people address what was actually said to you?
What is it? I literally don't understand what you guys are trying to tell me. I'm not
I literally
kidding.
said at least 3 times it's a light, which is what we always seen our entire lives.
Okay. It's a light. So it's a light, but it's not a gas giant. Like so how do you so what is it to you then? What is it to you, the sun?
You gonna ask me the question again?
No, you're saying it's a light? That
what powers it basically?
Yeah, like what power? Yeah, what is the sun? It's just okay. It's a
These
light.
are wonderful questions that we do not have the means to ascertain.
So
it's a
at what
light.
point do we do the work to figure it out then? Today, tomorrow, 1,000 years ago?
You can persevere all you want to.
So we're never going to get the answers, you believe?
I said you can persevere all you want to.
So that means succeed in getting more understanding of what the sun is, right? Is that what you meant by persevere?
Maybe not. Just because you're persevering doesn't mean you will succeed.
What about all the fucking probes we sent there, though?
Okay, so we're digressing. Like to this.
No, we're not. Like,
stop interrupting me. Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me. Stop. So now we're digressing to this issue of possibility.
Okay, so if there's a range of possibilities, all are not created equal, how do you figure out?
Not going over there, not digressing over there. Back to the subject.
Nick, you've spiraled enough already.
But Monorail just said that when he saw the sun, he saw a solid. And at the same time, he said a gas giant. So is it a solid or gas? And did you touch it to be sure that it's a solid thing?
Yeah, in that instance, he was asking me, and he just, conjured some other premise that was never said to him, so we refuted that.
Yeah, as a general rule, Monorail, you should ask yourself, do I actually know this before I say it, or am I just taking the word of what I've heard? Because those arguments aren't very convincing to us. We like empirical evidence. So you don't know what the sun is, you don't know what the moon is, you don't know what the stars are, you don't know how far away they are.
Then I don't know what. So the problem
you
with
don't know
that
what medium
premise,
they're in.
I don't know what germs are. I've never seen them with my own eyes. Right? I don't know what bacteria are. I don't know what atoms are. So the problem with your argument is that so for me,
it's not a problem for me.
It is a problem, right?
Practical limit. No.
Because you could observe it yourself, but you won't do it.
No. The practical limitations of human knowledge are not a problem for us. We accept them. You don't, which is where you're going to struggle because you've been raised with this false idea that you have access to knowledge that you just do not have because you've been told stories about things.
Okay.
So you can't base the premise of your argument on something like the sun is X, when in reality you don't know what the sun is. You're just assuming the word of what you've been told.
Yes, fair enough.
Except your raw empirical sensation. And
but I can also observe
is the sun is a light.
Okay, and what is a light though? What is that?
You keep
no. Please answer. Please answer. You're the one.
Talking to me.
No, I'm not talking through you. I'm asking you a question. Do it.
Talking to me. You have to stop that. You keep asking these follow-up questions, right?
You don't want to answer them.
When we tell you this is the extent of our knowledge concerning the sun in this instance, right? Just because we're not omniscient about the sun doesn't mean we don't know anything about the sun. The premise that the sun is a light remains true, regardless of us not knowing what particular type of light it is.
Okay, you can observe the sun through a telescope, and you can see fusion with your own eyes. You can see the explosions. You can see solar flares. You can see all of that. So you can see all of that with your own eyes. You don't have to ask a scientist for it. You can do that with your own eyes.
You went and looked at the sun through a telescope?
Yes.
Saw fusion?
Yes.
Isn't fusion concerning molecules?
Why are you lying, bro?
I'm not lying. You can see.
Right? Am I right?
What was it?
So what was that?
Here's the fusion concerns molecules. Is that right?
What do you mean? What do you mean, monorail cat? What do you actually observe? You said you observe fusion. What are you talking about?
Right. So, okay. We have
You
been
observe
able
atoms from the sun 93 million miles away. That's the bullshit you're trying to peddle.
we can observe the exertion of gravity on the molecules on the sun.
You can observe molecules.
See gravity.
Okay, wait. Okay, so here's
no,
the
you
thing.
can't.
We are able to do fusion here on Earth because we understand that honestly we essentially learned about it by looking at our own sun.
You don't know any of this.
Yes, I mean, okay, so the nuclear bombs are fake as well. Like,
you have to stop whistling past every critiquing question.
Listen, you're talking beyond your understanding. It's okay that you believe.
I'm not.
That the sun, you're being told a story about fusion in the sun. Don't say, we know this, we've seen this. You haven't seen shit. You've heard the story, and that's it. Stop pretending.
I've looked at it through my own telescope.
You don't
humble yourself. What
telescope
telescope were you using? What kind of filters were you using on that telescope to look at the sun?
I mean, it's a $2,000 fucking XCR telescope that has its own filter on it, and you can track shit with it. You can track the
show
ISS.
us the images of the sun that you've taken.
I don't have a camera on it. It's not a YouTube
$2,000 and you can't take an image?
I could take a picture on it. Yeah,
but you didn't take any pictures. Okay, well,
so are we supposed to believe you saw molecular activity 93 million miles away on the sun?
Yeah, I did not.
93 million miles away. So his telescope is so powerful and so bigger than his own house, to make the surface of the sun closer enough to see the explosions on the surface of the sun. What kind of telescope do you have, brother? Do you have
You guys understand, like, the idea of discovery through deduction, right? So when you do, like, algebra, for example, you have a 5 plus x equals whatever. So you don't know what x is, but you know the end product, and so you're deducting the answer through that. So we're doing the same
you're
there.
Not deducing what the sun is either.
Yeah. Yes, because we can see the end result. We can see a ball of fire, essentially.
No, you don't see a ball of fire either.
So I'm trying to understand.
Let him say the deductive argument, Cyclone. Let him say the deductive argument. Right. I want to hear this.
Yes. So pretty much everything we do when it comes to space, almost all of it, except for the probes we've sent, is deductive. We're trying to deduct these things, essentially, like, you were mentioning earlier, like the fucking whatever the light sources from planets, how we were trying to get like the atmospheric composition, all that. Yes, we're deducting. We don't have 100% certainty because we have not been there. Some
no, you don't know what deduction is.
Yes.
You're done.
But
no, you're done.
We were able to prove.
Well, here's the reply. Stop.
No, let me finish my point.
Deduction necessarily indicates the conclusion to be true. That is 100%. So you can't have a deductive argument that is not 100% true. That's contradictory. So you don't know what deduction is. So no, you don't have a deductive argument. You just badly demonstrated you don't know what a deductive argument is.
Okay, so you're saying the sun is not 100% real?
No, that's not the implication of what I just said to you. I'll just say the critique again.
But that's my implication. That's what I made.
The critique again. I'll just say the critique again. Not obfuscate, not whistle past the critique, right? You just said we have a deductive argument and we deduce without 100% certainty. That's contradictory. Those two premises do not comport. They contradict one another. If it's a deductive argument, then it necessitates the conclusion to be true with 100% certainty. If it's not 100% certainty, it's not a deductive argument.
Yes.
So you just expose that you don't know what a deductive argument is, so you don't actually have a deductive argument.
We proved it on Earth that it's possible to do fusion.
Okay, that's a non sequitur. We do fusion on the Earth. We've seen fusion on the Earth. Therefore, it happens elsewhere that is nowhere accessible to humans at all.
It is accessible to us. We've been there. Like, we've sent probes.
You went to the sun?
No.
Right.
Have you been to the bottom of the ocean?
No, it isn't accessible.
Have you been to the bottom of the ocean? Like,
do we have the ability to travel 93 million miles and return?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Show me who did the trip.
I mean, no one's done. I mean, we just sent probes right now.
So why the fuck did you say yes?
I mean, we can do that if we wanted to.
I'm saying
show me the device that can actually travel a round trip of 93 million miles. Show me that. Show me that vehicle.
It already exists. I mean, it already
show me the vehicle.
Like,
the best you've got is Soho.
Stop talking to my demand. Show me the vehicle.
There's the
Saturn V, or even the
engine.
fucking the not the Starlink, but the
show me, not speak words. Show me.
I can show you. I mean, if you've seen them, right? The rockets.
Show me.
Did you say the rockets?
Yes.
He's talking about rockets now.
We're on to rockets now.
Wait, I mean, show you. Like, how else are we supposed to go there? No, not rockets.
No, that's fine, but you still haven't demonstrated how you can have gas pressure without a containment. Otherwise, we can all get wardrobes and go and speak to talking lions in Narnia.
I mean, I have proven it, but it's fine. I mean, I don't know where.
No, you haven't proven your second law of thermodynamics violation. No, you haven't.
It's not violating the second law.
It is. You're not being consistent. You're not being consistent with these supposed laws.
You have to go there to know. That's what the old man's saying.
This is my biggest issue with you guys, and I'm not saying this to be facetious, but so if we are arguing, so of course everything that you guys are talking about, I'm gonna assume that most of you have not even done any of the tests, right? And so you're saying all this shit is not real. So
okay, so digress from the critiques.
No, but any argument that I may say, for example, we have been there, we have had probes there. You're just gonna say I have not been there myself. Therefore, the argument is bad.
Okay, so false psychological analysis distracting from the critiques.
I am not a fucking astrophysicist, so
I have false psychological analysis distracting from the critiques, not valid.
No, but so how am I supposed to argue with you? How am I supposed to make a point?
If
anything I say
is an argumentation.
Because anything I say, you say I've not been there, so I can't prove it.
Stop committing fallacies, then we won't identify them. Because there won't be any fallacies to identify.
But you're also making fallacies yourself.
No, you failed to actually critique it. So now you're just complaining that we disagree with you and critique you. That's not going to refute anything or defend anything. Get back to sound argumentation or be silent.
Every time I've made a point that was good and valid, you're saying, well, you've not been there, so you can't.
You're whining now.
Right.
So because you're telling me that someone will ride in a unicorn, you want me to believe that just by saying it? No, he wasn't riding that unicorn.
Okay, so unicorn exists, right? And you can't say that because you've not so I could make the argument like I could do that all day if you want to, but that's not.
You didn't even say an intelligible sentence just then. Of course, you can do that.
Yeah, but we've practiced things that we've seen in space on Earth, and that's how we prove it.
So you say? God damn.
Okay, there you go. Back to your point. Yeah,
you never saw the
I've not done it myself, so it's not true. Okay,
that's not even what I just said to you. So you say. You're just saying this.
Okay, so
Muhammad have seen his God using a horse with wings because they said that must be true.
You never saw the Earth flat either.
So are you going to give us an argument now, or are you done?
Space?
I'll listen to you. I'm curious about what you want to say next.
So I guess we're done. So
Muhammad went to the sky and saw his God using a Pegasus. It was real.
Yeah, so appeal to gravity was a failure because they always equivocate between it being a force exerted by something else or it being the instance of things falling, right? Or then finally actually getting to one of the relatively classical theories of mass attracting mass, or Einstein's reification fallacy. Right, mass attracting mass has never been detected, and it implies absurdity in three ways. All things are moving away or toward, or not moving at all, being entirely stationary in free space. We don't live in any of those worlds. That which implies falsehood is false. That's refuted. And then, of course, Einstein is a reification fallacy. Space and time, regardless of you smashing them together into a portmanteau, just combining the words together with a hyphen in between, doesn't make them real. And it doesn't make them actual concrete entities that can be curved and things falling along them. So that's also insufficient. So you do not have a sufficient account for why things do not fall off of the surface of this ball flying around in a cosmic vacuum.
Okay, so you say we can't observe mass attracting mass. How do you explain us going around the sun and all the other planets that we can observe with our own eyes doing what they're doing? How do you explain that?
Very easy. Are you ready?
Yep. Go ahead. Yeah,
we don't.
Yeah, we do.
We don't.
We do.
No, you see lights in the sky moving around.
I don't see
Dude,
lights.
You see
in
the
sky.
lights moving. You've never seen the
Yes,
Earth move.
you do.
You're not being honest with your observation. You reinterpret the empirical data in the very antithetical way than what you see. You see the lights move. You never saw the Earth move. So no, you didn't, and no, we haven't seen the Earth go around the sun. No, we have not. It's just this backward antithetical.
No, we
a
didn't.
priori interpretation of seeing the sun move around.
Here's how we have. Okay. Wait, here I'll answer that. I will answer that. Here's how we have.
When you look at the sun, is the sun moving or is the Earth moving?
Both.
Without applying, no, you can't say that is true.
Yes. So the Earth is the sun is spinning.
Well,
we can
it's just false.
The sun is spinning. We can see that, and then the Earth is spinning as well around the sun.
The sun is spinning.
Yes.
We never. When did you see the Earth spin? Show me the sun spinning.
Either one, man.
Show me the Earth spinning, and then show me the sun spinning.
I mean, you can. I mean, the sun spins because you can have a day night, right?
First.
That day night.
First.
Okay, guys. Okay, first of all, let's talk about. Let's stop with the Earth, just so we can observe the sun spinning.
Stop with the Earth.
I'm trying to show you how we know that mass can attract mass, and also how we know that. So, and how we know that we are actually going around those around the sun. So, for example, if you look at Jupiter, right, there's very noticeable spots on that planet, right, that we can observe, right, the big spot, and so we can see it go around, so we can see it spin, right? We can actually observe that with our own eyes, right? You can observe that spinning motion, and the Earth is also moving in relation to that planet, and so we can also observe that movement. So it's not just the Earth moving in relation to that planet, because the planet
this has
itself
to be a troll.
Is moving.
You cannot be that stuck on stupid.
And the same happens with the sun, right? The sun has noticeable spots on it that we can see, and so we can see it moving on its own, and then we can also observe our own movement in relation to that ourselves. You can observe that with your own eyes.
Be a troll.
Okay,
so this has to stop.
Cool story.
The definition of the word planet is wandering star, and I can take a video with my phone camera and look at the stars, and just like when you take a really nice camera and zoom in and take a picture of the stars, all of a sudden it looks like this warbling light, like a light underwater that's flashing or some shit. I've done it with several stars. I might even have a video on my phone I can upload, but it's not going to be super great quality as some of the examples that I've seen other people show here. But either way, it's a light in the sky. It's defined as a light in the sky. All this extra shit is just what somebody told you.
No, it's not.
Dude, unjustified negation retort. We're not going in circles with you. You're not being honest with the empirical data that you've experienced all your life. No, you have not seen the sun. No, you've not seen the Earth. Begin with the Earth. You've never seen the Earth be a ball. You've never seen the Earth spin. You've never seen the Earth flying around in a cosmic vacuum. You've never seen these things. You are deceived.
Sure. Yes, I'm deceived.
So until you actually give sound argumentation with a sufficient inductive appeal to empirical data that actually is what you describe it to be, not something that's antithetical to what we've seen our entire lives, then you don't have an argument. Until you actually measure the curvature of the Earth, appeal to someone who's done the work of actually measuring the curvature of the Earth, you do not have a justification to sustain the premise that it is actually a ball.
Gregory, I would ask you this actually, because I feel like this is more on you than me, right? So in the sense, like, you're gonna say, like, we can't. I have a telescope. I'll say it again. I can observe all the planets in the solar system and planets beyond the solar system, and all of them have a specific
I'm not
shape.
gonna repeat the critique again. I'm gonna say one last time.
So
you're not being honest with the empirical data.
I am. I see it, and the reason I see it, why it's spherical, is because I can see the spots on it. I can. So what are you implying, that when I'm looking through my telescope and I see a sphere, it's not a sphere?
Spheres. The dog has spots on it, therefore it's a sphere.
Okay, well then we follow. I can't argue with you then, because like you just win every argument. Everything I'm seeing is false. Everything I can see with my own eyes is not true. And so
you're not being honest.
You're not talking about what you're seeing with your own eyes.
Paradigm.
You're giving assumptions and interpretations of what you're seeing and claiming that's what you're seeing, but that's just what you've been told they are. It's not actually your base observation.
But it is.
Like, we've seen photographs of these stars. We've seen them. They're not humongous balls of solid, liquid, and gas. They're lights. In fact, they look like lights underwater. It looks like there's a barrier of water between us and the lights in the sky. Sonoluminescence.
And you observing them through a telescope doesn't tell you their material composition, their distance, what medium they're in. These are all just stories you've been told.
Okay, but let's stick with the shape, though. Can you at least give me that? Like, I can observe the shape of it through my telescope, or is that still false?
You can't observe 3D shapes through a monoscope, which is a telescope. You can only resolve a 2D image.
So, okay. So anything I look at in real life, also, unless I have it in my hands, I can't observe the shape of it. Is what you're saying?
Can someone just get that picture of the 4 balls, right, and then ask him which one's 3D?
Yeah, we've been showing him that. Someone already pretty much showed him that, didn't they? Someone showed him that.
No, but
the demonstration that 1 minute clip.
When I'm looking through my telescope, right, I can see movement. I can see, which is how I said it earlier. The observation that I'm making is that when you're looking at a planet like Jupiter, I made the point earlier, you can see the big spot on it, and you can see that spin and disappear and reappear, and that's how you're from a distance you can infer its shape, right? You can see it disappear, reappear. That means it's spinning.
That's an interpretation. That's an interpretation.
Okay, fair. Everything I'm saying is my interpretation. I'm not sure. Fair enough. You know what? I'll say this. All my interpretation.
So the point is you don't know it. You're predicting it, thinking it, assuming it, and that's what they're saying.
Yeah, and I mean,
it's I'm very confident. Argument. It's weak.
Why is it weak?
You could easily rotate a flat surface with a spot on it on a conveyor belt and turn it vertical. You get the same phenomenon.
No.
What do you mean no? Unjustified negation retort.
You cannot do that.
So I can't turn a conveyor belt vertically, wrap a sheet around it, and then press the button after I draw a dot on it, so that it moves from left to right and appearing to spin in a circle. I can't do that.
Nope, you can't do that unless it disappears. Unless you're
no,
dude. The spot is not going to disappear on a conveyor belt. I'm saying this. It's going to disappear. We're not going to see it, and then it's going to come back. Can you do that?
So it's not going to disappear. It's going to disappear.
I'm asking you.
Can you stop contradicting yourself?
No. Can you do that with a conveyor belt? If it's a straight conveyor belt, you can only do it.
Yeah, if I'm standing on one side of the fucking conveyor belt, I draw a dot. Then I press the button. It moves left to right. Then it goes on the other side of the conveyor belt. Now I can't see it. Now it comes back around on the left and repeats and repeats and repeats.
So the conveyor belt is circular, right?
What? Dude, what I just said.
Yeah, the only way you can't see the spot is if it's circular, right? It goes like under it. Okay, how else do you...
No, stop talking. Stop.
No,
stop.
No.
Stop.
Answer my question.
Stop. Shut up. Stop.
Shut up. I love it.
Typically, conveyor belt is
entirely idiotic. You're just obfuscating the point.
No,
it looks like it's rotating in a circle. It's the illusory presentation of rotation. The conveyor belt is rotating. The bars, right, that has the band wrapped around it with the dot on the band. Press the button, moves left to right, rinse and repeats. So your inductive argument is weak. Just because you see a dot moving left to right doesn't mean it's a sphere.
It's not moving left to right. It's disappearing and it's reappearing.
You in the chat, Monorail?
It's just disappearing. So it's not moving left to right.
Right. So look in the chat. How many spheres do you see in this image that I've just posted?
So whatever. I don't care about this argument because it's a 2D image.
Why not?
It's an image. Okay. I'll answer, but that's not the point I was making.
From 93
miles away, remember? If it was moving, then I could actually answer that better. If they were moving, I could answer that better.
Even if you want to make
the argument that like,
you've looked at something down a telescope, you won't be able to see it like actively move because they don't.
Yes, you can if you do a time lapse.
If you do a time lapse, sorry, which you can't, you with your physical eye can't do the time lapse. You have to then run it through like software and stuff to do the time lapse.
Software
is presentable like flipping motion.
Fair.
Okay, so you can't tell if it's a sphere from a 2D image like this, then.
Yeah, not really. I mean, I can, but not really.
Well, then that's our point. Well done. So let's move on.
No, I mean that's not the point I was making. I mean
Yeah,
the
that's
whole
what
argument I was
Bottom of the
making.
open chat. Stop
The
talking. It's a
whole
clip.
argument
by
I
Talking. It's a
made.
clip.
3D
Stop talking.
image.
It's a clip. At
That's
the bottom of the
different.
open chat.
Fucking me.
I just posted it. Clip at the bottom of the open chat. There.
Okay, there's a video there. Let's see.
Dude, that video's so cool.
It's a patent illustration and refutation of your appeal. You don't have a sufficiently close perspective to confirm your concluding premise that they are humongous spheres flying around in a cosmic vacuum.
So, if those spheres were spinning, right, then it would be very easy to tell which ones are spheres and which one are not. Would you agree there?
Yeah, of course, if it was showing something other than what you see, yeah. Stop whistling past the point.
Okay, but my point is that we can observe spinning planets. You can do that, and I made the
so
point
as you just continue to hold this controlling premise.
Let's just stop there. It's fine. We're good. I'm fine.
As you continue to just hold this stupid controlling premise, not acknowledging the critique, you don't know that. You don't have a sufficiently close perspective. You are done.
Yeah, I mean, me observing the spot on Jupiter moving and disappearing is not close enough, but.
Right. Just like my example earlier, as you continue to talk to my reply, just like my example earlier, you can create that same apparent phenomenon, which is also what this clip is illustrating, and it's not a sphere rotating.
So, Monorail Cat, can you look at the GIF I posted in the chat?
Mm-hmm.
Right, that is a rotating object, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that 3D?
Sure. I mean, I get the point you're trying to make. This is
Are you serious?
Yeah, no.
It is 3D?
It's 2D. It's 2D.
I mean,
it's 2D. It's a fucking image.
And in the sense, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were at
one
let's not play tricks here. Like, if you're asking me if this is trying to represent a 3D object or.
Yeah, so you can look at something spinning, right?
Yes.
In a way that makes you perceive it as 3D, but it can actually be 2D.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so when you look out at the stars, right? Yes, you see something spinning, which may indicate that it's 3D, as you look at that image and you think, oh yeah, that's a 3D ball, right? But it could be the case that it looks like it's spinning, but it actually is not, and it is still flat, right? That's what they're trying to say to you.
Okay.
It's really not that hard to grasp.
Yeah, and then you know what? I'm going to give you that. But then here's the thing, right? You guys are arguing. You're not just making the point that my observations are like, they're a possibility, right? Because I think I would agree with you. Like, we're not 100% sure of anything, right? You're not there. Sure, I'll give you that point. But if you're going to say the Earth is flat, then you're also going to have to make that argument for me. So I'm giving you arguments of why. I'm not saying it's 100% true or false, but I'm making observations that I can see in the sky. I'm saying, well, I can see these things, and I can deduce some of those facts based on what I'm seeing. Sure, maybe it's not 100% true, but what is your argument then? Like, so you see what I'm saying? Like, I agree with you. Maybe it could be something else, but what is your argument for it? Because you've been arguing on my points, but what is your argument for why the Earth is flat?
Yeah, so you're tired of receiving scrutiny, and now you want to scrutinize. Okay?
No. I mean, because I'm being fair with you.
Saying no to every reply. That is what you're doing right now.
No, give me your arguments.
I think what the point.
Right, when you demand argumentation, you are now trying to turn the tables of scrutiny. I was correct. Pay attention to what's being said to you. So, yeah, Jedi, would you please, if you're there?
Timbo Loaf might be able to say something too.
Monorail Cat. So right at this point, you'd have to become a globe agnostic, at the very least.
Cyclone probably something really cool. Morvis.
Cyclone, Jedi.
Heretic. Muted. I Am Larry would be really good too.
Correct.
Someone say my name.
Yeah, do you want to present to him the argument, which is a modus tollens, a deductive argument concerning proving that the Earth is topographically planar? The Earth's surface?
Well, not really, but if there's no one else who wants to.
Yeah.
Like, you have an argument showing the Earth is planar? I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, well, there's no observable or measurable curvature of the surface, basically, Monorail Cat. Actually, understand we'd require if the surface was simple.
Try again, you're roboting.
I was wondering if it was just me.
Oh, was I cutting out?
Yeah, I think you're better now.
Yeah, I was saying there's no observable, measurable, detectable curvature of the surface, Monorail Cat. So that makes it difficult for it to be a sphere, which entire surface would require to be curved.
So, in other words, if the surface is not curving at all, either convex or concave, then it's level, planar. That's a deductive argument.
Can you
If you want to be more specific, it's not conforming across large bodies of water to eliminate topography with the curvature rate expected based on the globe model with a 3959 mile radius. Do you understand what we're saying, Monorail?
Sorry, I was away for a second.
Wow.
I mean, I said I was going away. I had to go take care of my dog, but
that's all right. You should take care of your dog. That's a good thing to do. So yes. You were asking why we think the Earth is flat, not a globe, and I was just saying to you, it's basically because Earth's surface has no measurable, observable, detectable curvature that would be required for that sphere that they claim.
Okay. So, all right.
So let's just say it very quickly and actually thoroughly say the argument.
Mm-hmm.
Every object has a surface. Every surface is either level or curving.
Mm-hmm.
The surface of the waters and the Earth is not curving. Therefore, it's level.
So, okay. I'm just gonna try to make a point for you, and so you would agree, or maybe not, but on a large enough surface, if it's large enough and it's curving, there will be flat surfaces on even a sphere, right? If you go to the macro or the micro level, like if you're an ant. Water is the same, right? I'll stick to that as well. But so we could measure how far to the in every direction you could see flat surface without seeing curvature if the surface is big enough. Now we can make the math on that.
Yeah, so this is what people are doing. People are taking the globe model numbers that predict where the obstruction should be due to the curvature, going through a body of water and comparing what we see versus the model, and what we see doesn't match the model. It goes far beyond where the geometric limits of the globe model claim to be.
Yeah, Cyclone, let's say this, Tim, also. Given that what you just said, right, it's false on 2 points. Spheres don't have flat surfaces, number one. And number two, it's self-defeating. Why? Because given that premise, that implies that you cannot know the Earth to be curving, you cannot know the Earth to be a sphere.
What do you mean by too?
Sorry, go.
What do you mean by too big? So it's like it's too big, it's flat, and it's measurably flat.
No, not too big. I'm saying, so for example, if you're like on a small, you just take an ant and you put it on, like, I don't know, a sphere that you can measure, right?
Yeah.
For the ant, there's at least a percentage of like that surface that appears to be flat. It's like that 2D 3D illusion that you just showed me, right? Like for a 2D, like, so for the ant, that sphere, it's not going to be immediately curved, right? Like they're going to be able to walk for at least, I don't know, maybe. So I'm just trying to make that point where, like, if it's big enough, it's going to at least appear flat for a certain amount of. It's not flat really, but it can appear flat. Okay. So then when we're looking at the water, I mean, there's there are ways to measure that, right? Wasn't there? I mean, there was a video.
So
I'll find it.
About your demonstration with the ant on a basketball.
And so you've got another ant on there with you, and he starts walking away from you over this basketball. There's going to be a certain point where that other ant starts to descend below the curve, and that's going to be a geometric distance between you and that other ant based on the size of this ball, right? So you could analogize the ant going over the curve with a boat going over the curve, for example, and you could work out what that distance should be based on your observer height above the ball, the size they tell us that we're on, and you can see, does the boat start going down at that point where they claim the curvature is? And the answer is no.
Can you show me evidence for that, please? Can you show me evidence for that, please?
Yeah, if you join our server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0, there's a additional information section down the server list, and we've got channels for long distance observations and laser tests and some other ones on the horizon, things like that. And if you look at those, you'll find countless demonstrations.
I'll tell you what,
I'm trying to find a video, but there wasn't. Okay, go ahead.
I'll go through one of them with you if you want. I've dropped an image in the live stream text. It's the bottom of 6 wind turbines. Should only take about 2 minutes if you want me to go through it.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll read it while you. But
yeah, sure, no worries. So you understand the basic premise. If we're standing on a curved surface, as we look across that curved surface, when things go over it, those things are going to be obstructed by that curved surface, right? You understand that basic premise?
Yep.
Cool. So if we know the size of the thing that we're standing on, say the radius of the sphere, and we know our altitude above the surface of that sphere, it's just a mathematical calculation away to figure out where the geometric horizon would be, the physical Earth curvature. Cool. So being as they've given us the radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles, then we can use this calculation or formula. 1.2 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So it's very important we know our observation height. So, for example, we're at the beach, our feet are in the water, and your eyes are 6 foot above the sea water, mean sea level. The physical geometric horizon using that calculation is 2.9 miles away, 3 miles away to keep the numbers pretty much sound. So you see that observation. You see that we've got 6 wind turbines going from left to right, 8 miles to 11.2 miles on the right-hand side. We see the horizon beyond the wind turbines. So we can safely say at least 12 miles away to the horizon. The observation height is what? 3 foot above the surface of the water? So the horizon should be at 2-point-something miles away. So when we're looking for the physical Earth curve horizon to obstruct those wind turbines or a boat beyond them, then that geometric horizon doesn't appear where the mathematics dictates. The horizon is clearly beyond the geometric limit. We don't observe Earth curve.
Okay, so this is called the Fata Morgana. What you're seeing, it's not actually the horizon, the line that you're seeing. It's a distortion. This is like it's an optical illusion that we're seeing. Because if you had binoculars or like somewhere to like look at it towards it, you would actually not see that illusion. It's a yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
This is obviously taken with a camera. It's a zoom camera. I can give you the video if you want to.
Yeah. No, but it's still going to be there unless you have like a really unless you can zoom in on it. But it's an optical illusion, right? This is why you can see boats floating, right? If they're far enough in the distance, right? You've seen that, right? You've seen that.
That's not what's happening here, though. So why are you saying it's a mirage?
It is because for example, let's say the 11.2 on your image, right? It looks to be floating. That's clearly not on the water surface. It looks to be floating in the sky. So that is that's not the horizon. You can see the blue, which is the water, right? You can see the horizon there. And then from 8.8 to 11.2, they're clearly floating in the sky. They're
That's why the black swan.
No, but you can see it right on your own image. They're float. They look like they're floating.
Let's try this one then, right? Let's try this one because there's loads of these, right? We do this all the time. I'm going to post one.
Go ahead.
So look at this.
I just dropped the video as well.
Okay, where do you see the horizon in that image?
Okay, so I mean, you clearly have a you have a green line on it, but if it wasn't there, I would actually the horizon for me is not there actually. So the line on your it's now the line is you can see it way so about an inch below your own green line. You can see the actual horizon there.
And could you draw a line? Could you open this up on Paint or something and draw a line?
I can't post anything in the chat because I got blocked for some reason, but yeah, I would.
Well, the horizon. I mean, it's very clear. You can see where the green line is. That's where the water goes to and meets the sky.
No, look below that. Look below that. Like be honest with me, right? Look below that, like about
water,
2 centimeters. You can see the water line there, right? So that's the core. Like that's
which line? No, I don't know what line you're talking about. Okay, draw on it and DM it to me if you can't post it.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Hold on. I will do that.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, hello. Hello.
Good show. Good. Thank you.
Was that the Nathan Oakley?
Sounded like Nathan.
Oh, did he just leave? Oh, that's so upsetting. I was like panicking, like, get in here! He's here!
So who told me to send him the thing? It was a
Cyclone.
Okay.
Who's Nathan Oakley?
It was the guy that I told you about yesterday.
Oh, the person coming for an AMA. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the guy who does debates and stuff.
Okay, so let's say this to
Let's see. Okay. Right, I see where you've drawn. Let me I'll post this in the chat. The other folk. What the fuck is Discord's new messaging thing? This is bullshit. Okay, it's not even letting me open it.
Let's just say this to him in the meantime. So your line of reasoning is self-defeating again, because it necessarily implies the horizon is not where it would be if the Earth had a radius of 3959 miles.
Yeah, for some reason, it's being annoying and letting me post this, but I'll say he seems to have drawn the line, hold on, like a centimeter below where we actually see the horizon, which
I mean, you can see
way,
the line.
That's going to take us to the second oil rig, right? Which is how far away?
10 miles, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll trust your numbers here, but I don't know if they're true, but I'll trust the numbers there.
You can check them. You can go on to Google and check the Earth curve calculators, distance to horizon calculators. You can check those all out. But either way, the line that you drew is beyond the geometric limit of the globe.
Yeah.
In what way?
Let's
what he just said. What do you mean? In what way? There's no conversation.
So you're saying that we should not be able to see the platform at all, or at least it should be obscured.
No. It's about the distance of the horizon. That's the bit where the boats and that are supposed to be going over, where the ant went below the basketball. Remember the physical curve, right? So according to the globe map, at that height, it's supposed to have a horizon distance of, what did it say? 3 miles, 3.5 miles, whatever it was. Right.
The max distance geometric 3.46. I don't like these images because I'd have to do the numbers myself.
And you can do it yourself, right? This is the point. We're just showing you these. We're not saying take our word for it. Now, once you understand the principle, you can go and test this yourself wherever you live. But the point is, the horizon that we observe in reality is not matching the model, the calculators, based on a globe of the size they tell us it is. Do you understand that? Like, the horizon is not where that's predicted according to the calculators. It's not at 3.4.
Okay, wait. So, wait. So, yes, but it's a sphere, right? So it's not a hard cutoff, right? Even if it's 3.1 miles, which actually I did just look it up. It should be like 3.1 miles. It's not going to be a hard cutoff, right? It's a sphere, so it's going to be like a slow.
Right. And maybe if it was like 0.2 instead of 3.1 or 3.5 even, you could say, okay, maybe there's some distortion going on. But it's not, bro. It's 10. And it's not only that, it's supposed to be in front of those rigs, and it's seen at the second one or behind them. Mm-hmm. So that doesn't work on the globe. And it's
so where there would be curvature,
it's all a mirage.
Right. So where there would be curvature, It is not there. And if it were there, we would not see a significant part of these rigs and whatsoever other object in the distance that would be obstructed behind the portion of the sphere that we don't live on. And the appeal to refraction, diffraction, pick your distortion, your atmospheric distortion category, that is self-defeating, because that's an instance of still not seeing the Earth curve where it would be.
Okay. So if those calculations are correct, and what you know what, I'll even be able to give you this point. So it may not be the calculations are not correct, or in the sense that like the Earth may be bigger than what we are told. But so how do you explain if it's not a sphere? How do you explain that if you think it's like a flat surface? If you were to have like a very strong telescope, you would be able to see like anything, right, on the surface if you look through it. So how come not? So it's not a sphere in your not flat.
Optics still have a limit, and you're looking through the atmosphere.
Sorry. Guys.
Sorry.
No, go on, Jedi.
I was going to say, does every optic have a limitation?
Well, the ones we have on Earth, we could literally observe like the quite far, right? We have really, really good optics, so we should be able to see anything on Earth at least.
Yeah. So should be able to with technology that are supposedly always looking at the sky and never across the Earth. But you understand that optics have limitations, right? Your eyes have a limitation. That's why we invented things like binoculars and telescopes and high-powered zoom cameras. Yeah. So theoretically, if you had such a device, and the aperture, like the lens, would have to be quite big, right? Not like the size of your eye. It would have to be quite. Right? We're talking meters and meters in size, right?
Yep.
It would have to be huge, but theoretically, yeah. But we understand that we have a limitation to how far we can see with devices that we commonly have. The reason why Flat Earth came around is because of the development of a camera. So it's called the P900. There's been another one called the P1000 and other subsequent things. It was the most highly powerful zoom camera or whatever, maybe about 10 years ago, 12 years ago. So with this optical device, this is where we started making these long distance observations. The long distance observation shouldn't have been possible because the curvature of the Earth should always interrupt and be the limit to our observations at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So when you make an observation, excuse me.
Well, that limit is assuming that the path of light between the target and the observer is straight.
Yeah, but continue.
We have a limitation to the devices that we use. I'm putting to a P900, right? That can only see so far. We're supposed to be observing the limitation being the curvature of the Earth, but we don't observe that physical limitation. We have a horizon that just keeps expanding with the optical range that we have. We always see
the maximum distance a P900 can observe.
Depending on the altitude above the surface, we've got infrared.
Why is it dependent on the altitude of the above?
See, there it goes again.
Answer, bro.
Ignore him.
Let's say sea level, though. Let's say sea level. What's the distance you can see?
Well, I can personally see with my own eyes up to 20 miles at sea level. I can see France from the southeast of England across the sea. Now, if we were to use
but you can see the mountains, right? Not the sea level, right?
Depending on what it is. So long distance observations of pull a number out of your backside 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles. Right? Now, even with those distances, for a 6-foot observer, the geometric horizon should be 3 miles away. So if we can see things that are 20 miles away with a horizon behind them, the horizon should be at 3 miles away.
So yes, but that's assuming that every surface is on the same level, right? And we know that the Earth is like the Earth is. I mean, we know. Again, I'm sure you will not give me that point, but like there's at least there's like curvature, right? There's like higher points, lower points. So if, like, for example, you were saying in the UK, I was in France a couple months ago. I could see the maybe the UK very far away with like the fucking wind thing, the wind turbines thing. So you're right, but they're not on the same. I think they're like, you're a little bit higher, a little bit lower. So that might also affect that, right?
Yeah. So do you remember the observation where you had the oryx? That was 1 foot above the surface of the water. The one that I gave you was 3 foot above the surface of the water, but we should still have a horizon for the 1 foot observer at 1.22 miles away, because the square root of 1 is 1. And then you have a horizon that's beyond the oil rigs at a safe estimation of 10 miles away, at least 10 miles away. The observation I gave you at least 12 miles away for an observation that isn't even 6 foot, half that distance. 6 foot, 3 miles. 3 foot, it should be 2 miles. And we're looking at a horizon that is at least 12 miles away. We have to understand that depending on the atmospheric conditions and the technology, the optic that you use, the horizon is going to appear in different places. It's not a physical Earth curve, because if it was, we would be looking out over it into space, because it's a physical hill, when we increase our ability to see further with optics.
So is your model of the Earth like absolutely flat, or does it have a little bit of curvature on it?
When you talk about
the reason I'm asking you is because I was curious about you can answer first, and I'll get to the point after that.
Mean sea level is a horizontal plane of the Earth. We have elevation, land, and topography, and obviously caves and going into the sea. But the level of the sea is horizontal. Yes, we have tides; it undulates with waves and so on. But mean sea level is horizontal.
So then you could actually do an observation yourself on this, because if you actually believe that, right? So you should be able with a strong enough lens within your own belief to see like a boat, let's say a big boat, right? You could see it forever, essentially, right?
We also have to understand
such a device.
Sorry.
I mean, so we do. I mean, I'm pretty sure we do, because we have devices strong enough to like observe planets. So
you need to learn how to let go of controlling premises. You don't have a justification to believe that. You just have strong faith that we do have such a device.
I mean, I have one myself. I mean, I'm pretty sure my telescope could see
across
a boat,
the entire surface of the Earth from end to end.
I mean, I could. So okay, wait, maybe not. But so
okay, that's the point.
Wait, because I don't think the Earth is flat.
Stop right there. There's nothing more needs to be said. We do not have a device that can see across the Earth end to end.
So my device,
logically possible. It's not metaphysically possible, given that we don't have the means to do so.
My device can at least see 1,000 kilometers, like at least. So, and I'm 100% sure that I would see a boat disappear within that distance. So then, for me, that would prove the point here that we're trying to make.
No, it doesn't prove anything, because your device, it doesn't go through the atmosphere and air, water particle in the air. So there is obstruction there that will stop the visibility at one point, because you can't see indefinitely through the atmosphere. When you see through the sky, stars, or the sun with the telescope, so you're just watching vertically to the sky, because the atmosphere is going to be lower pressure with the altitude. But horizontally, you will have the atmosphere in front of you. So do you think that you can zoom underwater?
No, not underwater, no. But I mean, I can't see. So the curvature that you're talking about, curvature though, because like if it's flat, if it's flat, then I don't have to look through water. I would just have to look through the atmosphere.
We're extending the answer unnecessarily. It's been answered. Look. It's been answered. If we have such a device, yes, it's logically possible. It's not metaphysically possible, given that we don't have such a device. That's the end.
I mean, we do though.
Dude, stop saying that.
Metaphysically,
until you show us the device. Stop saying that.
A telescope can see at least 1,000 kilometers, right? So, okay, well, how about this? Whatever. I mean, we're not. If we were together, we could do the test, but with my telescope, we can't do that.
Let me help you. Yes, such devices do exist. We call them high-powered zoom cameras with infrared filters. So infrared cameras, right, basically only detected that wavelength of light. We understand that infrared does not refract as much as the visible spectrum. because of the wavelength of the light being longer. So with infrared, we have to understand that if we can see further, it will cut through the atmosphere, then we should have a truer depiction of the surface of the Earth. We should be able to see the curvature, for example, or its obstruction of things. See, the thing is, when we use high-powered zoom cameras with infrared filters, we still see well beyond the geometric horizon of the Earth, and the horizon still well extending in distance in front of us. You have to understand that using the calculation that I gave you earlier, 1.2 blah, 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 for the observer standing on that curved surface, the horizon is just a mathematical formula away if it is physical to cause obstruction. If I was to take a high altitude observation with an infrared camera, so not looking directly through the thickest part of the atmosphere, but down into it, then
why infrared though?
Because the wavelength of light does not refract as much as visible light.
Because infrared is energy, right? It detects heat, right? Like the heat wavelength.
Yeah, it gets depicted to us so we can see it. Yeah.
But I don't understand how that would work in our example here, because like infrared is not useful unless there's like energy, like there's heat or
like they use it. Yeah. So light. We can see things with infrared cameras, right? Night vision and so on. All these different yeah, exactly. So using this technology from a high altitude, from an altitude of 30,000 feet, where the geometric horizon, Earth curvature, should be 230 miles away, we can see a horizon 1,000 miles away. We know it's 1,000 miles away because we're looking over the land, we know our travel route, and we can depict the distances because of the landmarks. And the horizon is well beyond the geometric limit of 230 miles away, using an infrared camera. So yeah, the technology does exist. If you kind of negate the refraction-y bit, all right, you're going to have the attenuation of light. Light gets dimmer with distance, doesn't it? Yeah, we understand this.
Are you saying that we have a device that we can see across the Earth end to end?
No, I'm saying high altitude. We have infrared cameras that show a horizon 1,000 miles away where it should be 230.
Okay, there's that. Okay, so there's that.
Those infrared cameras are really good, man. They like cut all the glare in the fog and kind of pretty much like seems like it increases your field of view because it's reducing the distortions or whatever.
I think that Monorail Cat was confusing the infrared cameras with the thermal cameras. That's why he was talking about the heat and the thing.
But I mean, aren't they very similar though? Aren't there like thermal imaging? Isn't that infrared as well?
No. Infrared filter that you put on a camera is not the thermal vision that you see with the thermal cameras. It's not the same thing.
It's more night vision than thermal. It's not like
night vision is different than yeah.
It's just night vision. It's not thermal. It show you like just the grayscale basically.
But I think infrared is thermal, right?
Yeah, they're all
infrared camera detects and measures infrared energy objects. It is the same, right? I just looked it up. It is the same.
It displays it on the screen, I guess, with like the gradient and the color regarding the temperature.
Yeah.
But the night vision's like just grayscale, right? Or
yep.
But the crescendo really to the overarching point is using optics we see further than the geometric limit of the Earth. No Earth curve to be seen. It's just a horizon that extends with distance.
I mean, again, I'll give your point back to you. I've not observed it myself, so I can't give you that point because I've not seen it myself.
No.
Jedi. You know,
see, I'm learning.
No, the argument is sound, regardless of you not seeing it yourself.
Well, you can't do that. If you're fair enough, I'll give you that. Whatever. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
Because my argument is sound. The thing you don't like is the fact that I've not observed it myself.
This is the beautiful thing about this topic. It will get you out of the house. You can go and test it.
Like that last thing you just said, trying to throw my critique back at him. Like, no, the argument's not sound. We exposed its fallacies multiple times. You didn't expose any fallacy in the argument that Jedi just said to you.
You can
Yeah.
buy an infrared filter attachment for your telescope and make a long distance observation
I could probably do that.
using
Yeah.
just your already existing telescope.
I mean, I don't really care about observing things on Earth. I'm more curious about the sky, but I could probably do that. It's very expensive, though, I think.
You can just see like multiple layers and scenes of mountains that you couldn't see before because of distortions and the fact that that wavelength is visible through all that. It makes you be able to see it.
Yeah, I mean, all of the pictures we have of like the galaxies and all that, they're all fake in a sense that they're taken through like infrared, regular cameras, the atmosphere. So the colors that we see are not the real ones that we see through the telescope.
They're not even necessarily fake. It's just a cluster of lights. Right?
Yeah.
Then you have this a priori idea. Like you're not introspective and self-scrutinizing. You're not self-conscious about your worldview. You just falsely equate and make them ontologically identical. Like your idea of what the stars are what the stars are. You don't make the separation. You people always make this error. Like no, when you just look at the photo that you people are showing us, calling it a galaxy, with this whole cosmological doctrine behind that word, saying that it's a humongous cluster of solid, liquid, and gas balls. No, that's not what you see. You see a cluster of lights.
Yes, but I mean, people went through the very, very thorough effort of trying to understand. Like this, we thought the Earth was the center of the universe very recently, I guess, in terms of our, of our history. And then someone was like, "Oh yeah, well, if you observe it through a telescope, you can see, we're going around it." So,
God, dude, so you say.
Why? No, they did math on it, calculations. I'm not saying I did.
You say.
They did it.
This is another one you need to realize, though. No one observes the Earth going around the sun. It's an assumption, a philosophy.
Of
and
course.
they admit this themselves. Right? So you don't observe, when you get your telescope out, that the Earth is going around the sun. That's not what you observe.
You do, and I made the point earlier, and I'm sure you're going to disagree with me again on that, but like you can observe it in the sense that if an object, if you can observe yourself going around an object, I'm sure you could fake that. Like if you say the sun was on a conveyor belt, fair enough.
You can't. No, you can only observe the sun moving.
But you can observe the movement that
of the sun.
Yes. Well,
we're not going to go through this again. This is the last circle.
Yeah, let's not do that again. But fair enough.
So just
like stop repeating an argument that's been refuted.
It's not been refuted. You made an argument that's not.
I'm going to say the refutation one last time.
It's bad.
This is annoying. I'm going to say the refutation one last time. It's annoying. You don't see the Earth moving around the sun. No, you don't. Right now, you don't see the Earth moving at all. So you look at the sun long enough, you will see that it's moved from one point in the sky to another. The sun moved. The Earth didn't move. You've never seen the Earth move.
Right?
You're not seeing it move now. The sun is moving. The sun has always moved your entire life.
Yes, we're saying relativity is
relativity.
Yes, we're saying relativity isn't the same as saying I see the Earth going around the sun. It's saying that I see the sun moving, but I can't know that that's not me moving, so I'm going to assume I'm the one moving. That's not saying you.
Okay. Yes. So wait. Cyclone, you're making a good point. Just from our own. Who's talking?
Me. I will put you an Einstein's quote where he says that every optical observation that was made to detect the orbit of the Earth or the movement of the Earth was led to a failure. So they couldn't reconcile themselves until putting the relativity theory, because with that they can say that it's us moving, but we can't detect that with any optical observation.
That's not what Einstein said. First of all, he said he was the biggest failure. The biggest failure he had was trying to add the constant, and then they realized. By the way, I'm not going to go through that, but they realized that was his biggest failure. They had to add that back in.
Einstein did indeed say that the Earth's motion cannot be detected with any optical experiment. He did say that.
I mean,
this is the point. It's like a philosophy. You see the sun moving, but you believe it's you moving. But that's not an observation. That's just a belief. That's a philosophy.
Wait, so you believe Einstein, but flat earthers don't believe Newton's laws of gravity?
No one said anything about believing them. Nice try, though. Nice cope.
They don't believe in anything, which is the great. But I like it.
We withhold belief from the heliocentric dogma. Yes. And then you all spiral out and say, oh, well, then you don't believe anything. No, we just don't believe that we're on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum because TV showed us images and videos.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't believe in gravity?
Yeah, okay, so you're
gravity
saying,
in the sense of things having weight, sure.
Wait. So you're agreeing that gravity is a belief?
No, it's a scientific. It's proven.
So why are you asking if it's believed in then?
Monorail,
that's not even a major premise.
Sorry, I forgot what you guys were talking about, but
it's just a slip up when you're talking. You know, gravity is like a scientific.
Okay.
Like I can't figure out the correct words.
Could you define gravity for us then? What are you talking about?
Said science and gravity. My ears pricked up. What?
Yeah. We're straight back into gravity, man. It's a non-stop carousel of madness.
I wanted to answer Gregory, but I forgot what he said before.
Because every time somebody brings up gravity, you guys like crumble in fear, and then you guys try to move on to the next topic.
Stop narrative building.
We're really scared of you dropping rocks on the ground.
Do you remember I said, someone said science and gravity, my ears pricked up. That's not the sign of somebody running away in fear now, is it? Oh, hello, here I am. You want to talk about science and gravity? Let's go. So, science, gravity, brilliant. Have you got a hypothesis that I can test to prove what the fuck you're talking about?
That's all you ever say. If you got a hypothesis,
well,
dude,
you said
scientists have done these experiments for years and years and years. No, I don't have anything off the top of my. I don't have anything off the top of my head.
So you don't have an argument. Okay, so you don't have an argument.
Yeah. Let me argue with these guys if you don't. You know.
Oh man, Monorail's telling you to sit down already.
No, I mean if you're at least if you don't have at least one example of gravity, like because they're gonna bring a 50. They're good at this. I'm gonna give you guys that. You're good at this. You're well researched. You know, I appreciate that.
Well, we appreciate your questions, Monorail Cat. So if you want to continue, if you have some other
yes. So I forgot where we were at. So I apologize because I wanted to respond to Greg, but I forgot what you were.
We went to curvature for a bit, and then we went back to the.
No, it was very recent about the. Fuck, I forgot. Sorry, I apologize.
Heliocentrism, observing the sun.
I sent you something in this.
Yeah, Necros made a point about Einstein. Okay, yeah, but I don't think that's what I wanted to respond to. But whatever. We can move to another point.
What's wrong with?
Well, if you've got another question, feel free.
Well,
I mean, at this point,
it's not flat.
Oh, very good.
Okay, wait. So I do have a question. So this is completely off. This nothing to do with everything we just talked about. So, so we can observe. Like, okay, wait. First of all, I'll ask. You guys believe satellites are real, right?
No.
You don't?
Well, define
why
satellite.
Would I?
Why
would I believe that?
Who's this guy? Define satellite first.
So satellite.
Start with.
So I can actually observe satellites. I had a picture yesterday, but you can see them through the sky, right? They're going really fast, right? You can actually see them without even a telescope. You can see them.
You can see lights in the sky moving, and arguably, some people are saying if they zoom in, they can see some form of object moving up there.
Oh no, you can see the solar panels and all that. Like if you have a good enough telescope, you can even there's even apps on your telescopes now that are like if you have a good enough telescope, you can buy an app that will track those for like the ISS for you.
What does that have to do with the Earth, bro?
So okay, well I'll get to my point.
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
You're still looking up. Why don't we look down to see what the land is doing?
Chill. So we don't disagree that there is technology in the sky moving around.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
You can call some of these satellites if you want. That doesn't mean that we agree that there's floating boxes of metal floating around in a vacuum, right? But that doesn't mean that we don't understand that there's aerial technology that exists in various forms.
Okay.
Yeah, that's another weak inductive appeal to something else.
No, I was gonna try to ask you because let's be honest, I've been very fair with you guys at least today, but I'm trying to understand why. So, like, how would you explain for me, like, when I'm seeing a satellite go like through the sky at night? Because I've seen them. Like, how do you explain like are they like
again, right?
how the fact they come back, like the fact that they like
how are they moving again?
Yeah,
and again, I would say this is somewhat down to the conditioning that we go through, where we're given this idea that we can explain all the phenomena that we see in the natural world and in the sky. We're conditioned as children with all these answers of things. So when we think really critically and honestly about it, we understand, well, I don't actually know this. I'm kind of taking the word of these people who claim to have done these things to confirm this. So when it comes to what these things are that we can't go to tests and actually observe up close, we don't really make any hard and fast claims about them. We see them moving in their patterns and motions, and we say, yes, we see these things moving. Does that mean we know how far away it is, what it actually is, if it's like in what medium? We can't make those claims. They appear to move in their cycles, whether they're terrestrial technology or something else. Again, you couldn't really say honestly. So we hold that. Well, I'm speaking for myself here. I'm not making any claims as to what the things in the sky are all doing.
So you're a skeptic,
paradigm is not a logical prerequisite. Just to say this very succinctly, just let this be said very succinctly to reply to that argument. It is not a logical necessity for there to be a globe paradigm to account for why artificial devices fly around in the air.
Can you give me a rational a rational reason why how they would be able to do that? Because that was my question. How are they able to do what they're like the motion they have if it's not a sphere, right? If it's not going
I cannot explain to you the minutia of the machinations of these devices.
We have some examples. We have some examples of things called like satelloons, right? So NASA launched loads of these all the time. Google did the same with Google Loon. Right, you can look these up. So these are essentially, they are what you see as those satellites in images that they show us floating around in space, but they're strapped to a giant helium balloon, and these things can go for years at a time if necessary. And they'll just pop them up in an air current, and it'll just take them around. So we've got examples of things like that. I mean, you could talk about drones, you could talk about unmanned craft, aviation technology, some of which we might have no idea about. Right, in the public. So again,
I believe in aliens. Do you guys believe in aliens?
But like, well, in terms of little green men from outer space, no. But
aliens are a very vague term. Just means stranger.
What Gregory's saying about whether there's technology in the sky that we can observe going about or not wouldn't tell us whether we're on a ball or a flat surface, because you could do it on either, right?
Yeah, so I mean, I guess the only way I was going there was like, so I'm as you said, I was given an explanation as to how that was possible, which is like the satellites are essentially in a constant falling motion, so they're traveling fast enough that they're essentially falling around the Earth, and that's how they're orbiting, like a low Earth orbit or higher orbit. So that's the explanation.
Paradigm
I was given, right? And so that's why I was asking you, like, how would you yourself explain that within your own paradigm? But it's fair enough if you're saying. I mean, you gave a good answer that you don't know, which is fair. That's fine.
Yeah. So let's conclude with this, right? That's not logically coherent within that own paradigm, falling around the Earth, and it is not a logical prerequisite to account for artificial devices moving around through the air.
Okay, wait. Let's.
But it's fair
how is it not
curiosity? It's fair that you've got the curiosity. That's you're not making an argument out of it. You're just asking what are these things? Then what do you think is going on here? That's fair. You'll have a million of those questions, and yeah, as long as we don't belabor them or misconstrue that they could prove something about the ground, then I don't mind answering it.
Yeah, because honestly, like I'm also an atheist, and I've when I was raised as a Catholic, and I was asking a lot of questions, and so I feel like you guys are doing something similar, and the skepticism is something good, right? You want to ask questions, you want to at least prove to yourself
we're interested in the truth, whatever it is.
I like that. I like that. So I'm not saying that you're right. I think myself, I'm doing that as well with my own observations, and so we can disagree there. But I like the effort at least of trying to trying to like see the world for what it is.
Anyone who can actually have the conversation rationally and respectfully, because even that alone is rare. So well done.
Hey, I just left the pharmacy. If any of you flat earthers want to come pick up your schizophrenia pills.
Nice.
Oh wow, another compelling globe.
Be a better comedian.
Wow, good stuff. Look at that. Earth must be a globe.
I need my medication for sure. God, dear me.
He took several minutes to make that joke.
Yeah.
Nope, your internet's not doing great, dude.
He's breaking down as we speak.
You need a better satellite there.
I've stopped feeling the spin of the earth. I need my medication.
Ooh, yeah, just feeling spinny tonight.
So why did you pick up this space religion and put down the other?
Question.
Yeah, Doug, you get you're breaking up a little bit.
Bro, this guy sounds like what's his name? The robot guy.
Oh, don't worry. He robots the speed.
He sounds like the guy on the wheelchair that went to Epstein's Island.
Talking. He just like talk over me that entire time.
Stephen Hawking.
Oh man, you still there, Get?
No.
Oh, yeah, that's better. You got a question?
That was hilarious.
What's up, Get? How you doing?
9.
That's gonna
somebody whistle? Oh no, that's a chuckle.
Yep. So anyway, what were we talking about? The Earth's not a ball and chip.
Yeah, you completed your sound argumentation, and no one's refuted it, so that's where we conclude.
At least we moved on for things go down, therefore Earth spinny and roundy.
Monroe was just saying how much he's enjoying figuring out that the Earth isn't a ball.
That's not what I said.
It's awesome fun. Don't fight it, Sunshine.
I'm paraphrasing.
Fight it. That's what she said.
I posted something about Newtonian gravity earlier because we were asked if, we believe gravity, and someone said that, they don't believe in Newtonian gravity. Well, apparently Professor Shankar, the chair of physics at Yale, he doesn't believe in it either.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, bless you, Brother Larry.
I don't know why you're so nice to Monorail, Mr. Cyclone, because he says every single talking point you hate.
Are you getting jealous?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. I don't get that kind of treatment here.
Ha.
I wasn't being that nice, was I?
This is from fucking Troll Team 6, what the fuck?
It's just Troll Team, you can't make out the 6, so we'll just call them Troll Team.
I see.
Troll Team Blood.
Because that's, much gayer, and everyone's just going to be like, what? Troll Team.
So,
the runaway seals.
Nope. There's a seal alarm.
Someone's in the car.
So you got any more questions, Kat?
No, not right now. I mean, I'm trying to think, maybe.
Sweet.
What do I got as a question?
I'm actually very impressed. I've been in here every night for the past, 3 or 4 days. I don't think the Earth is flat, but I think that I'm very impressed with how people can argue it. People always say there's globs of science that prove that the Earth is round. Okay, I'm not debating that. I'm just saying people always claim, okay, there's globs of science proving it, but then you guys come in here and you guys seem to always have an argument for it. So I'm actually just really impressed. I don't know how you guys do it, but I think that's what makes science really cool. Is there's always an argument for it. I don't know.
Yeah, I respect. That's what I'm saying. The more I'm here, the more I respect them because they got their shit.
Neil deGrasse Tyson fans right now.
I wonder what you guys think about the COVID vaccine. I know this is very off, left field, but
we can't do that.
We don't have to
talk about it. You just talk about what you're wondering about.
I was just because of the skepticism of you guys. I'm thinking you're probably on the same side as I am with those vaccines, but.
Oh my god!
Well, let's just probably, but it's TOS and it'll get the service.
Oh, yeah, I apologize. I did not know that. I mean, I did. Yeah, I totally read the TOS.
You can imagine we're a skeptical bunch.
Yes, that's what I realized. But you know what? You're the best kind of skeptical because you're informed skepticism. That's that's the only valid way of being skeptic is when you actually do some sort of research, some sort of like.
I would
that's
agree.
The best way.
I would say you should challenge everything you're told and see what you can figure out for yourself. And if you can't figure out for yourself, it's not a weak thing to say I don't know, but it's a hard thing for us to do because we are raised without being given many I don't knows. It's always there's an answer. Someone somewhere did this and figured it out, and then it's like, well, I guess that's what it is then.
Well, Cyclone,
but that's not always what it is.
So you say you want to challenge everything you're told, and if I tell you you're sitting on Discord right now, you going to challenge that?
No, that's not what we're talking about.
I can experience.
We're not talking about challenging everything. Hold on just a second. Give me just a second. Yeah.
No, but I think.
Hold on just a second. Give me just a second, please. Yeah. So, to the gentleman who's the Glober, who's saying that he's skeptic, right? We consider him a normie, right? He's not an anti-flat earther. He's just a normie, right? But he's skeptical, which makes him a top-tier normie, in my opinion. So, what I would say to you is ask your friends who are Globers, right? Just ask them, hey, are you a skeptic? Yeah, okay. You're a skeptic? Great. What is it about the standard model of cosmology or the heliocentric model that you're skeptical about?
Okay, give me a second. I'll do that right now. Manufactotum, are you a skeptic?
Bro, if I ask any of my friends that question, I'm gonna have no friends left.
Hey, you interrupted him. Guys, let's let Larry finish, please.
Yeah, I'm usually short and concise. Okay, so
that's what she said.
Right. When you do this, you're going to notice that it's always them questioning something that relates to a huge thing that's a problem in cosmology, right? So there's the cosmology, the crisis in cosmology that goes back to the cosmological constant in Einstein's theory of gravity, right? And people, when they question this, because there's a lot of papers written about it, there's no shortage about this cosmological constant crisis. And you can Google those words and find it, crisis in cosmology. There's no shortage of information on this. What they don't realize is that this is like the fundamental hinge-pin of the paradigm that we're in right now. And other people will answer and say dark matter. They're skeptical about that. Well, when you learn that like 96% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy, like if you're not skeptical about that, and then there's black holes, which makes up like a huge more mass. And then you look at, all this dark matter, dark energy, black holes. Then you look at how much mass is in an atom, like how much actual mass is in the atom. And, you find gravity wanting after you do your research on this because gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. It's so weak that they need black holes and dark matter to make it work. And we know that it doesn't work at the quantum level. So just do your own research and question everything, especially authority, and think for yourself. That's all I got.
What does it say?
Mm-hmm.
What does it say about a cosmological paradigm that they've never empirically detected, and it's only merely ideas in their head, which they cannot make work coherently?
Yep.
It's false.
Yeah, the three-body problem and stuff like this. There's loads of issues with the standard heliocentric cosmology.
100%. Well, no, it's not. It's not the heliocentric.
Wait a second.
That's not the problem.
Wait a second. The three-body problem thing.
It's heresy not to believe.
The fact that some descriptions, like some equations that we have to describe things, do not have an analytic solution, like the three-body problem, does not make them magical or fantastical. Okay?
That makes them
another
even,
an argument that was never said.
It means that you can't represent what you're claiming, even in a simulation with just three bodies, as opposed to the infinite amount that there's claimed to be. So it certainly doesn't help them. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't make that dying argument. I'm just pointing out that there are loads of issues which no one really knows about because most people aren't thinking about this topic or any question of the model. They think it's all taken care of. Some guys in some facility somewhere at NASA have figured it all out, and it's just basically what the academics are saying it is, where in reality, the more you look at it, the worse it gets.
Well, this cosmological model that they have is George Lemaitre model.
Significant contributor to this paradigm, yes.
A Catholic priest.
That's more so of the cosmogenic aspect of this paradigm. Cosmogony, the study of the origin of the cosmos.
Yeah. And it was funny to hear that guy, the Catholic guy, saying he's an atheist while he still believes in this cosmological paradigm, like the Big Bang, universe, galaxies, whatever.
Very ironic, yes. Very ironic.
Yeah.
Putting down one religion for another, for a space religion.
Yeah.
You know, when you examine the scientific
from the Catholic Church.
Yeah. When you examine the scientific worldview, the very beginning of their cosmology comes from theists. The multi-billion year eons of the cosmos comes from theists, primarily, namely, a kind of Hindu view of the cosmos. You know, most of them are theists. Okay. Yeah. And even this idea that we live on a humongous ball flying around in a cosmic vacuum, that's been called cosmic pluralism by scholars, which was very popularized by Greeks, who are still theists, even if they reject the common polytheism of their day. Then you have all these other ideas on top of that. But those basic things that I just said right there, they all came from theists.
Let me add to that.
So but atheists think that they all arrived at these conclusions independent of theists.
There's also the naturalistic point of view that everything came about from a natural, means, right? Natural selection, evolution, Big Bang cosmology, all this is
How can I forget that?
Yeah, all this is like a Kabbalah thing, which is like Jewish mysticism.
Which is just a bootleg rendition of Babylonian philosophy, right?
Sorry, the particle physicists have said before that it's remarkable how their belief system lines up with the Kabbalah.
Yeah, Kabbalah
I don't know.
Religion.
With Larry's mention of evolution, not just concerning life, but really just concerning the entire cosmos, again from theists. Right, these mystery religion, esoteric occultists, including the Kabbalah.
Yeah, if anyone wants a good video to watch on this, I think the documentary is called Heliosorcery. It's like an hour and a half long documentary a guy did talking about the Kabbalah and Hermeticism and how similar concepts like gravity are to these occult Hermetic ideas and philosophies back in the day, but with a new packaging. Which is interesting. Definitely a lot of parallels.
We can't forget this either, Cyclone. We have to mention this also. This idea, where you were just talking about it earlier, this presumption that we can know everything and everything operates according to these laws and humans can master all these laws eventually. That's Hermeticism. You see, when you study the history of so-called science, which has been recently relabeled, people don't know this. What is called science is really just natural philosophy. It's just the study of the physical world, the physical particulars. That's all it is. It's empirical inquiry about the concrete particulars. That's it. And so these people, the further back in time you go, especially during the so-called Renaissance and Enlightenment, especially during the Renaissance, they were going back to the sources, right? So-called ad fontes, so-called humanism, meaning to the source. They were very enthusiastic about ancient occult doctrines, about the ancient antiquated philosophies. Hermeticism, like I just mentioned, all this evolution talk, etc., etc.
Evolution. You can't spell evolution without evil.
All right, who's got a question?
Be peaceful. I was just saying goodbye. Be peaceful.
Take care, buddy.
I got a question. If dark matter doesn't exist, and that means gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, then we would be right in the middle of a paradigm shift right now. Like, we would be at the point to where we're having to modify Newtonian gravity, right? I think that's called MOND, by the way. Trying to make it work because Einstein wouldn't work. Einstein's gravity is not working, right? Oh, but there is, right, modified Newtonian dynamics, right? And you can look it up. You could see that the scientists are actively working on a replacement for not Newtonian, but Einsteinian gravity, right? And they're trying to make it work because it's not working. And I'll post a video, which I doubt any of you are probably going to want to watch because it's going to kind of destroy your paradigm. Because if dark matter isn't there, right, the matter that makes up 80% of the universe, allegedly, then gravity doesn't work. Like, not by a little, like by a lot. By a whole lot. It's you know, kind of sad, actually. And I'm going to post a video. Professor Krupa is going to lay it out plainly how they discovered that dark matter was falsified with a certainty above 5 sigma. Now, if you don't know what that means like 99.9999% certainty that it's done. Like, that's, you know, the certainty of an apple falling off a tree. Like, it's going to fall off the tree, like, all the time. No one's ever going to witness it not falling off the tree, but it can't be proven true that apples don't fall off the tree. So it's not like it's settled science that apples fall off the tree. So I'm going to post a video. Do with it what you will.
No, the word gravity.
Are you team flat or team globe?
Who is that directed to?
You.
Yeah, I'm team flat.
Team flat, gang. We in this.
So I'm just going to post a video real quick.
People think like, oh, dude, you guys just want to belong to a group. You just want to do this. To me, an analogy or metaphor I can put with it is essentially it's like, all right, somebody's like, man, I'm hungry. What's in the fridge? It's like, oh, we got bread, sausage, eggs. And it's like, nah, dude, we don't got that. It's like, no, dude, I'm trying to help. I'm trying to let you know what's going on. I don't want to be right. I'm just trying to let you know what it is. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm reporting. This is what this guy is saying. And if you look up his Wikipedia, he's no slouch. Like, this dude is a go-getter. Like, he's a specialist in his field. So in 2015, when I said that dark matter was bullshit, you know, everybody laughed at me, right? And that's fine. I'm just an idiot on the internet. But what you can't do is then laugh at this guy. And it's not just him. He's not the only one that's saying this. Obviously, there's others, right? This whole cosmological constant crisis, Einstein himself said it was his largest blunder. His own, you know, equation, his own theory. Right there, baked right into it, this cosmological constant. And then when you search, you know, cosmology in crisis or cosmological constant problem, it's not hidden. It's just, if people are, you know, enjoying their breads and circuses, they're not going to look. And all I'm doing is pointing it out, going, this is what the specialists in their field are saying. And we're right in the middle of a Kuhn cycle paradigm shift. That's all I'm saying.
Part of me believes, like, every time whatever civilization figures out that we are inside of some sort of encapsulated thing, they reset us. So, like, I kind of don't want to spread that, but I feel like that's what's going to happen. Like, I guarantee you in like 50 years or something like that, hopefully, you know how like memes come out where it's like really simple, but like it just like flips the paradigm. Some zoomer in like 50 years is going to put out like a simple fucking meme, and it's going to pretty much awaken everybody to like the earth is flat. Like, we have memes now about it, but it's kind of like but it's something's going to come out and it's going to be like, holy shit. And it's going to be like, dude, the earth is fucking flat. Like, everybody's going to, it's just like when 9/11 happened, everybody's like, dude, no, dude, it was Saudi Arabia. It was legit, the plane. But now we're all like, dude, that's bullshit. It's like right now, it's like, oh, dude, flat earth, dude? Nah, dude, that's bullshit. You look at the equations and look at the tests. But like in 50 years, it's going to be like, I can't believe people actually believed we lived on what they said we lived on.
I disagree. I mean, the reason why is because all the other, like the 9/11, there's a reason why you might like. There's actually a good reason why you might want to fake that. Same with the moon landing and all these other conspiracies. I cannot for the life of me understand why they like the reasoning why the entirety of the earth, like all the countries that hate each other, would all be in on a conspiracy for the earth to be flat. I can understand.
No one's talking about conspiracy theory. That's the part you.
Well, no, but he like the point he's making, like it doesn't make sense. Like on that aspect, because like he was talking about 9/11. Like I can understand some conspiracies; they all have some legitimacy behind them in terms of like why they could be true. But the flat Earth for me, it doesn't make sense in the sense like if you're saying that there's a conspiracy there, we're not talking about that.
What conspiracy are you talking about? Who?
Well, we're saying the reasoning behind why. So because if it is flat, right, there is a conspiracy, right? If it is
by
flat,
who? Conspiracy by who?
By the government, right?
So before you go off down on this one, just before
but
who is the government?
Quickly before you go off down on this, just think about it honestly. Would your ability or inability to understand why people or some people might lie about this, would that change the fact that the horizon isn't being observed where they said it is?
No, I see that's exactly. I did not want to get into the art. I just want. I get what you're saying, but
look at the evidence,
fair enough.
And the evidence says something. We can speculate on their motives, but we're interested in the evidence, and the evidence is saying someone's lied. Right? We're not saying who. We're not saying everyone. We're not even saying a majority of people. At some point, this idea has been perpetuated incorrectly, regardless of who's to blame or for what reason. That's what we're interested in. Although I understand your desire to want that information. Now, we could give you a bunch of speculation and ideas as to why people would lie, which is pretty self-explanatory if you ask me. But
really, but, I mean, we disagree on the whole premise for sure. But
NASA makes $60 million a day off this, right? Do you think some people would lie for?
Okay, you're saying like NASA or all the space programs are fake.
One example, one.
I get it. Yeah, that's
way deeper
not,
than that.
Yeah.
That's just one very easy motivation that you could consider.
That would make sense if we had learned nothing from space exploration, which we have, like that are applicable on Earth. So, like that's also.
What have you learned?
I mean, we have fusion came from our exploration of of the sun, like the fusion energy, the atoms that we have, like the nuclear bombs that we dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So, I mean, that's not really a good example, but sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but that's nothing in your life. You're not doing fusion. You're not.
I'm not. Of course, I grant you this. I did earlier. Like, I'll grant you that point the whole time.
99% of us are seeing no benefit to these images and stories.
So I mean, it's applicable in the sense, like nuclear energy exists, right? And that's. I mean, you could say that I've not done it myself. Okay, so I've not been in.
Sasha, hold on, hold on.
This is such a bad argument, though. Like, I don't like when you guys, because you've been really good faith with me today.
It's not an argument.
So if I say that nuclear fusion exists, can you not do the very easy thing, which is like, well, have you done it yourself? This is not a good way to answer my question, right? Because
no. But your argument is hinging on something which, let's be honest, is not something that you do or understand enough in a way to be able to say this is because of space flight or Earth being a globe. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist, right? But the link to the cosmology is not accurate, right? These are all Earth-based technologies. People do make this argument.
You cut off there.
Yeah, bro, you did. Monorail, do you want to hear what my theory is on the reason why would they lie? It comes down to like resources, right? And power. It's like there might be more land, there might be more resources. That makes sense to me.
But why are they cutting funding to like NASA and all these programs are getting like it's now privatized because they didn't want to put any funding in it? Like Elon Musk started that's a private company that has no funding. That's doing satellites and all that. So how would I understand when you're saying like the government has like the NASA program. There was hundreds of millions or even billions being put into that when it comes to like the Cold War. That makes sense. But why?
Mother is?
Can you calm down, please?
Do you know who do you know who is the mother of Elon Musk?
Sasha, we're going to one topic to the full conclusion. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I know his mother. Yes, she's
worry
also.
about it. Just stay focused.
Even there, let's stay focused on that. Yeah, I would agree with you there. Yeah, that's a potential. You're making a point there. That's a potential reason why they would fake it, right? Because they want funding, and that honestly, I'm not entirely sure that we went. I think we went on the moon, but I would not be surprised if we faked it, because there was a lot of incentive for us to fake that. For example,
Maya Musk mingle with all the CIA generals.
Sure.
Yeah. Sure.
I mean, I don't know that for sure, but
you're saying
I'll say sure. Just
those generals, they took care of her son.
Sorry, what did you say?
Those generals, the CIA generals, they took care of her son, Elon Musk.
Okay. In what way? You're saying the CIA made Elon Musk the richest person on earth.
Listen, they forced, MIT to actually welcome this child with disabilities to study in that school.
I mean, you can listen to Elon Musk like talk, like he's a smart guy. Of course, I'm not saying like he's not the smartest guy.
He's not.
But
no, he's not. He's only capable to memorize shit and then spit it out. But he has no shit clue what to do with it.
Okay. Well, see, I have an issue with the premise that everything is. I have an issue with that premise. With the idea that I'm not saying this one specifically, but everything is a conspiracy is not a good way to like. So if I say Elon Musk has like a space program
by the military complex. Tesla was funded by the military complex, the U.S. military complex.
Well, part of it was because the U.S. didn't have their own programs. So yes, but that's not a conspiracy there. That's because Elon Musk was able to produce cheaper rockets than the U.S.
It's a private company. He made this company, and he had no help. He had no favor. He was favored by nobody. But you are actually lying because you don't know his life, who he dealt with, who he did business with. You have no idea.
I mean, I do. I have a good idea of what Elon Musk did in his life. Yes, I do know.
All right. Well, let's move on from Elon Musk because that's not proven anything one way or the
moving
other.
on here.
Fair enough.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, if I could just get in for a second, there's this game called the Werewolf Game, right? It was invented by a psychologist in Russia, and basically,
PhD.
if two people have knowledge that the rest of the community doesn't, they're going to win most of the time, right?
Yep.
So if you can get people to believe that, men can give birth and 9/11 happened from a guy in a cave and we live on a ball spinning through space, then they're going to believe anything. Like they're literally going to accept anything that you give them because they've already accepted the most crazy things. And if we know that knowledge is power when you apply it, right? Because you have to apply it. You can't just know it and sit on your couch and do nothing, right? Like the Grinch. I solved world hunger, tell nobody. Right? So what you do is you have to apply the knowledge and then you have a power differential. But at the same time, if you're applying that knowledge and gaslighting everyone else, then you're the werewolf. The rich eat the poor type thing. But I'm not talking about money, right? I'm talking about applied knowledge. And if you can't see that there is a power differential in the world right now, well, where is it coming from? Why are these so few men so elite and rich and powerful over everyone else when nature provides an exuberant amount of abundance just with seeds? Just seeds alone. Abundance. So how is there this differential without the werewolves and vampires among us? Thanks.
Still hasn't talked about what conspiracy theory you're talking about.
They're going to say it's like a multifaceted like hierarchical decompartmentalized system, and there's like agencies and agencies that know nothing about each other, and that's quite true. Black budget or whatever, like technologies, it's probably all something to do with it. The reason for the deception, some kind of energy, some kind of way of like harnessing it or inducing it or transporting it or something. Or they could just have an island of unicorns. Who knows? You know, the reason why all the governments are working together, resources or unicorns, pretty close.
There has to be a reason for the deception, because you notice how, okay, we may not all agree on everything, but you notice how each of us has like a very specific analytical observation on what's really going on. If we actually could figure out what's really going on, then just this room alone with 20 of us would spread immense amount of knowledge. So the fact that we have the internet and shit where we can just like analyze and have all this knowledge, but we're also like willing to be aware of what's really going on, they have to throw in some distraction shit because they don't want us to collectively understand what's really going on. Like the people in power don't want to be like, all right, let me tell all the lower class people exactly what I know. Like, I don't think that would benefit them.
Yeah, it was illegal to educate the slaves all the way back in Roman times. And I believe that, you know, the Roman Empire is still in control. And it isn't just Rome. I think it's a few other.
Oh yeah, let's go Rome, baby. I love it.
Yeah, it's a few other states as well. Maybe Rome, Israel, Saudi Arabia.
Well, it's the Caesars, right? It's the Caesars.
So is the Earth flat?
Yo, can I get unmuted from the chat, please, Larry?
I don't think you can.
Apologize.
No, you can't.
I don't have any control over that.
I thought you were
No, you have to rank up. You're only rank 2 to get the.
I thought I had permission. You got it. No worries.
Yo, can we debate about flat Earth, please?
Yeah. So back to the Earth being flat. So if the Earth is flat, then it would present itself as flat, and anybody would be able to go outside and test it. The same with the globe. They told us that the boats go over the horizon. So what we're trying to do is to brainwash you into thinking for yourself and going outside and checking things out. So we want you to go outside, see if it's flat, see how far you can see, make some observations, distance observations on a calm, clear day, preferably not during the heat of the summer, and see what you can see. And then, use the Earth curve calculator, and they're going to tell you that there's all this refraction going on. So what they mean by that, and I want to put it in plain English so that everybody can understand, is that the Earth looks flat because of refraction. So the light is bending down around the curvature of the Earth at the same curvature rate as the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared, making it look flat. But if you talk to these anti-flat earthers, they'll tell you that, you don't have to do experimental science, right? They have observational science is what they call it, right? But you can't trust your eyes when you go outside and it looks flat. So obviously this is a dichotomy, right? Like, I'm sorry, not a dichotomy, I misspoke. It's what's the word I'm looking for? It's a contradiction, right? It can't work. Like, there's no way that can work. So either we believe our eyes or we don't. And the horizon moves around. Sometimes it's in front of the oil rig, sometimes it's behind the oil rigs. Well, that's based on optical phenomenon, right? So if that's the claim that you can't see the actual curvature of the Earth because of refraction, then the only way that you would be able to see the curvature from Earth is from space, according to Professor Dave, a famous YouTuber, influencer guy, right? So if you can't see it from the ground, according to him and others, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, then you can never see the actual curvature of the Earth, because, let's face it, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos didn't even go to space. So if the so-called richest men in the world on paper, they're actually not the richest, by the way, ask a Saudi prince, then if they can't see the curvature of the Earth, then that means nobody can see it but the government. So
you know what? I feel like you can see the curve of the Earth, like, just by using logic. By looking at the moon. The moon is a circle. The moon is a sphere, bro. The sun is a sphere. So I think it would just make sense to assume the same for the
Uh,
Earth.
well, what about a
How did
football?
you
Like an
verify?
American football, it's a ball, right?
If you
And
throw it in the
baseballs are
air,
spheres, soccer balls are spheres, tennis balls, golf balls. But the
you know what I'm
American
saying?
pigskin, is it a sphere?
What the fuck? I don't even know what that is.
It's
But
not logic, right? That's not logical to say that it must be a sphere
I mean,
because all the other balls are spheres.
but everything else in the observable, like in space, when you look through a telescope, everything appears to be spherical, appears to be a
Yeah, but
circle.
is everything that you see that appears to be spherical, is it spherical?
Yes. Look
No,
through the
it's
human
not.
eye.
That's
No
not
shit.
true. That's not true, man.
What's not true? The moon is a circle, bro.
The moon is a circle, yeah, and other planets and all other trillions stars, they are not spherical. They're
They look
changing
circles.
shape.
They look like circles.
No, they are not looks like it. They're changing the shape. They're not even near circle.
Who told you this information?
Who told me this information? The people who observe the stars every day.
Hey, Bleak, should I steal man their idea, right? So, like, you think planets exist because there's planets out there and stuff, and everything's a sphere because we can see
Do I
it up
think
there.
planets exist?
Yeah. I'm not
Planets
asking the
do
question.
exist.
I mean, yeah, I'm just saying I'm getting your side of it, right? So then, as like a steel man to the flat Earth term would be like a galaxy kind of flattens out. Like the universe is said to be flat, and like there's a lot of flat things in the sky as well.
Like what?
Like we're currently in a galaxy that is flattening out.
What do you mean?
It's just that they're not. Well, it's like it's got an equatorial plane and it's flattening out, and this spiral galaxy is like
flattening out
from above. Pardon?
Yeah, but what can you see? Like, if you just think about it logically, right? You know, if you believe in gravity, you know, it's orbit and shit like that. Shit can only really work providing that it's like a center point and everything else revolves around it. You know, different planets have different gravitational
Well, it looks like that.
energies.
Oh, that's not actually true. According to Einstein, all motion is relative, and that classical relativity goes way back, way before Einstein. So if all motion is relative, then if you believe in this paradigm, then it would actually be incorrect to teach the children that the sun goes around the earth or the earth goes around the sun, because all motion is relative. So if you have a standard heliocentric model in a computer, you model everything out, and you got the camera over the sun and you're looking down and you see the orbits. If you changed only the code that places the camera over the sun and move it to the earth, all the rest of the code is identical. It does not change. So to even say that the earth goes around the sun in your worldview is a bold-faced lie, because you can't say that.
Like an orbit? You just don't believe in orbit?
No, I didn't say I don't believe in orbit. If that's what you got from what I said, maybe I should say it differently. All motion is relative. So you can't say that the sun is the center, because that's not your model.
It's the center of our
right?
solar system, yes.
Okay, that's not your model.
What do you mean? So it's like the sun.
There's infinite reference frames
planets around
according to your own cosmology. So that means you could make the Earth a reference frame, and now the Earth is the center of the universe.
I didn't say that, bro. No one's saying that.
I know you didn't say it. That's why it came out of my mouth.
You're saying that I can't say that the sun is the center because motion is relative.
Yeah, all motion is relative.
You wouldn't be able to tell what is moving. You won't know which plane of reference you are on or whatever, which one is moving.
Well, the sun is also moving. Everything is moving constantly.
Exactly. So like the term
but
is
the
even
sun
Einstein.
has a gravitational pull, and we are forced. Like we're literally rotating around the sun 365 days in a year. That's how long it takes for the Earth to travel around the sun.
That's what you believe, right? But in actuality, in your model, we're not orbiting the sun. We're orbiting the center of mass in between the Earth and the sun. So it's not actually the sun that we're orbiting. It's the center of gravity in your model.
Which comes from the sun. Gravity only exists. Well, actually, I'm not a scientist, so I don't know anything really. But
isn't it called the Berry Center or something like that?
It's my very basic, middle school level of,
I've not heard of that. To be honest, with the mass of the sun, I think it is just the sun. You know, maybe with other bodies, but
it's like the main one. It's got gravitational pull. Like, you know,
it made the sun so big and so
Well,
fast. It had to work.
University Professor Mikio Kaku said that gravity doesn't pull, and he's admitting that they lied to us, the teachers, the physicists, about gravity pulling us, and he's saying that gravity is actually pushing us.
Wow. Why would they lie?
Right? Why would they?
Well, ask him.
Who's they as well?
The hierarchy enslaving you.
He's a New York City University teacher. He's a very famous teacher.
Right, so I posted the thing about the Berry Center. So now you know that even in the heliocentric model, the Earth doesn't orbit the sun.
So who's actually a flat earther? Like, who actually believes in the heart that the Earth is flat? Yeah.
We don't believe the Earth is flat. Vast majority of us have done tests, verified if it's flat or sphere.
So you believe it's flat?
And no, I don't believe. I verified. So for me, it's knowledge.
Is based off you verifying. So
Bleak, they do believe it's flat, but they don't like that word.
Yeah, scientific method is not a belief system. It doesn't work with belief system. Only religions, natural science.
You're a scientist.
Physics, chemistry, yeah, but I am also a scientist.
Okay, so like, what do they gain from lying to us about the Earth being round?
Just a second. Just because motion is relative doesn't mean you can't tell the absolute positions. Imagine if all the planets and the sun were stationary. Then
yes.
Imagine if they were stationary.
So you're telling me that general relativity and classical relativity is incorrect?
No, I'm saying if they were stationary, you would still be able to tell which of the objects are where and where the positions of the objects, like which is in the center of the of the solar system, which is not, which object is far away from the center and how far it is.
I understand,
etc.
How would you tell that?
It doesn't need
angles.
Sorry,
you're talking parallax and angles to it, elevation angles. And if you're on like a surface of the Earth, you'll be able to figure out which one is closer to you. You are right.
No. I'm not directly implying that if you were on the center of the Earth or not. But what I'm saying.
Sorry, my friend. Yeah. How would you tell what's the center of the solar system?
How would you tell what's the center of the solar system?
Yeah, because you said if everything was standing still and nothing was moving, how would you tell what's the center?
Well, in your model where you said, you're in this simulator or a game where you're zooming out the camera, right? You could zoom it out sufficiently and place it, let's say, as like a bird's eye view of the solar system and figure out what the center is. So there you go.
So that's a model.
My point,
right? Go ahead,
I'm just saying it doesn't have to be in motion for you to tell it. If you're inside one of these objects, let's say you're inside the Earth, you're on the Earth, and then you need to tell it.
Like
obviously,
when
you would need
when you're burying the dead. So when you're 2 meters below ground, what sky can you see when you're covered with the Earth?
Right. Like that's a separate, whether you consider the atmosphere and all that, that's fine. But if you're on the Earth, the surface of the Earth, right, then you would need some different techniques to figure out.
Let's ignore this.
So that's not quite right. That just because it's relative motion, you can't.
Well, you're disagreeing based on philosophy. If you can provide any science that backs up what you're claiming, like I can prove that water boils with low gas pressure and high heat, right? So that's what holds the oceans down. I can scientifically demonstrate that to you. If you can scientifically demonstrate that the Earth is in the center of, what you call the solar system, that'd be great.
Sure.
I guess it's similar to how they used to look at the universe cosmology not too long ago, when it was like the heliocentric model and the sun's in the center of the universe. They didn't know any other motion. They thought the sun was stationary, and they worked everything from that. And then with some more like distance or whatever they saw, they noticed other movements that didn't work out that way. So it seemed that the sun was going around something else. Just frames of reference. So we can say the sun's still. That's like our hour hand, and that's why we work our day off it, because we put it still, in the sky. Works off that rotation. Or it could work off just going round once. Either way.
Yeah, so to the thing I was talking about earlier about going outside, checking for yourself. Anybody can do this on a large body of water to eliminate topography, right? When water's at rest, there should be no topography. You can do this outside, and you're going to find out the same thing that the flat earthers have been saying for years, is that we can see too far. And then you have to decide for yourself, is this refraction thing just like an explanation as to why it looks flat? Is it like just an excuse, right? Like, oh, I was late today because, my flat tire and I got pulled over. Well, that's just like an excuse. The fact is that you're late, right? And you can't do that. Well, the fact is that we can see too far. And on a globe, you can't do that. I don't care what your excuse is, unless you can demonstrate something with a scientific method or measure something out, and it's, something you can observe, then it's just a cool story. Like, my flat tire, the cop pulled me over. Refraction. Actually, that's not how the real world works.
What is your objection to refraction?
So I believe in Snell's law. That's a real thing. I got glasses, right? So I know that Snell's law is a real thing. My objection is that how is the light bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, the same curvature rate as the Earth? What is the mechanism for that, considering that if I'm 1 foot above the surface of the ocean and I'm looking at objects that are 1 foot above the surface of the ocean, the density tower is over my head. So there's no change in density for the light to bend through. And if I'm looking directly at it, it's like looking at the fish on the side of the perfectly flat glass. That's a really good representation of the fish. But what you're talking about is if you look at the corner of the fish tank and you see 2 fish, like a mirage, right? That's not happening in reality. Well, sometimes it does. But it's not the light bending down around the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared. That's the part that you're just making up. You can't prove that. The only thing that you can prove is that you can see something that should be behind a 66-foot hill of water or obstructed by the ocean, however you want to say it. So it's just a cool story. It's just an excuse.
You're saying there's not enough of a change in the medium or the densities, basically, when you're looking across, what's it called, the sea, right? The ocean on a beach.
Right.
For it to be refracting.
Well, it's going to have turbulence, right? Like heat waves. Like imagine if you're mowing the yard, or your wife is mowing the yard, and you're grilling outside, and your wife is kind of wavy when she's behind the grill. But it's not going to allow you to see over the fence and see your neighbor's wife mowing the yard. That's crazy.
Across longer distances, the light bends enough because of the temperature differences.
That's just what you're saying. How do you prove it?
How do you prove it?
Yeah, how do I verify? Because if I say that I'm 6'3", 350 pounds, and I have 10 toes, I would have to present my body to prove it, right? So can you present the body? Habeas corpus, bro. Show me the body of evidence.
Is there a flat Earth model that explains everything we see in the sky, including eclipses?
So you're addicted to a model, right? So you're model afflicted. You're asking for a model. It doesn't matter what your model says. If it doesn't comport with reality, then your model doesn't work. So
Right,
you
you need
guys
a model
don't have a model.
that works with everything we see.
Can I just finish? You guys don't have a model that comports to everything that you see. You guys had to invent 96% of the universe being dark matter and dark energy, and yet you have the audacity to come in here and demand a working model.
That's
Do you see the problem?
That's not true. The model that we have does explain everything we can actually predict eclipses and other things in the sky.
No, you cannot
accurately.
predict eclipses.
How can you not
Eclipses are not
predict
a
it?
prediction; they are
Why can't you?
post-diction.
My point being that there currently, from my understanding, is no flat Earth model that can predict eclipses.
Eclipses are not a prediction; they are post-dictions.
What?
Well, then how do we know when they're going to happen and exactly where they're going to happen?
The Mayan
They
wasn't
You
are
can predict them like months
repeatable.
ahead of time and stuff. Sometimes years ahead of time.
They are observed repeatable cycles. Yeah, at
just like
certain
the Mayans.
intervals.
They don't exactly happen like
The
2 years
Mayans,
apart.
They are exactly.
the Mayan didn't use a globe model to predict or post-dict the eclipses and those things.
My only issue
those
is that
guys are like thousands of years old. I don't think they were like had the most
See, the thing
technologically
is,
advanced information.
the thing is, you could. There was epicycles, right? Before we figured out, okay, like there's planets revolving around the sun, if you want to believe that, revolving around the sun in these very defined structures. And before that, there were these epicycles, and the epicycle model could predict some behavior, but then the heliocentric one was far better. So
No.
You'd think at this point that
We
there'd
are
be a
still
model that would
using.
actually predict it.
Listen, to tell when we tell when an eclipse takes place, we are still using the Saros cycles, ancient Babylonian celestial cosmology.
No, bro.
Yeah, we use
No,
Saros
bro.
cycles. Yes.
No, if you go to like a website like AccuWeather
NASA is using Saros
or
cycles.
NASA, they use heliocentric models.
Okay, show me a citation for that.
That's where we'll leave it right there. Show the citation or you're done. Okay, this is enough of this bloviating bullshit.
You seriously don't think that NASA uses a heliocentric model? You have to look that up.
No,
show me
Shackle,
a
listen.
website.
Yeah, get. Let me tap in for real quick. See, the thing is that if you're going to make a claim and you're going to plant your flag on this, therefore X, demonstrate it. Show a citation. What are you talking about? What model? Where? Supposed to be people to read your mind and just know exactly what you mean by these different words. Just post it. Show, then tell. This is a skill that was mastered. You should have mastered in kindergarten. Show and tell. Not tell and never show. We're calling your bluff. If you're right, you're holding a royal flush and I got to draw 4 Uno card. I predict using the flat Earth model, there will be no citation. There'll be no model posted. There'll be nothing demonstrated here. All it was deflection to get you to talk about anything other than the surface of the Earth as your only proof of the surface of the Earth. And you're going to be holding nothing.
I'm just wondering if there's a model that can predict eclipses.
Yeah, Saros cycles.
You what?
It's not a prediction, it's post-diction. Do you know the difference between a prediction and post-diction?
I think they wouldn't use a different one. They'd just use the same one they're using now, right?
What you're saying
whatever
is
model
like
they have is, if it works, it works, right?
What you're saying is like when you wake up in the morning, you hear the rooster singing, so you wake up and you go out to the window and you see it's morning, sun rising. Yeah. And every time you hear the rooster, therefore morning.
Yeah. Just create a cycle from that. Write it down, work it out, pass it on. Doesn't need the shape of the earth to figure out cycles. That's it. The ancestors didn't need to understand that for plane of reference. You literally work out it as a plane and work out the stars as cycles around the observer. That's how astrology works. And navigation and whatever. It's just all a bit of stars, right?
Oh, are you knowledgeable
Let's see if he
in
got it. Let's see if he.
sextant navigation?
Yeah, wait, hold on. Let's see if he got the first part. Did he get it? Shackle, did you get it or not?
What? In the chat?
No, what was just okay. Two people told you somewhat of the very similar things. Did they talk to a brick wall, or did you hear anything that was just told to you?
I was reading something. I did not hear that.
Yeah.
If you'd like to repeat it, that'd be cool.
I just invite you to go back and listen to the live stream then.
You can't. You can't repeat it? All right. Anyways, I for one just want to find a mom.
We got any good questions from anyone?
Yeah, I booted him. He just reset. Just reset in real time. Didn't listen. Didn't pay attention. Didn't even bother to go back and listen to the live stream. Went right back to I want a model. Yeah, dude.
I think he's
just
trolling,
get the fuck
to be
out.
honest with you.
I'm reading on my computer.
It was. I'm pretty sure it was Mr. Giggles. I'm like 80% sure that was Giggles.
Well, was it entertaining? Just carry on.
No, Mr. Giggles is a character who's been hovering around Flat Earth since the beginning. He used to pretend that he's like on the short list to become an astronaut. Claims he works for NASA. Never heard of the Saros cycle. Didn't even know that NASA was part of the executive branch of the government. Thought that NASA wasn't even government. It was just a civilian organization funded by government. It was completely stumped that how NASA would then, is the Congress submits a director who then takes an oath, as a public civil servant. Like all this stuff is like you cannot be on the short list to become an astronaut and not know anything about NASA.
A little bit about astronomy. A little bit would be good, wouldn't it?
Or just knowing that if you go to nasa.gov, that's actually a .gov website. Like that should be step one. Like you filtering through all the people, right? All the people in the world who are on the short list to become astronauts. They ask them, is government, is NASA, is it, how about this? Is a .gov website a government website or not a government website? And they say, oh, it's not. Then they're done. Their goose is cooked. They are disqualified. You don't even know where to file your, for your pay. Where your direct deposit is supposed to go. At that point, it's like who did you give your direct deposit bank information to? Not a government organization. Well, there's no way they're going to give you. How are you gonna get paid, homie?
I don't know. We can just understand we wasted our breath a little bit, but maybe someone heard it.
Yeah, let's move on. There must be some other movies in here. New people with questions. Shout them out.
Did the Freakazoid dude put his citation in there yet? Dave Expert, or whatever he's going by. No. Okay, wait. What's wrong with me? Okay, that's a DQ right there. That is not a model. Okay, that is a disqualification right there. That is not a model that NASA cites as heliocentric. So it's a disqualification. Okay, I'll give you 2 more shots, unless the next one is just a repeat. If you reset, okay, that's the second DQ. Yeah, it's not me who won't let people talk. Inside your worldview, you want this channel deleted and all the people banned from the server. You're the one who doesn't want people to talk, and now you're just filling the airwaves and text chat with complete nonsense. Okay, show and tell. This is your job right now. Okay, Gippy Git called your bluff. It's time to show. All right, let's strike 3. Better luck next model.
Yeah, and for people who think we're heavy-handed with some of these guys, you need to understand the context. These guys that are treated like this have been on the channel for months and also going to the server owners asking for us to be taken down and removed from the server for spreading misinformation, quote-unquote, whilst complaining that we don't let them speak. So the irony of it, they're trying to get the channel shut down so no one can speak, but they want to be able to speak, and if they can't speak, it's suppression of speech. Just ridiculous.
If they want a channel, where only they can speak, they should probably start their own channel where they can speak.
Yeah, they do. Every few weeks they try and make a global channel, but only like 2 people join, so that it gets shut down quick.
And while I'm in between calls here, let me just say good morning to everybody that's on our flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. And hello to even the people that think you're on a spinning water ball.
Yeah, what's up, Wav? We need to get Wav to do some public service announcements for us, some
Right.
recorded thing.
You got a
You
great
got that
voice.
radio voice.
Well, I'd be happy to do that. I've actually made a few for the other channel on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, that's
where
right.
I
That's maybe what made
recognise
me
you
think
from.
about it.
It's you.
That's me.
There you go, Wav. You're meeting your fans. Yeah, we should get some to play here. Hope you're doing well.
You got a boss Don LaFontaine kind of voice, you know. You do some nice. I'm sure you found work or something, man, with that voice.
Well, it just so happens that we have both made commercials for some of the same radio stations, Don LaFontaine and myself.
Wow.
I actually
There
have
you
some
go.
recordings of some of the ones that he did for one of my friends. But thank you very much for putting me in that category. I wouldn't assume myself to
sir.
be in that same category. I think I'll blame it all on the microphone. A good quality microphone does it every
Yeah, I
time.
was going to say it's probably a good mic. You know, be a bit modest.
Well, let me just say that I have a face made for radio.
Right.
Nice.
And time to go back.
Does anyone have any evidence that we're going around the sun? Don't all go crazy at once. Oh, interesting.
Did you guys see Peter's representation there last night?
Yeah,
Missed it.
antimatter. He invented like published like or posted something about Star Trek.
I missed it. What did he present?
He had gas, and it was being manipulated by an electromagnetic field with static, and he tried to show it going down.
Antimatter gas.
Yeah, anti-hydrogen.
This in a container.
No,
Okay.
he was
What was
using
the setup?
the electric magnetic field to contain the gas.
Antimatter.
Sorry, antimatter.
So what? He got it on YouTube or something?
He posted a bunch of papers.
The demonstration.
Yeah, he had citations. I don't know if anybody's got them.
You're claiming that it's not gravity; it's an electromagnetic attraction that's keeping down the air. Is that it?
Well, they released the field, and when they released the field, 80% of the gas went down and 20 went up, or something along those lines.
Antimatter.
Sorry, Amish. I'm just checking my history here, see if I can pull up the paper.
Well, I won't be able to look at it anyway till later because I'm driving, but I'll check it out. Sounds like the usual non-analogous type of demonstration what they would go for.
He also told us it's not his claim that gravity is having any effect on the gas. He said he didn't want to claim that because it can't actually be like demonstrated. You can't manipulate gravity. But then he made the conclusion that gas falls. So I just asked him, do things fall on the globe due to gravity? He said yes. But you can't prove that this is due to gravity? Yes. Okay, good try.
Well,
He's cooking. He's looking for the thing in his history. We will see that.
troll team strike again.
Well, it's a study where they use like anti-hydrogen. It's in a trap. It's like electromagnetically contained or whatever, like Subdued was talking about. They open it up from the top and bottom, and the antimatter is supposed to annihilate when it runs into normal matter. So they try to like record these annihilation events, and they say that they recorded more of them out the bottom than the top. And the results are mostly consistent with their expectations of gravity, is basically what it is. If you look at the chart, though, sometimes they're consistent. Like sometimes the trend looks like it's consistent with what they'd expect with no gravity, so it's not even like a perfect match, but I don't know.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty good summary because
Well,
you know
either
I was
way, it
talking
doesn't
about it
sound
with
very analogous to air on the Earth under Earth conditions. I guess I'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
but yeah, the assumption of gravity is actually built into that document. Pretty bad.
It is, and he said that too. And then he said, no physicist doesn't believe in gravity, and started appealing to their beliefs.
Poor guy.
He's mad.
I think they accounted for the curve when they were building CERN underground. Or that it's probably perfectly level. I don't know. Just making conversation.
You guys hear about that Starfleet Enterprise insignia they found on Mars?
No way.
Yeah.
Like
It's
the
full-
logo.
The logo, yeah.
Oh, come on.
Let me get it, yeah.
It's almost as bad as Pluto on Pluto.
That's what my take was too, yeah. Zany space news. Is that going to be like the theme for 2024? They ain't going to go nowhere. There ain't going to be launches or rockets or anything. You know, twice a week, just drop some zany space shit.
Yeah, I've said this before. It's when it's quiet, Google space news and read through a few stories. There's always gold in there. So yeah, Britt, please take it away. Give us some space news.
So here's a Forbes headline: "Was NASA delightful Star Trek emblem found on Mars?" Space.com: Star Trek on Mars. Curiosity rover spots Starfleet symbol. NASA's long-running Curiosity rover mission has just spotted a familiar shape to those Star Trek fans: the iconic delta-shaped emblem of Starfleet.
So what do they mean they saw this shape? Can you read out the article or something? Because I don't.
Yeah, I read the headline with the subtext. NASA's Curiosity rover embodiment of Star Trek phrase, "Live long and prosper." Because apparently it's 12 years now. That's another thing too. The Curiosity rover just keeps getting on the snooze button. It's like 12 years now, still running strong. When it was only supposed to last like 6 months or some shit.
Yeah, that's crazy. You can't even get a phone to work for 12 months. Just real good engineering. What?
I've known that phrase in ages.
So what do you mean they were seeing the Star Trek stuff? Sorry, Crypto.
I was just saying it made me belly laugh when you said real good engineering.
There you go. I made a GIF of it. If you look in text chat.
Driving. I can't look at the chat.
Oh yeah, mostly for I guess crypto. You'll see it. So if you want
it's
to
like a pareidolia, or they actually found like an emblem. What they say?
A pareidolia thing.
It's just such a retard's way of explaining like away all of the problems. It's just real good.
Yeah. Real good.
It's the kind of thing Britnat would say.
It's like plot armor.
It's Britnat, that is like something you would say, isn't it? He's pretending not to be hanging on every word.
Did AK admit to being a Glober at any point?
Not that I heard. But he was getting on at me in the text chat about the Black Swan, saying that could be a geometric horizon. But I'm not a Glober.
Yeah, he's definitely not a Glober. He just comes online to argue with flat earthers all day, every day, but definitely not a Glober.
It's like the Don Patet too. If you see the GIF when he says it's called really good engineering, like he's just trying to hold back. Like, dude, we know you farted. He's like, no, I did.
I can't believe some of the compilations that are about with Don Pettit and some of the other astronaut guys just sounded like a bunch of knuckleheads. Someone should play. If we can play audio to a thing, if we can do a Don Pettit compilation, that would make me laugh. What's that word that he says?
Yeah, you can see stars and planets.
Yeah, there's a word. Yeah, in that compilation, there's a word wrong. Which word is it? Tilt or something? Is that what he says? Something like that. I can't remember.
The one time they asked him, like, hey, so what are you going to be doing on the space station? The stuff you do, is it going to be any science? I'm an engineer and a science guy and living in space goes alongs. with science. Like, what the fuck was that answer? Like, what experiments are you going to do? What are you looking to find out? You're just going to live in space. It's like when Scott Kelly one time said he's going to go to the bathroom and perform some science.
A hell of a troll. I'll give him that. Man, where's Clay? He could play the clip. Someone ping Clay. Tell him he's needed. It's too funny. Golly.
I'm looking for a model of how to predict stars and shit. Okay, do you realize you're in the flat Earth room, right? Yeah. Okay, did you like misclick or something? Like, what's going on here? I figured you guys would have all kinds of explanations for sky magic. Why? Why would you think that? Gravity. Volcanoes.
I always like it when one of them comes with volcanoes. Because I always think, that's never one I would have thought of to go for. If I was going to come arguing them. I would never have went straight to volcanoes.
Yeah, that was like 3 weeks ago. This dude just kept saying volcano over and over again. What about volcanoes? What? Okay. Volcano and then what? And then core? What are you talking about here? You think volcanoes are like a direct like pipeline to the core of the earth? It's spitting out molten iron or some shit?
Yeah, because then they always go to, well, then where does lava come from?
Not from no core, dude.
So come on, there must be someone out here who believes in the globe, thinks we're crazy, that wants to ask a question. Really? I'm going to take that silence as agreement. We all agree the Earth is not a spinning, wobbling space ball. Right? Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth, everyone.
Yeah, Peter said the reason why there's no papers on gas being affected by gravity is because all the scientists already believe that it's true. They all know it to be true.
Well, as long as they all know it to be true, then, you know, that's my inquiry finished.
I know.
Yeah, as long as Peter from Discord says that that's the case, what everyone else thinks to be true, then that must be good enough.
Yeah, it's like you can't get 10 out of 10 dentists to agree that brushing your teeth daily improves your oral hygiene. But yet somehow they got 10 out of 10, physicists to agree gas is affected by gravity with nothing, with no demonstration, no experiment, no paper, no hypothesis. They just all got the secret handshake somehow when they finished, school.
There's no need to test it because they'll know. It seemed like he was searching for a while too to find some evidence. But just to come to that conclusion, man.
Well, hopefully, it kept him off the street for a while. You know, it was like someone else's problem for a couple days.
So kind of circular at the end. Then the entire premise of his argument relies on us just accepting as truth the premise of his argument based on what he claims all physicists know alone.
Pretty much.
Imagine going to a baseball game or like 30 baseball games and one team's batter gets up, misses, strikes out, then the next one gets up, misses, strikes out. And it just continues and continues and not one of them can hit the ball for like 30 games straight. That's what it's like listening to these debates and listening to the Globers try.
Coriolis.
Just an endless baseball game of strikeouts.
You can't play baseball if you don't know Coriolis.
Maybe that's why they keep missing. They're waiting for the guy to throw it, and they're like, right, I'm facing northwest. The rotation of the Earth is approximately 765, and then it's gone right past them.
Yeah.
Someone should make that skit. Globe Earth baseballer. He just never hits the ball.
Scott's trolling you in the chat, dude. Are you muted, Scott?
What's he saying? I'm driving. Scott, you'll have to cry on voice because I'm driving.
He pretty much called you an idiot.
Oh, wow. Compelling rebuttal. Earth must be a globe. Brain Lord Scott.
Oh yeah, so Scott's basically just crying and calling people names, which Scott doesn't seem to realise doesn't constitute an argument.
I'm surprised.
I think Globers must be incredibly stupid if they think that just insulting people every day at some point it constitutes an argument. At no point does it constitute an argument.
Yeah, Scott feels threatened when we make fun of the Globies. Upsets his morals.
He gets so triggered, Scott.
Think.
Yeah, Scott's been triggered for about 6 months.
Doing
I'm not sure he'll ever get over it.
Oh. So they are doing the same thing every day and expect different results.
It's totally like that too, because when they start asking their questions, they just rephrase it and rephrase it and rephrase the same question over and over.
Yeah, and those questions are supposed to be their proof somehow. We say, okay, well, what evidence have you got for a globe? Well, why do things fall down? Well, why do I see light in the sky? The question.
When they don't get the answer that they want, though, they just rephrase the question, like they reset, like he was saying.
Guy earlier said he could prove the globe by dropping a bag of pretzels.
That was amazing.
And he added Coriolis. Good stuff.
So apparently there's some rocks that were blocking the highway in California. So they decided to blow it up, blow the rocks up, and didn't realize that they also blew the highway up too. Good job. I mean, that's well done for you right there. That's like,
Okay, let me try and understand. Is there some kind of like landslide where some big boulders rolled into the road and then they tried to blow them up?
yeah, it was like kind of a partial, like a landslide that blocked 80% of the road.
Okay.
And then they decide like, hey, let's just blow it up. Let's blast the debris off the road. Now there's no road.
I'm sorry, but it's like totally American, dude.
But without government, who'd blow up the roads?
It's like, don't they like if you want to blow a rock up, they've demonstrated how to do this. You just drill a little hole into the rock, you tamp it, and then bang, it shatters the rock into pieces that you can pick up and carry away. But they decided somehow they're going to blow it up into the air, and then I guess the Earth was going to rotate underneath the rocks in the air and fall.
America. They got to use some dynamite, dude.
Yeah, these guys on YouTube can split these massive boulders just by hammering in a few chisels, so seems a bit overkill.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what the hell? You know, like.
I think I know who was behind that. Bullet. Oh dear.
Hopefully they can repair the road by spring.
Well, since the governments are the only ones that can build roads, apparently, I guess it's up to them if they want to blow them up.
It's always funny to read the comment section on this type of stories.
1.92.
Yeah, I just like any story where the government are fucking up the roads, because the main argument you always get when you're talking about the necessity of government is, who's going to build the roads? So whenever they're fucked up, I always find that funny.
Yeah, what about the roads? Like somehow like no one was able to build roads. It's like I've been to Europe. I've seen some old roads from Rome. Like a bridge, like in Portugal, like a little bridge still standing that people drive over to this day. It's like standing there for
the Appian Way.
Yeah, but somehow like the government can't even repair any. Like the same thing too. Like they got to pull people over because of safety, road safety. And you look at the roads, that ain't safe, dude. That ain't safe under any conditions. So why are you pulling people over, for a couple miles over the speed limit?
Yeah.
It's like Indiana is probably the worst roads ever. Like I drove through Indiana. I thought it was like I had got transported to like a third world war torn country. You'd have like a 3-lane freeway, and everyone had to shift over to one lane because 2 of the lanes just had this a massive pothole that you'd like your car would get stuck in if you went in it. You know, like this giant hole. And that was a tollway too, which is even more hilarious. It's like all these sinkholes too. Like you read stories about how many sinkholes are just appearing everywhere. Dude, you're pounding the underwater supplies like aquifers. You drain all the water out of an aquifer, and you can't figure out why, like a sinkhole just formed. Like it's just confusing. I don't understand why this 15-foot hole just appeared in my front yard. Well, dude, you had well water and you drained it dry, dug another well, drained it dry again, dug a third well, drained it dry again, and then bang, you got a 15-foot hole in your front yard. Here's a pretty funny story. According to some global survey, Americans are boring losers. Why, might you say? Because all the cars they buy are white, black, gray, or silver, accounting for 80% of the vehicles on the road. Don't they get it that it'd be nice to have a different color car, but as soon as you do that, the police officer only sees your car and they constantly pull you over. So you can't have a red car. You can't have a blue car or a gold car or whatever. You gotta have exactly the same color as everyone else and just make it invisible to the executive branch.
Scott Mackey bingo is pretty good.
Yeah, the funny part, I think that was done by globalists too. He got ran off Gems once, and then well, not really ran off. Like he rage quit because they wouldn't ban flat earthers. And he's like, "Fuck it, I'm out of here." Like the biggest crybaby, like in this whole debate. It's like, dude, it used to be like in the past when someone would cry, like a grown man would cry, you'd be like, holy shit, that's rough. That's tough. I can't help but just feel something, you know, like really tragic event. This guy cries all day, every day, nonstop, nonstop tears over anything, just really anything. We're sitting there just talking about the news, and he starts crying about Cyclone. Post a bingo thing instead of like taking this kind of like a joke or whatever. Starts crying about it.
Oh wow. Get any bets on that market? Okay.
Hot Mike Crypto, Hot Mike Crypto.
Oh, sorry. I'm so glad I was doing something innocent. Yeah, Dave, just pass the cocaine.
Yeah, it's funny when people have cats and like, oh, look at you.
Yeah, yeah, the baby voice. That's so good. Yeah. So has Britnat rebranded himself to Jekyll? I see.
I'm not too sure. Never had it, to be honest.
Are you not missing much?
He's always in here anyway. I heard he's got time off, so expect him.
What?
just lurking. Right.
Yeah, you're not muted.
Oh,
Oh no,
sorry.
I just unmuted him
Oh, okay.
because he was. I
Thank-
think. Yeah, you're making background noises, so I muted you earlier, but
Yeah, I thought I muted the microphone while I was eating. Yeah, sorry.
no, it doesn't matter. I personally blame Turquoise Dragon for this infraction.
Oh no. Well, to be honest, I think all the feedback was whoever was speaking was so whoever spoke the most. Can blame them because it's his microphone or it's his speaker coming through. So the louder you speak, the more we get feedbacks.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
having. Okay, I'll mute.
It's like you're going in supersonic or something. I don't know. Wind tunnel.
Yeah, these new phones are so rubbish.
Well, it was the surface you had it on, I think, just reflecting the sound back through. Not cancelling it out and stuff.
Yeah, that canceling software is crap. It's messing all the
Yeah, maybe you can change it on the
working.
on the app.
Yeah. So
I dropped a
globe.
link to a SoundCloud. Well, I dropped a link to a SoundCloud file there if anybody wants to click on it. Somebody was asking about doing a commercial
wow.
for 24/7.
You got the one that Kai had. Kai recorded one that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
The Helio did too. Like Helio did his like radio voice and had a good one. Like the best place on earth to talk about the earth.
You know, Dead Air Dave has got an excellent voice for recording commercials. I think he sounds like Sam Elliott, but Dave says that Sam Elliott sounds like him.
Yeah. Going down that pipeline of just news articles now. The more they click, the more they keep showing. Denver pastor. The Lord told me to steal 1.3 million from Christians to remodel my home. That's what you know when things are about to go down in your neighborhood. a mega church and a Walmart show up. And you're like, fuck. I think what Scott needs is like a sensory toy. Like those things, like bubble popper or something like that. You know, you pop it one way, it pops back the other. Or like a fidget spinner. Maybe just bring back a fidget spinner. Especially if it changes colors. Like a colored one.
He needs attention.
Like I wonder if you look at all his his signs and symptoms here, like do you think he grew up with a single mom who had like a revolving door boyfriend? Every week there's a new boyfriend. I think he'd probably get better, like if he stopped the drugs. Like if he got sober, that'd probably be the first step. Like getting sober would probably clear up a lot of his problems.
Star Trail. God damn, the biggest server, no one here.
What's up, Leia?
I heard you whispering Star Trails, which is a very nice
Oh, be quiet, troll.
Oh, it's Vector again. It's you.
Oh my god, it's you again.
It's Leia.
They're a
It's
lovely
Leia.
They're a lovely flat Earth proof.
Not much business today, huh?
We were just waiting for a low IQ Glober to come in, so thank you.
Here he is.
And that would that be monkey business?
Yeah, I was wondering why people still take you seriously. Do they do?
Okay, so you see the stars move, then what?
Oh my god, it's like you're talking to a fridge microphone.
So you see the stars move, then what?
And then what? Yeah, exactly.
Was that your argument? You see the stars move?
No, I don't argue with flat earthers. You're all trolls.
So what was your Star Trails? What was your Star Trails argument?
That's for me to know and for you to wonder about.
He doesn't have an argument, bro.
Yeah,
Okay,
you just
you're
have the
sounding
word
older.
Star Trails, and that's it.
Listen to
Wow,
you.
impressive.
Thank you.
Well, good timing, like Crypto said. We were just waiting for another fine example of a globe attempt, and here it is. The words Star Trails and nothing more.
Imagine thinking you have to defend the globe. Yikes.
Is that why you gave defending the globe before you even got here?
No, I don't need to.
Why not?
What is your purpose here?
Is that why you're here? To not defend the globe?
Because you're not making any points yourself.
He's just here to trigger people. He probably goes into every room and tries to trigger people.
Well, at least I go to other rooms, so you don't.
Of course I do.
Well,
No, you just
I
chill
think
here in
he likes to
neutral.
be triggered, which is why he comes here.
And
He likes getting
You love
himself
it
worked
here.
up.
And you wonder what people with no life
Oh
do
my
with their
god,
time.
you all sound so old.
I'm sorry for exposing you, dude. You don't have to get mad.
No, no one's mad, old man. Do what you gotta do. Whatever keeps you happy.
Just to confirm, you don't have any argument for the globe.
Star Trails.
Okay, is that the argument? So the stars move.
Get a better
then
mic.
what?
Dylan, I don't have to listen to you.
No,
If you're
just
seeing
answer
trails,
questions.
they must have been some pretty good shrooms, but
Oh my god, you sound even older.
So that's it. Just the word Star Trails. No argument.
Like your voice is like piercing my brain. Can someone else talk?
No, I'll keep talking then. So
I'm
you see
gonna
the
mute
stars
you.
move,
Okay,
and
there
then
you
what?
go, you're
Okay,
muted.
yeah. Please do. Please
Goodbye,
do.
goodbye.
Yes, goodbye. Goodbye, my friend.
Why you
It was a
triggered?
worthy attempt.
So triggered.
Yeah. Good stuff. Star Trails.
dude,
And that's it, Mark.
that dude
Don't you have
sounds
to go to
higher than a
bed
kite.
and get up in the morning, feed your kids or something?
I think Vector is higher than a kite. He's on shrooms or acid or something because he's seeing trails.
Yeah, well, he tried. He came in, he said Star Trails, and couldn't offer anything else. So, well done.
Yeah, here's Vector's stats. Okay. So he's typed yes, look at dude, this is embarrassing, man. You're not in any other channel. So the other channel you've been in, God Ain't Real.
He dipped.
Oh, okay.
Somebody muted him and he dipped.
Let's see, let's
He's
go
in
back
chat,
30
though.
days.
It's alright. He was obviously getting triggered. He'll be back triggered tomorrow. Like the other guys. Got the Mezes, got the Scots. They love their daily dose of flat earth triggering.
I do. I can't get enough.
When Crit's on the mic, forget it. They lose it. Crit, I think you should start breaking down their worldviews.
Yeah, it's interesting because they have to either, once they get there, it's either recognize the contradiction. They're like, yep, I got this contradiction, not really sure how to handle it. There must be some explanation, but I'm not sure what this looks like right now. Or explain the contradiction. Be like, yes, it's a contradiction, but because of X, Y, and Z, it's not a contradiction. But they always go down the same route over and over again. It's your fault that their worldview is broken. It's like the constant thing with the Mystery Machine, Scooby-Doo. They catch a bad guy at the end. It's always, their fault. They would have gotten away with it had it not been those flat earthers.
Is that true, man? Is it our fault that your worldview is broken?
I didn't know my worldview was broken.
Oh. Well, there you go. He doesn't even know his
Seems to be
worldview
doing
is broken.
pretty well so far.
Yeah, except the no curvature, no motion, no gas pressure next to a container, without a container, all that. Other than that, going very well.
Yeah, we've got star trails and the moon and the sun and the sky and
The double star
Yeah.
trail.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got the sun, the
Yeah,
moon, and
it's
the
good.
stars moving. Yeah, we agree.
photos from space.
But not the Earth. But not the Earth, right? Yeah. So yeah, other than all that, going pretty well for you guys.
Other than all that's undeniable, obvious glow proof. Yeah, we've got nothing.
So how many
Yeah.
vectors is the Earth moving here? Mez, I'm asking you.
What?
How many vectors is the Earth moving? Like, how many different directions and motions are going on?
Don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think it's time Mez works out exactly what speeds he believes are real and what motions, since that's what he's been claiming for 6 months. Let's go through each motion.
I've been
what
here
the
for 6
direction
months.
is, what the speed is. Yeah, just as long as the room's been here, you've been here, right?
No.
I think so. You were in pretty early, anyway. But either way, yeah. The motions and the vectors that you claim are very, very real, proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. What are those?
I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh. So the thing you just said was proven. You don't know what it is you think is proven.
What did I say was proven?
The globe.
Yeah. It's got nothing to do with vectors, whatever you're talking about.
So the globe has nothing to do with motion.
I'm just
There's no
I'm just
motion
focusing on the round bit of it at the moment.
Oh, so it could be a motionless ball.
After we figured out that it's a ball, then we can worry about everything else.
Okay. Are you going to figure out it's a ball first then?
Yeah.
Okay, so now how are you going to prove the motions of that ball?
I don't know about motions.
Wow. That's kind of a big component of
This
the
is
globe
why
that you're-
heliocentrism, like why geocentrism was the go-to
so you're,
for a
you're
while.
not really a glober then. You're kind of agnostic because you don't believe in the motion, or you don't have evidence.
No,
for
I'm
the
a
motion,
glober. I think it's a globe. It's a ball.
but you don't have evidence that it's moving.
I don't know.
You're a stationary glober.
I'm agnostic about the movement of the globe. How about that?
Scott, I think you need to have words. Your globers are flipping. This one doesn't believe in the motion anymore. That's like half the whole thing.
I did not believe in it.
Sounds like it. Sounds like it's me.
I'm a bit. Let's just
Oh,
leave
well,
that on
very
the shelf for now.
Okay.
Have you figured out how the moon works yet?
What does that mean?
No. Where does it go?
What do you?
How does it move around?
How does it move around? What do you mean?
Or star trails? Have we figured out how those work? Or the sun?
We observe them moving. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I agree.
Where do they move?
Through the sky. What we observe.
Through the sky.
Yeah.
In any specific path? Or
Well, they
just-
seem to follow.
You see moon
pattern,
trails?
Yeah.
Do you see moon trails along with those star trails?
You could, if you did do like a time lapse of it.
No, I wasn't asking if you could. I was asking if you do.
If I do.
Yes or no?
I'm sure I could do a
Yeah,
long
do you?
exposure of the moon and see some trails.
Yeah, we agree. Sun, moon, and stars are moving.
Mm-hmm.
Then what?
Well, can you
Tell us
explain
about the Earth.
why it looks the way it does?
How? What do you think? What do you think I made them?
No. Why would you
Well, then
ask
how
that?
would I do that? Well, then how would I explain that?
Use your brain.
Okay. You tell me then. You use your brain.
No, I'm asking you. You're the flat guy. You know how the globe
Yeah,
works.
no, I
I want to
didn't-
know how the flat
Yeah,
Earth works.
I didn't. Oh, I didn't make any claims about it.
Why not? Well, you're making a claim that the Earth is flat, so
Well, 'cause I'm
this obviously
telling
has
you,
some
you can't-
consequences. Can you explain
can't
these
go and-
consequences?
You can't go and test and
You seem very
manipulate
cagey.
the lights in the sky to go and define what their mechanisms are, as you know, which is why you wouldn't now offer an explanation, even though you would have a few months ago. But now you know better because you know that you don't know, and I'm not going to tell you a story. We're not here to replace your little bedtime stories. We agree. They move. I don't see
Yeah,
the
they
Earth
move.
moving. Yeah. So we have an observably
So the Earth's
flat
not moving, but the
motionless
moon
Earth
is.
with the sun, moon, and stars appearing to be moving. Yes. Very good. So you're coming a long way,
What way
bro.
does it move?
You can now discern what you observe. As we observe. You can go and look.
The moon
Go
doesn't
and have a
move.
look.
Well, what I observe is we always see the same side of the moon. And it looks like a ball, so it has to be a ball.
Oh, really?
It stays about the same size, so it has to stay the same distance away, roughly. It looks like a
How do you know
ball.
it's a ball? Does
So
it?
it looks
I
like a
don't think
ball.
so.
Yeah,
I would disagree with that. How do you know it's a ball though, even if it looks like one?
because it looks like a ball.
Okay,
So we
you're
see the same
claiming
side of it. It stays roughly the same size. It's always a circle or a sphere.
A circle. Okay, so not a ball. There you go. You slipped up.
You're right, I did. I meant to say sphere. So it's always a sphere.
When did
So it has to be a
you
sphere.
learn that it was when did you learn that it was a sphere?
When I looked at it.
All right, when did you
So
look
I don't know
at
how
it?
you could explain all these obviously observable facts about the moon on a flat Earth.
You keep saying flat Earth, but it's the same thing, dude. Like, we don't live in some other universe.
Thanks.
Can anyone explain it? Timbo, you got an explanation?
What do you mean it's the same distance away? That would mean that you're in the center of the Earth.
I said roughly the same distance.
Well, roughly is not really a good enough
I think it is.
explanation, is it? You say, oh,
It's not an
it
explanation.
remains the same distance away from me at all times, but it doesn't, because you're not the center of the Earth.
Yeah, I said roughly. That's why I said roughly. You know, not exactly.
Anyway, who cares about the moon?
Okay. Subdued, you got an answer?
You still didn't answer my question, dude. You think you're stationary.
What's the
Okay.
actual question? What's the question on the table?
How does the moon work?
He doesn't want to go to the original.
So how does the moon work?
Well, if you were a horribly indoctrinated glober, you'd say it revolves around the Earth.
And how
But
does it do
we know
that?
the Earth's fake. The globe is fake. So
But how does it do that?
let's figure out how it works on the flat Earth.
Oh, well. We're not making a claim to how it works.
Here you are.
What
You're
it
claiming
does.
that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, what's that got to do with the moon?
Well, it's got to have a big impact on how we observe the moon.
Okay, so that may go in the I don't know category.
You don't know? Oh.
Yeah.
Does anyone know?
Do you know?
Some of you
do you
guys
know
have been doing
how
this
the
for
moon
10 years. 10 years, and you can't figure out how the moon works. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, well, how are you supposed to do that? Do you know how the moon works? Do you know how?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it
how do you
revolves around
know
the
that?
Earth, which is a ball.
How do you know that?
So I observe it and I make
You
logical
observe it.
deductions from my observations.
You observe it.
I also made a model. I made a model. Tested
How
it.
can you verify that it's a sphere?
Did you
'Cause I
get a
looked at it
gold
and it looks like a
star
sphere.
and put it on your mantelpiece?
You see a two-dimensional image and assume it's a three-dimensional sphere.
No. It's not. It's not 2-dimensional.
Really?
Yeah.
What are you observing the moon with?
My eyeballs. Possibly some binoculars.
And how do you see a sphere with your eyeballs if it's 200,000 miles away?
Because it looks like a sphere.
Looks like
It's got a curved shadow on it, like a sphere would. It's round like a sphere.
Like
It's got
your
these
eyeball?
craters on it, which, the parallax of them, they like. Why would you describe
Parallax?
it? They flatten when they go around the edge. So it looks like a ball. It also swivels a bit, so you can see slightly different sides of it. It looks like a ball, so it's a ball.
Would you call it like an oscillation? Yeah.
Also, yeah, that's a good word.
Have you been to the moon?
I've not been to the moon
So how do you know it's a sphere?
because I looked at it
You never
and I was
seen
like, "Hey, that looks like a sphere." So it's a sphere.
it looks like
Has
it,
to
but
be.
you don't know. No, it doesn't.
No, I
have
know. It has to be. It can't not be because it looks like a sphere.
This is how Maz gets through his life. Well, it looks like a check, so it is a
Yeah.
check.
It looks
It's
flat,
not a logical.
so it's flat.
Not a logical sequence.
I don't feel any motion, so it can't be moving. And the moon looks like a ball, so it's a ball.
Did you measure the moon?
I did not measure the moon.
Well, how can you say that it remains the same size at all times?
Because it looks like it does.
Yeah, in comparison to what?
To how it was yesterday.
Well, how you
And the day
determining
before.
that?
And every other time
It's
I've
up
seen
in
it.
the sky.
By
You've
looking
got
at it.
no idea what angular size it is.
Yeah, this is the hilarious
I don't know
thing
what
about
angular size. You can determine what angular
one
size it is. Look at it through a
when they
telescope.
finally get into an argument.
I have
Yeah.
looked at it through a telescope.
Yeah, but have you measured its angular size throughout the night?
I'm not specifically now.
So how can you make that claim then?
Well, because it looks like it does.
Okay.
I'm going based on, just reality, just my observations.
Yeah. Give you one thing, you're a bit of a funny cunt.
Thank you.
And cunt, I mean in a kind of a nice way. That's what we do here.
Oh. It's the nicest thing any of you have ever said.
In the Australian way.
Would you say that he was a cunt?
Yeah, that would mean like he's a mate's mate. Like, yeah, he's a cunt.
Is he your cunt?
No.
So you haven't quite achieved that level yet, Mez.
Maybe someday.
Yeah, poor you.
It's all in context, Crypto.
It's all relative.
If you say he's a cunt, that means he's a cunt. If you say can't, that means good on you, mate.
Well, it's like South Africans, they've got like 5 different types of now. So there's just now, right now, and then now. And they're all different. I can't remember the order, but one of them means like do it now. One of them means do it later. One of them means do it within the next half an hour. And another one means it's never happening.
Yeah, my missus, she's got the same thing in Spanish. She says, ahorita? And I'm like, does that mean now, in a little bit, or later on? Come on, tell me. I'm not. Ahorita? In a little bit? Maybe in a little bit, or maybe a little bit later on. How do you know which one's which?
Yeah, exactly. So you can't have... It's like Eskimos with 20 different words for ice. They've got like 5 different words for, well, I'll do it later. So Mez, why are you a deluded glober?
Well, I don't know. I looked at the moon. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense on a flat Earth.
So I suppose when you go outside and you see your neighbour's car and you see that your neighbour has a Bugatti, you go, "Oh, I must have a Bugatti."
That's exactly what I think. That's a great analogy.
Pronouncing it wrong. It's pronounced
Wow.
Bugatti.
Bugatti. So that's exactly what you think. So you understand why that's fallacious and stupid, right?
Oh, that example, yeah.
Well, it's what you're doing when you look at the moon and assume that the Earth's the same as the moon.
I never said that.
So what's the point of pointing
Though
out
I do
that the
find
moon-
it a little strange that every other object we can observe in the sky is a sphere.
So you are using
The
that
Earth
logic
wouldn't
and
be.
just pretending not to. You're just being obtuse.
No.
You are.
Not in the
I
example
got a
brought before.
Bugatti too.
My neighbour has a Bugatti, therefore I have a Bugatti. That is your logic.
No.
Yes, it is.
Or my neighbour's
No.
got a hot wife, therefore I've got a hot wife.
Yeah.
Really bad analogy.
All
Yeah,
wives
why
are
is it
hot.
bad? So why is it bad?
How do we understand the truth within reality?
Because it upsets them.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I've heard this assertion of bad analogy, but often not actually backed up. Why is the analogy bad?
So observation to understand the reality is observation is key, right? To come to know truth. We need to observe things to understand how things are. Would you agree?
Observing.
Okay. You also
Okay.
agree that we need to look for patterns within the universe,
Yes,
and then we can derive truth from those patterns.
but you shouldn't assume that one thing is like another thing.
We're not assuming. Again,
That's
we're
what he is
analyzing the
doing.
patterns. We
That is
analyze
what he
patterns.
is doing. Yeah, but if you see a pattern where it doesn't exist, then you're stupid.
Okay.
So you have to actually logically deduce this. You can't just assume that it's true. And so when you look in the sky and say, "Oh, that's a globe," right? The moon is globular, therefore the Earth is globular. That is stupid. It's as stupid as saying, "My neighbor has a Bugatti, therefore I have a Bugatti." It's
Have
the
we
same.
stared off? Sir,
No,
have
not
we
quite.
observed? Have we
Yes, it
observed
is.
space?
If
Have
I
we
were to
observed? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
if I were to look at the moon and say, "Hey, look, the moon's white, therefore what I'm stood on must be white," that would be a better analogy to your
Let's
Bugatti.
talk to
That would be more
let's talk
similar
to
to
the
your
other
Bugatti
guy
analogy.
because
It would also be
sometimes you get a
stupid
bit
because you could just
boring,
look at the
Liz.
Earth and deduce
That would be
its color.
stupid, yes.
Well, yeah,
Because
because
I
you can
could look at many other things in the
yes.
sky
So it's the
and
same. So
there's
it's the
no
same. So
correlation
it's the
between any.
same. So it's the same
I think
because
No.
you can
I think the
observe the
other
Earth.
guy may have
Cool.
had
So it's
something
the
to
same
say.
because you can observe the Earth not being white, and you can observe the Earth not being a globe. And looking at the moon and assuming that the Earth has the properties of the moon is stupid. I agree.
I mean, I don't think. Obviously, we're not going to look at the moon and be like, "Okay, it's circular, therefore the Earth is a circle or a sphere." Right? Obviously, that'd be too. That would be kind of. That's not a proof, right? Or even an evidence. I would agree with you there, but it's the idea that when we observe nature and we extrapolate information, we can use that information to build upon, to build to, a certain concept or conclusion or generalization. When you look at other planets as well, I don't know if you believe
Other
we can see
planets.
Mars
Wait,
from Earth,
now
right?
you're
Yeah, but
making
then,
assumptions.
dude, this other planet's rhetoric is based on the idea that this is already a planet, which is the thing in contention, right? So let me give you an example. Let's say we were on a chessboard, and you and I are looking around and seeing chess pieces everywhere. Would you assume that the chessboard is therefore a chess piece?
No.
Right. But that is the argument, because you're saying, well, I look around and I see black chess pieces, I see white chess pieces, and so the thing underneath my feet must also be a chess piece because the stuff I see in the sky is all chess pieces.
Sure, but wouldn't it make sense to you that if we ourselves were standing on an object and the Earth is an object of whatever shape, we can use other objects independent of this object to come to conclusions about our object? Do you think that's
Now
possible?
you're assuming we're in the vacuum of space.
But yeah, I mean,
No.
again, it's you're using the worldview to prove the worldview. It's circular, right? So, can you please answer my example? Like, would you look around at the chess pieces and say, "Well, the chessboard must be a chess piece"?
Well, no. I'd analyze the properties of a chess piece, and I'd look at a different
Okay.
chess piece and see similarities with the properties of the
Right.
chess piece. Yeah.
How
So
are you
if
going to
you tell
analyze
me,
the planet?
yeah, so if you were to tell me that Jupiter has similar properties to Saturn, I might believe you, right? Because they have a similarity in that they're both in the sky, they both appear to wander, they both have similar properties, right? But to say that therefore the thing under your feet is one of those, well, that is a huge leap, and you have to prove that. You can't
Sure.
just assume.
I just want to understand what you believe because I'm kind of confused here. So, do you believe space is an empty void that goes on forever, or do you believe it's nothing? It's just a mere
Who knows?
screen, or what do you believe
Yeah,
in it?
I don't know the answer to that, and actually, most cosmologists wouldn't tell you that they know the answer to that either. There are some who work on the idea that it's ever expanding. There are others
Sure.
that say all sorts of different things. Right? Whatever.
No, but I'm
The point
saying
is
just
that
within
I
Earth.
believe hadn't finished. The point is that I believe that the Earth is the floor of the universe, and that everything you see happens above us. That's how I consider it. So when you say the Earth is a planet, I'm like, well, prove it, and then you'd say, well, look in the sky, bro. But in my idea of how the world works, the Earth can be the floor of the universe, and things can be happening above, and that doesn't prove that the floor is a ball.
I mean, how do you come to that conclusion that we're the floor of the universe? I mean, you would agree we don't know anything about the universe beyond just the simple things, right?
Well, what's
Sure.
below us?
It's what we observe.
Yeah, but we don't. I mean,
Can you observe anything below you?
yeah, but calling Earth the kind of the floor would entail that the sun, when it sets, it's not going under the earth, right? Because the earth is the
No,
floor. So where does the sun go?
no, it's just gone too far. It's too far to view.
It's gone too far. It doesn't get smaller, but it goes too far somehow.
It does get
Gone. So can you?
No, it doesn't.
So from that,
Yes, it does.
can you
No, it
actually?
You just say
You
wrong things all the time, mate.
No, you're saying wrong things. The sun is obviously not getting like you.
The sun sometimes gets smaller,
You
sometimes
broke me.
gets larger, sometimes doesn't change size.
How does it disappear if it gets larger?
Bro, have you ever seen the sun setting on the horizon? and
Yes,
it's
I
larger
have.
than it's in the sky? Yeah, that's because of the water. That's because, yeah, I'm going to be allowed to finish, right? Otherwise, you guys are having a dishonest conversation if you don't want to hear what I say, right? It's because of the water content in the air that the sun can appear to change size. That's one of the reasons.
Just the
And
sun.
we're talking about the sun, so yes, the sun.
What about
So
other things?
Yeah, the
that's
moon
not
does
the
it too.
topic of conversation.
Wait, hold
Well,
on.
you're saying that the water in the air is causing the sun to what? Magnify?
It depends on the conditions.
It's not the
But
water.
sometimes shrink.
Wouldn't be the
Which it
water
doesn't
that's
do, by the way.
Well, you're just lying
why
about
you-
that because there's
why
examples.
No, you're
of
lying.
Is the
Well,
explanation?
no,
The sun
because
stays
there's examples-
roughly the same size in the sky
There are
all throughout
examples
the
in
day.
the chat right now showing you to be a liar, so we can just continue.
Yeah,
Have
this
you ever-
third one
have
is
you ever
awful.
watched
This
the
is just
sunset in the
caused by
desert,
the bloom
dude?
of the camera.
Have you ever watched the
And
sunset
then
in
going
the
behind a
desert,
cloud.
Mez? Have you
I've
ever
not
watched
seen the sunset in the desert.
Maybe try it. Have a look.
Mez is going on mute till we talk to the other guy.
It's a bunch of nut and lies. It's stupid.
I posted some pictures. I guess they didn't like them.
Who was the other guy?
The one on top, they said that's going behind clouds. I don't even see where they're saying that.
It's me. I'm right here. I'm confused. Like you're saying, the sun magnifies because of the water, but it's also the properties of the air. I'm saying even if it magnifies and gets larger, it wouldn't disappear or wouldn't be too far because you'd still see it.
How far does light travel?
I don't think it stops.
What about
Light
attenuation?
travels forever.
Why did
Unless
attenuation?
it's
Guys, can we let Crypto pick
No,
up the
you're all good.
conversation?
You can carry on.
You all right?
No, it's all good. You guys crack on. I
Okay.
don't mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, you saying it goes on, you think it goes on forever. Again, this is just you moving things from the worldview that you've been given over in trying to superimpose them into
Give
what
me a
we're
better
telling
one.
you. No. It's not about giving you, replacing your worldview. It's about thinking critically about these things instead of just accepting the story that you were told about them. So through the properties of perspective, you can demonstrate yourself on a long flat corridor or floor or table. If you put your eye right down to that surface and you pull something away from you, over a distance, gradually, the bottom of that object will begin to become obscured optically. Not because of any curvature of the surface of what you're moving it on, but just because of the way our eyes work. And you can
So,
demonstrate this as a function
listen.
of perspective. So no, it doesn't necessitate a curve.
A property of light is that it propagates through mediums, and it itself is a medium. So as it
It has an
propagates, the
extinction
only thing
point.
that stops light. This is science. This isn't the only thing that stops light is if there's something to stop the light, right?
No, that's
I.e.,
not
an
science.
object. I.e., some
No,
sort of
the
property
air,
that.
light has an extinction point in air, right? Over a distance, even in air, that will eventually be thick enough to stop you from resolving the light. Similar to if you go underwater and you try and look at a distance underwater, because of the thicker medium of water, you have reduced vision. The same is occurring with the Atmo, to a lesser extent. So you can
I agree.
see.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So.
No, I agree with you. But again, like I said, the only way light stops if something stops it. It doesn't stop itself.
So you've never been able to prove that, so light does not travel forever.
Okay.
Yeah, that contradicts
How about
what
this?
you just said originally.
How
About
about take a nightlight? Yeah, those really super strong night lights that you can see the beam at night as you shoot it up into the sky. Does it ever stop?
Yeah.
Do you see it stop? I don't think you can observe it stopping, but you can observe
I have a laser,
Well,
and when I
can you
point it up to
observe
the
it?
sky, it stops. There's a stopping point on my laser. When I point it straight up, you can see it just stop.
No, you can't.
So can you see it go on forever?
You can't. You can't see it stop, but you
see
can't
it
see it
go
go
on
on forever. It
forever.
just goes.
You
Now I
see
have to
it go on
Now I have to
forever.
do another experiment in here and somehow show you that you can see it stop. Just stops.
Okay. I don't know why this is
Come on, get back down to earth.
I want to talk about the sun
Get back
because
down to reality.
we're talking about the sun. Where did the sun go if the Earth
It
is
moves
a
away,
core?
dude. It comes close, then it goes far, man.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because we watch it do that every day, man. It goes.
So we don't watch it. We watch it get bigger as it gets closer to the horizon. We don't watch it get smaller or
No,
more
not all
distant.
the time. No, not all the time.
Not all the time,
It
dude.
depends on the conditions.
All the time.
Depends on the conditions. And either way, all you are observing, and all everyone else is observing, is the sun moving above their head.
I'm gonna make this claim. Okay, write this down. I'm gonna make this claim. The sun is the smallest, is observably the smallest when it's at the top, the center of the sky. When you look up directly above you, if the sun is above you, it's the furthest away, based on our observation. It's the closest
away. What do you mean
it's the
furthest
closest
away?
at the horizon. That's my claim.
What do you mean?
Okay.
I guess you
okay,
can
on
just make up
summer-
whatever you want today, right?
Not at all. On summer solstice, right? So
Well,
when the
then-
sun is directly above us, it's like a small dot. It's not that big. But when it's at the horizon, it's huge.
Not every day.
So
yeah,
when
well,
we
the
have,
asshole,
so
you're
when,
going to be
yeah,
looking
so-
across the thickest.
So when we have to look vertically across through or horizontally across through all kinds of air and crap coming off trees and the ground, that's a lot clearer. That's why it looks better, right? Or if we look straight up where it's just clear air going straight up. So it's
What are you
being
talking about?
magnified by the atmos.
Globers don't think they're actually seeing the sun at sunset. Not the actual sun.
Refracted by 8 minutes.
Yeah, and you think it's going down because you're spinning backwards at 1,000 miles an hour. So come on, bro. The sun is not a good argument for the globe.
I'm not. Again, this is a problem within what you are saying about it because you're saying that the
No.
universe, the Earth is the floor of the universe. What does the floor of the universe mean?
No problem.
What does it
Okay,
mean?
I'll
the floor of the
explain.
universe. I don't get it.
I'll explain the floor of the universe. All right. So, everything that you see is above you, correct?
Mostly.
Yeah. Okay. What have you seen that's underneath you that you
Well,
can
we can-
confirm that there's something underneath you?
Well, we can see things moving in a direction. So if we just use our logic and our rationale and our
That's
physical
not
faculties,
logic.
see something go behind something.
Hang on, dude. That's not logic. All right. Okay. Everything you see is above you. You have never seen anything underneath the land that you are standing on, and you have only dug down 7.6 miles. Therefore, you can come to a conclusion that you are the bottom of everything, and everything that is above you. Yeah?
Let me give this example.
There you
So
go.
this is what I've experienced. I was on call one day with a family member who lives on the other part of the earth. Yeah, they're like very far away. It was nighttime. It was nighttime over there while it was daytime for me. What is your explanation for that?
The sun moves away. At 12 p.m., the sun is directly above your head.
Why not just build a rocket ship, fly to
Hang
the
on.
moon, then look
Shut
down?
the fuck up. All right. At 12 o'clock midday, the sun is directly over a person's head. Then it moves off to another person's head, which is 12 again. As it moves away, it moves to different parts of the earth. Then, when it gets far enough away because of light attenuation, you cannot see that light anymore and it is dark.
Okay, is the sun smaller than the earth?
I have no idea, man.
Okay, because you're saying the sun is moving away to a different part of the earth's surface. You're acting like it's like It's like a plane moving across the land, so it's reaching a certain point.
I'm not acting like anything. I'm telling you what we observe, and that's what we see.
But that's the problem. It's like
Can you,
I'm
can
on
you
call.
tell me? Can you tell me what we see? What we see that contradicts what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I was on call with a family member, and it was nighttime with the moon was out. Yeah, for them, and they were about
Yeah.
6 hours apart. Is what the time difference was. It was daytime for me.
Yeah.
I don't.
I just
The problem-
explained to you what we observe, and can you agree with what we observe?
Not
What I
necessarily.
said. Was there anything wrong with? Was there anything wrong with what I said?
Yeah, because observation doesn't account for scaling. It doesn't account for any factors that might distort our perception of something. You're not accounting for these things. It doesn't account for these things.
Count for what?
That was an odd response.
Okay,
That was an odd
scaling.
response.
You don't even know the size of the sun, and you don't even know
Neither
the size
do
of
you.
What's the point of arguing over the truth? The Earth
dude.
is round. That's how this.
Dude, we're in the middle of a conversation, man. All right. So, do you know the size of the sun?
I mean, we've attributed a size, but you reject it.
Yeah. You know
how did you
why?
get the size?
You know why it's rejected?
You reject it. It's the consensus
Do you
among the
Do
collective.
you know? You know the reason why we reject it?
I don't know. You think it's a light? I don't know. Why do you reject it? I'm not sure.
Because it's based on the Earth's radius. Now, no one's ever measured this, so no one can tell us what the size of the sun is because it's based on a measurement that never happened. It was a calculation. That's why it's rejected. All right? But you don't understand that, do you? Because you've never asked these questions. You just say, you guys reject science, but you don't ask what we reject about what they're telling us. You have no interest in finding out why we reject it. You just say, you guys reject it.
You got him,
Why don't
Timbo.
you ask the question why we do it?
He's speechless.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's a mic drop.
Think, Glooby, think.
It's called critical thinking, one. Try it sometime.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Oh, yeah. We're going to hold on for what?
You're putting 100% certainty into your observation.
No, dude. He's asking you. Wait.
100% it's flat. I know that. The Earth is not moving. It's
Yeah,
flat
check
space.
this out, man. One, no, okay, nothing. He's asking you to critically think about the question of the sun. Do you know anything about it, one? What do you know about it?
That it moves. That to us we perceive it moving across the sky.
Good
that
stuff.
It goes
What else?
that it goes past our horizon.
All right.
Away
What
from
else
us.
do you know about it? Do you know the
what
size?
else do I know about it?
Do you know the size?
Bigger than the Earth because it have to be bigger than the Earth.
Whoa, stop. How do you know?
We can test for it.
How?
Because we can test for it.
How?
Okay. Does the sun?
No, does the nothing. I'm asking you a question. Answer the question. How?
Can we circle the sun?
No, stop.
Oh, can we circle the sun?
Okay, this is the time for your critical thinking to engage. How do you know the size of the sun?
Just give me 1 second. Let me give you the
Yeah,
exact.
you're gonna need more than that. You're gonna need more than that.
Give me 1 second.
You're gonna need more than that.
Help you. Google won't help.
Once you start
Go ahead, Teal. You want to say something?
Once you start looking into how we know the size of the sun, you'll see that it's all based on the radius of the Earth, and there is no one's measured it. It's all assumption.
Yeah, I want to wait for Genius to see if he can Google fast enough to see if he can understand what it even says. Go ahead,
I
Genius.
just don't know why. I don't know why you ran from the other point.
I didn't run. I'm actually getting you to engage with a point, numbnuts. Yeah.
Okay,
So now think about how you know the sun's size. Think
The
about
original
how you know.
point.
No,
the
no,
original
don't run.
point was where
Don't
did the
run.
sun go?
No, stop.
changed it.
No, stop. I asked you, how do you know the sun's size?
And you're
Now,
disingenuous.
yeah,
Yeah, you said we know.
disingenuous. Look, you got egg on your face and you're getting embarrassed. How do you know the sun's size? Go.
You just gotta shut up and let me speak. That's what you gotta do.
Yeah, go ahead. How do you know the sun's size? I'll shut up. Go ahead. Tell us.
You gotta shut up. We're gonna
Yeah,
talk
go ahead.
about the other point first, and then
No,
we'll
we're
move
not.
on.
No, we're not.
Yes.
No, we're
Then
not.
we're done.
No,
If
no.
you're gonna interrupt.
Nope. That's not how this works. You're going to tell us how you know the sun's size. Everybody's inquiring minds want to know. how you know the sun's size. That's the most important part of this discussion. You think you know the sun's size, and you really don't. So now we're gonna look at how you don't know, right? You're
What's important is
scrambling.
where the sun goes. That's what's important.
No, you're grasping at straws. You don't know the sun size, and everybody knows it. You don't,
Come on,
though.
man.
Go.
Come on. You're very
Go.
disingenuous.
You're
man.
getting embarrassed, aren't you? You don't know the
Not at
sun
all.
size. How do you know the sun
Not at all.
size? How do you
What's
know?
embarrassing is not
Go.
engaging with one point.
I don't care. How do you know the sun size? Answer the question.
Yeah, you claim to know. You claim to know the sun's size.
Go. How do you know?
To know the size, you have to measure.
Okay, guys, let him go. How do you know the sun size? One. That's what I
Shouldn't
thought.
need to Google.
Have a
Shouldn't
seat.
need to Google it.
Have a seat. Next.
One, during these type of topics, a lot of things are going to come up, and you have to be able to explain all the points you're making. And if you can't explain the sun size, then you can't just say, "Oh, we're not focusing on that," because every single thing you're going to talk about is going to be there's going to be a hole in what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. I engaged with 1 point earlier, and then you guys took it to
Nice
5 different-
obfuscation tactic. Nice obfuscation tactic.
Thank you for
From the
demonstrating
point.
you guys are not academic. Thank you.
No, it's
Making
not
it
that we're
clear.
not academic. Is that not you're
not
not
academic.
engaging? You're not engaging with the point. Go ahead
You're a
and
baby
try
boy.
to go ahead and try like Teal was saying to explain
Alpha.
how you know the sun size.
Alpha,
Explain
you were
it.
not. I was not talking to
Gravitational
you before.
pull.
Oh, so now you're not talking to me because I'm making you. I'm holding you accountable to the point that you know the sun size, and I'm asking how, and now you're not talking to me. Because you want to talk to somebody else that obfuscates from holding you down accountable to the point that you don't know the sun size, sir. You or no
Where
one
does the
else in
sun
this chat.
go?
You
have
see?
to start there.
No,
That
we
was the
don't.
original point. Yes,
No, we
do.
don't. No, we can start anywhere. But first of all,
Does the-
I want.
Okay,
First of all,
okay.
no, we want to get to know how you know things, right? We want to know how you know things because it sounds like you know things, but you really
The same
don't.
way you know things.
Yeah, we know some things. We don't know all things. So the things that we do know, we know. The things that we don't know, we don't know. Like the sun size, like the thing that you're claiming you know, we don't say that we know the sun size. You do.
It could be okay. It could be bigger than the Earth, right?
How do you know?
No.
No,
couldn't
stop,
be bigger than the
GBG. How do you know one? How do you know? Asking a question,
Oh
no
my
answer.
God, the babies, man.
Asking
The
a
babies.
question, no answer. What does that tell us in this chat? That
It tells
you don't
me you're
know.
not academic. It tells me
No,
you're just
it
a
tells
troll.
me that you
You're
don't know
not
one.
academic.
Admit, listen, concede the point that you don't know. I need to hear a concession from you. I don't
I'll
know. Say
concede.
that.
I'll concede. I don't
Okay.
care. It's not
No,
important.
no. Be intellectually honest for once in your life and say, I
Sure,
don't
I'll be
know.
honest. I'll
Say,
be
I don't
honest.
know.
I'll be honest. You took the conversation where
Nope.
it wasn't going.
No,
That's
no,
being
that's
honest.
not the answer. That's not the answer I'm looking for. I'm looking for intellectual honesty from your part and saying I don't know the answer to how big is the sun. Just say it. No one does one. Be intellectually honest for once.
Why am I entertaining you, man? I don't know why. I'm gonna go on mute.
Go
If
ahead.
I could just
That'd
jump
be-
in for a second. Just let me jump in for a second.
Go
So
ahead, Cyclone.
it's not unreasonable that Mickey's pressing him for this answer because his argument against Simbo, who was saying, well, the sun is observably moving above our heads. When it's above us, it's daytime. When it moves away, it's nighttime, and it's daytime for someone else. He says, no, that can't be the case because the size of the sun. And that's when he claimed to know the size of the sun. So if he doesn't
I
know
didn't
the
say
size
that.
of the sun,
I
then
didn't say
any
that. You
rebuttal,
misrepresented.
yeah, he said it has to be bigger than the Earth. Right?
No,
Yep.
you
So
misrepresented
this is the common argument that we get. The common argument that we
You
get. Well, the
misrepresented me.
sun's such a massive size that it would be daytime everywhere. But the point is, you can't make any rebuttal or argument based on a knowledge of the size of the sun, which you do not have,
Correct.
or
He
any
left.
properties of the sun that you do not have.
He left. Thank you, folks. I'll be here all week.
Saying dumb shit.
Next up, batter, swing, batter, miss.
Yeah,
heard
they
someone
don't like when I pressure them either. I pressure them basically the same way, and they fucking freak out.
Yeah, you ain't got the answers, Sway. You ain't got the answers.
I did hear some guy jump in with a gravitational pull. I don't know if he's still here.
Yeah, don't stand on all 10 of your toes in this chat and then think you're intellectual. You're gonna be reduced. So just critically think about what you're asking, and just ask yourself if you don't want to get on the mic. Just think about it. Do I know what I'm saying? can I back up the statement and then engage? If you don't know, I'm gonna be right here.
I don't have my glasses on, but you got 2 red microphones in the list.
Are we going to be reduced like you got reduced by Exonaut the other day?
Oh, well, here we go. The next contender. Okay, what you got?
Yeah, remember that 3-hour conversation where you got
Okay, yeah, bro,
decimated?
that was very cool. Yeah, that was very cool. What's your best proof for the globe guy?
I'm not a Glober.
Oh, you're not a Glober.
Yes, you
are. Another Glober that just wants to argue with flat earthers all day. Okay, so why don't
I don't
you
have to be a Glober to know that he got decimated by Exonaut the
Okay,
other
so
day.
what is it that makes you not believe Hold on. What is it that makes you not believe in the globe then?
I'm not here to debate. I'm just here to explain how Alpha got
Oh yeah,
decimated
no,
by
I'm not
Exonaut.
debating. I'm not debating. You just said that you don't believe in the globe. I'm asking why.
Just bring Exonaut back in here.
That's a
So
peanut gallery.
Is Exo not the reason that you don't believe in the globe?
He got banned.
Got banned for what?
They banned him from the room
Why?
Bro, come on. We're talking about
for dragging them for hours.
here.
He doesn't want to talk to you, Cyclone.
You can send your DMs to Exonaut. We don't care. So is Exonaut the reason you don't believe in the globe?
It has nothing to do with anything. I'm just pointing out a single point, which is that Alpha got decimated.
So what is it that made you not believe in the globe anymore?
It's irrelevant.
No, we'd
He's
like to know.
smiling. He's trolling.
Yeah,
though.
'cause
That guy's
it's
smiling.
funny.
Look at him. He's smiling.
Yeah, he's smiling. I don't believe in the globe anymore. Oh dear, why do I not believe in the globe anymore? Tell us.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to my point.
You can't defeat me, bro. No, Exonaut.
You got
Exonaut
defeated
can
by
do anything.
Exonaut.
How would you know? You got no points to make. How would you know anything about anything?
Exonaut made all the points that needed to be
Okay,
made.
let me ask this.
Okay.
This is so cringe.
I mean, it was recorded, man. Like I saw the recording too.
No, it's just you're grandstanding on like absolutely nothing.
Alpha's grandstanding. He's saying everybody's going to be
Yeah,
reduced.
I didn't finish, so I'm going to finish. Your grandstanding on absolutely nothing is hyper cringe, bro. Do you want to just move on to a subject matter?
No, I just want to. I'm done. I'm done talking. But that's okay.
Oh, well, you can go on mute then. Okay.
Beta.
Beta.
Oh, we're losing you, Cyclone.
Yeah.
We're losing you into the cyclone.
Is Exonaut a champion in here? Globe champion?
No, he's a complete idiot. He's never had a win in here, I don't think, to my knowledge. But
I don't even know what we're talking about.
Either of these cheerleaders could step up and tell us what they think Exonaut did to prove the globe.
I'd like to hear it. I was just going to ask him what the context of that argument was about.
Is he the one who was talking about gravity and we just killed him with air pressure and he fucking freaked out?
No, Exonaut was giving me, and I'll show you in text chat. I saved it. Let me show you the fountain of wisdom that he produced.
Get the fan club to summarize his argument.
Yeah.
I bet
Oh, wait, let me go back to screenshot.
Yeah. What was this great argument that Exonaut had? Or any great argument he had? Either one of you.
I'm going to produce the sample, but if anybody can chime in. If you said he decimated me, I'd like to know how. What was the context of the argument? Let's see if you geniuses remember. Before I bring up the screenshot.
Quiet now.
No, he doesn't remember. He has no clue what he's talking about.
So you're just a mindless cheerleader then, Zach?
He doesn't know.
You don't even know what he decimated him on, so you're just mindlessly cheerleading. Okay.
I was gonna post it, but if I do, then they're gonna recall it. So I'll post it here in just a second for everyone. But I don't care. Here you go.
It just shows that they're not being honest at all.
Look in the text chat. This is what he posted.
Oh, that
we went off. Okay, so here's the whole argument. We went off of a visual 20 miles away, right? I told him that. Check this out. He gave me this little sample that he made in GeoGebra, right? So he drew this out in GeoGebra with the points from observer to I think, what was it, point F on that little sample. So from C to F, and I was telling him, can C, the observer, see F, the point on F? And his answer was no. There's no way. because we're using 20 miles, right? But he converted into kilometers is the thing. So G to H is a sagittal, as you guys can see. G to H, the points on that he drove. So he really just sabotaged himself. So what we're doing here is then saying, can you see that? Check this out, man. In the argument, he changed his viewpoint to saying you can see. The curvature is negligible because including refraction, you would be able to see. First of all, his answer was 31 meters was the block from what you couldn't see, the sagittal. And B said, well, because we have a refraction, it's actually he said 6 point, I don't know, something meters. So you could still see the thing on F. I was like, oh yeah, you can see from 20 miles. So what does a globe 8-inch per mile squared say? From that parabola, what is the visual distance? What's supposed to be hiding behind it? So he did. Okay, so Exonaut was setting himself up for failure because you're either gonna see or not see the thing at point F on his little diagram there that he made for everyone, right? So he didn't know, because when you address this point, you either have curvature that obstructs the viewer from seeing the thing at the far distance, or you don't have an obstruction. But you're gonna have to choose one or the other, right? You can't sit on both. It's not both at the same time. So you're gonna have to choose. Can you see thing on F, or is it blocked because of the Earth's curvature? So that's what got him confused. He was saying that in the beginning that you cannot see F, point F on what he did on that sample for 20 miles, or he converted 20 miles into kilometers and then saying no, we cannot see. But then later in his argument changed and then said he can see. So how did he decimate me? Because he's actually saying that he doesn't know the size of the sagittal that would obstruct the observer. On the one hand, he said it was 31 meters, doing his math with the horizon distance drop, because he put the horizon drop. If you can see, it's an observer doing a tangent line into space, because obviously the observer is not even looking down over the Earth; he's looking straight across. And so, if that's the case, then he already has drop. So he didn't figure the drop was going to be involved, which it is, right?
According to his argument, everything that is hidden behind a corner, it is actually in line of sight, and everything that is not hidden behind a corner is not visible.
Correct.
Yeah, what's funny about his position, to step in for Crit here since he's not here, is like the contradiction in his worldview. So he came in saying the Exonaut this glober decimated in this argument, but then also at the same time says he's not a glober. He doesn't believe in the globe. So leaving aside the fact that he doesn't even know what this decimation was supposed to be, obviously he doesn't believe it's a decimation, or he wouldn't be so ashamed of his globe belief that he refuses to even talk about it.
Yeah, the only thing I credit Exonaut with is the attempt to actually do some math. That's the only thing I'd say, dude. I give you credit over these other ballers, because at least you're attempting to do something. Like these other guys just say it's a globe because it's a globe. Like super redundant.
They think if a guy talks for a long time, it's a win, regardless of how many times he loses in that conversation. As long as he's there for like an hour, it's a big win, no matter how dumb he sounds.
Yeah.
And that was it for the simp. That was for you, simp.
Exonaut have his eyeballs on the floor.
There's studies about this. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say there's studies about this on psychology and genetics and genetic memory. People are initially inclined to take orders. Since Sumeria in 6000 BC, which is the written history, the longest written history we have, 6,000, 5,000 BC, Sumeria, Mesopotamia, all that stuff, Egypt. So people are genetically inclined to just do what they're told, like it's in your brain. So that's kind of where I think people who don't question the narrative get kind of stuck and lost. Is because you are genetically inclined to just believe whatever you're told. It's a grand illusion. It's a grand lie for a reason. If they tell you one lie, you'll believe every other lie after that. So we are just predispositioned to just be like, oh yeah, they say it's a globe, or they say it's an oblate spheroid, or they say whatever they want to say without any proof besides their supposed telemetry data. You are gonna be naturally, defensive and be like, no, like they told me, I was in the classroom and I saw the globe on the desk of my teacher, and I did the Pledge of Allegiance and pledged to NASA or whatever. So it gets kind of like,
What other things did they lie about? Was it everything?
oh yeah, dude. I don't know if you checked the news lately, but just in general, they fucking
I thought you
lie.
were talking about school, right? You were
Oh
talking
yeah,
about school,
they
weren't
lie
you?
about a lot of shit.
What all was lied about?
Let's try to fucking just obfuscate from what you already said that was true. But let's make it not true by saying, "Oh, are you crazy? Are you nuts?" Oh,
Yeah, you're right, Adam.
Pretty simple
Adam's on
question.
point. No,
That's
he's
a
on
pretty
point.
simple question.
No, it's
He
not.
made a
It's an
I
point
can
about.
answer the question if you
It's an
want.
Yeah,
No, wait,
I'd
wait.
love
It's
to
an
hear.
It's an no. It's an obfuscation. Go ahead, Eric.
This clown had a chance to talk.
Obfuscation. It's an
This clown-
obfuscation.
Shut
Like
up.
you
This clown had a
globalists are
chance to
scumbags,
talk.
and that's the problem.
Just
Like
a
you're
minute.
bad people, and you shine your shittiness to us all, and we can see through you like fucking glass.
Well,
So
exactly, because
whatever, bro.
Adam, a
Okay,
minute
so
ago.
if I want to give an
Hold on,
actual
Coil.
rebuttal to Citizen,
Coil.
I don't mean to interrupt, but let me give you an actual.
Well, you are. Just a second, dude. Okay, so just a minute ago, both of these cheerleaders had the chance to stand up and tell us what Exonaut did to decimate this chat. They both went dead silent. You gave him a bit of a red herring to go on a tangent with, and he wants to take that and run away with it. Just pointing that out.
Okay, I'll shut up. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but he's not here anymore. He left. He ran away with his tail between his legs. That's fine.
Yep.
The issue is history in general is written by the victors. Like it's going to be written by whoever won the war or whatever it is in the last 2,000, 3,000 years, civilization, whatever. So when, I go read a book and they tell me, oh, this is what it was, like 500 years ago or 600 years ago, people believed in, many civilization believed in the firmament and the flat earth theory or reality. So if he's going to ask, sorry, the last thing I'll say, if he's going to ask what else did they lie about, well, yeah, the history is written by the victors. They can lie about whatever they want.
All right, so here's one thing, right? It's not lost on us that there's a lot of misinformation out there, Coil. It's not the fact that we don't want to answer his question. We know that there's a lot of things that there's misinformation on. Okay, it's apparent to us, but we're not going to engage on that because he's okay. Maybe you don't understand this argumentation or this arena. Let me break it down for you, bro. They're not in here to talk about the point that we're making. They're in here to talk about what you want to engage and that question on what else is there out there. Okay. Or what else can we talk about? Because when you're held accountable, you try to run from the point. And that's what he's doing. Citizen doesn't want to be held down to the fact that he doesn't understand anything about the earth. So he throws like a fishing line out to see who bites. And you bit, right? You bit into the hook. So that's what he wants. And so he could reel you in and take this chat off into some other subject. And you'll gladly oblige. Because what you know is a thing that he doesn't know, but he doesn't care anything to get him off of this particular point and this arena. Do you understand, Coil? This is what it's a classic obfuscation. Adam understood that. That's why he said, I can see through you like glass. I know what you're all about. And if you don't see it, Coil, that's what they're trying to do. Every time they come in here, they don't want to be held accountable to the point that they don't know what the earth is. And they're going to throw everything they can at you so they can take you off of that. And if you oblige, then you're going to give them what they want. Understand? That's what this is.
Yes, I understand. And as far as accountability and filibustering or grandstanding or being a gatekeeper to the globe or the flat earth or whatever they're doing, yes, I understand that. And I'm sorry if I sounded a little intense. And, I was trying to answer the guy's question.
No,
He
you're
left
fine,
me with
man.
it. So, but yes, I understand the arena that they're playing in. They're playing by their rules. So, most people try to, not break the rules, but we try to bend them and just kind of see like, hey, what else can we say? But yeah, it's a one-sided argument. It's definitely biased as far as scientism goes, or science, whatever it is. So yeah, it's ridiculous, and I understand that, man. And it's the same old bad actors. They just have different names every day. It's like whatever.
Yeah. So yeah, the this arena is we're here to provide them the knowledge that a critical thinker, if you really are one, you're gonna assess the questions, right? That you're gonna ask. If the question is that you're asking, is that you don't know the answer to it, then you better say, you know what, we don't really know. But if you're not intellectually honest, you're gonna obfuscate. You're gonna throw a gimmick here and something else out. Like you're not gonna ever get to the point. And so, just like the gentleman who was here, and I started to quiz him specifically on how he knows the sun size, and that he didn't want to answer. That's exactly the way these guys are. They don't know how to not answer and be honest. They start to get away from the point. And so that's the whole shit. If they could be in here and spin everybody's wheels for as long as they can, it sounds like a win. Just like what everybody heard Exonaut the other day. That's it.
Yeah, they have a kidnapper mentality. Whenever you are at a crossroad, and despite the fact that you know the right road to get to the destination, they will try to take you on other roads, which they will say that those are the roads correct to that destination, and they will have to tell you a lot of stories about that road and
Hey,
direction.
citizen, you're gonna tell.
So Coyle brought up a point about
What the fuck,
that it's
dude?
nature. Coyle brought up a point that it's nature to take whatever information you're given, not critically think, not accept any answers, and that they're lying to you. So my question to you is, what else did they lie about, and why did they lie, and who are they?
I
Lie
answered the
about
question.
yourself.
I answered the
point-
question
Wait,
while
I
you're
just want to know. I just want to note they're already
No,
starting
I'm
to
gonna
gang
answer
talk.
you.
Can't engage with one person. I'm talking to Coyle.
You need to wait. Just wait. I'm gonna ask you a question, dude. I just wanted you to know that you don't know anything about the Earth. Start there. You don't know. You can't skip off and say, what else don't we know? Because you need to concede that you don't know anything about the Earth. We need to hear the concession that you don't know. We're not just going to go off and do another tangent just because you want to. We want to know and to hear from your side if you know or not. That's what we're waiting for.
Also, let me
Go
just
ahead.
quickly jump in. It's just a
Look,
bit silly.
I can't
It's just
engage.
a bit silly to
I
be
can't
like,
engage at all because
why,
you guys just mute me and
what are
overtalk me.
Guys, listen. I'm making a comment, and then we can move on. You got it's ridiculous for you to come into a channel and say, what else are they lying about? If you want to know something, go and research. Like, I mean, what are you even talking about? You need to think, what have they said? What can I check? What can I confirm? We're going to go into some random, vague, endless list of things that could be lies. You want to know something specific, think about it, research it, and then talk about it. Don't just ask, what about everything in reality that's going on? No, use your brain. This is laziness on your part. What
Sure,
else are
so-
they lying about? Grow up.
An easy response to that. And if I could get a chance to just engage with Coyle now, I don't know if you guys can keep your spurg out for a little bit. But the first point he made, right, was about why people accept things without questioning, right? So so he asserted a point, right? And I just asked him for more backup to that point.
Okay,
Right?
and I can give you that citation.
My claim would be, just so you understand where I'm at, my claim would be that just because you think the opposite of what you were told doesn't make you intelligent, that doesn't mean you're critically thinking, right? All that means is you're a contrarian.
No one's claiming that.
Okay,
Okay,
hold on.
you're kind of
Again,
straw manning or ad
I'm not
hominem.
talking.
You're
I'm
doing
not talking to anyone but Coyle. So if anyone else could just
Yeah, well, if you're
stop
gonna
themselves
straw
from
man-
speaking,
if you're gonna
you can't control
First
yourself.
of all,
See, this is why I don't engage. You people can't control yourselves.
Insult the entire room.
One guy. I'm not insulting. I'm not insulting
Yeah,
anyone.
you are. Yeah, you are.
No,
You
if
just
you're
said-
taking it as an
you just
insult, then
made
that's your.
some- You just made some dumb comment about how just by thinking contrarily, you're not smart, as if that's what we're doing here. That's not at all what we're doing here. you can either address a specific argument that's made, that we make, and respond to that. We don't need your personal commentary about what you think is going on some meta level. So keep it on point or shut the fuck up.
Okay, so the citation, citizen, I'll be really quick. The citation I'm going to give you about those studies that are from your peer-reviewed sources, your mainstream sources, that show, that prove brain patterns that people are genetically inclined to believe what they're told and take orders. That's the first citation for that.
That's
The
great.
second thing is, who are you? Like, are you the gatekeeper of critical thinking? Like, are you a doctor? Do you have a PhD? Like, who are you to decide? Oh, if you think outside of the box, you're not critically thinking. Like,
No one said that. Big
this
straw
is like a
man.
joke at this point.
That's a terrible straw man that you created.
No, it's not. I'm asking you because you attacked.
I never
us
said if you
for
no.
me.
I never said if you think outside the box, you're not thinking correctly. I never said that at all. That's
You
a
did
terrible
say that
straw man you're
just because
creating.
you think outside
No.
of the box, you're not.
I would like you
not
to
actually
engage. I would like you to
critically thinking.
engage with the I would like you to engage with the substance of what I asked you. Right. So, can you tell me why they're lying about it? What else they're lying about, and who the they are in your statements?
Okay, as much as a loaded question that is, it's a lot of people with a lot of money. We'll just say that, and they make a lot
Teachers
of
don't
money.
make
I don't
a lot
know.
of money,
No,
but
let
you
me
said they
finish.
lie
Don't
about it.
interrupt. You
Okay.
want your answer?
Okay.
It's a lot of people with a lot of money. I don't know if do you know the budget of NASA in the last 10 years that they get a year? How much
Do you want
money
me to
they get?
talk or no? Do you want me to talk or no? You asked
I'm
me a question.
asking.
Do you want
You
me to
know
talk?
the budget of NASA as of right now
Yeah.
in
The
2024.
budget of NASA is big because it takes a lot of money to send rockets into space.
Okay, so it's $34 billion, right? That's a lot of fucking money, dude. So to answer your question, why are they lying? Because they're getting billions of dollars to lie. This is
The
a
teachers are?
multi-billion-dollar industry all around the world with all the other space agencies making billions of dollars from taxpayer money and budgets. So if you want a real answer and you want to follow the numbers, that is your answer because they're getting paid money when they lost the technology and they can't even go back to the moon and they're still getting $34 billion a year.
Do you know that many countries have been to the moon besides the United States?
Oh, really? How do you know that? You saw it on TV.
Isn't that a red herring though? Citizen.
I guess in that point when you're saying, did you see it on TV? Hold it,
I think we need to go through
guys,
like a few
it's impossible. It's impossible to engage with everyone at the same time. It's impossible. Okay.
Yeah, we need to go through a few.
Guys, I
logical
tried. Yeah,
fallacies with
I
you,
definitely tried my best to engage.
Yeah,
in
no,
good
you
faith.
didn't.
But
No.
I think
We're gonna go
all
through a
you
few
do is you just
logical
overtalk
fallacies.
people when they
Basically,
say stuff that you
no, because
disagree
you
with,
overtalked me,
and it
bro.
doesn't make any sense,
You
right?
talked
It's
over me,
anti-intellectual,
and then
this
when
whole
I
chat
just
is
carry on
anti-intellectual,
talking,
and
when
your
I carry
brain
on
is the size of a
talking
peanut.
after
Good
you
day.
talked over me, you then cry and leave. It's pathetic. Oh, I must be allowed to talk over you, or else I'll cry and leave. Well done.
Another classic spiral. Oh, man.
I was literally halfway through a sentence. He decides to talk over me, and because I wouldn't relinquish, he then cried. It was pathetic.
Yeah, that was weak.
And it was after the red herring of, do you think teachers are in on it? Even though Coyle actually said we're talking about space agencies and not about teachers. I mean, what a waste of everyone's time.
Yeah, not like, what else are they lying about? Yes, please go through the entire list of things they're lying about. It's like, what
Just
are you
red herring after
talking
red
about?
herring after,
Yeah.
you know, just deflection, diversion. It's just, yeah.
Yeah,
He definitely has the 5 Ds of globe ball.
Yeah.
Hey, good to see you, Crypto. You busy?
I'm always busy, man. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good. Just stop by for work. Anybody else have any evidence for the globe, guys? Anybody in here? Oh, well, I don't know if you were here, Crypto, but Peter gave us the proof that the Earth is a globe.
Nah.
with Anti-hydrogen. What was it? Oh my
And
god! It's
yeah, anti-hydrogen, antimatter, basically a man-made antimatter substance that, when in the electromagnetic field, you can stop it from moving about a bit. I mean, I'd class that in capital letters in red pen, highlighted in red, as a red herring. Definitely not what we were asking for. He's just gone somewhere and found some obscure niche thing, and then there you go, gas go down, go boom boom.
Yeah, he said that gas falls. He's going to prove it. And then he said that he couldn't prove that what he was showing us was caused by gravity. I asked him, is gravity what makes things fall? He said, yeah. So I said he didn't prove that anything fell.
Did he tell us how we weigh gases?
Using his theodolite.
Yeah. He'd probably say, he would say that.
Yeah. But you, Alpha, you asked for a globe proof or sun dimensions, and I do happen to have an evidence for that.
An evidence for what? The size?
Yeah, the size of the
Oh,
sun. Yeah.
hell no, dude. I hope you're not saying what I think you're saying. Because it doesn't matter if you're a flat earther for 10 years, bro. You're going to get decimated. I don't want to put you in my
That's right.
crosshairs, GBG.
Okay, listen to this argument.
What?
So, obviously, when we go out and look at the ground, we see it's big as far as we can see with our own eyes under our feet. Now, when we look in the sky, the sun looks so much smaller, therefore, it's bigger than the Earth.
What the fuck? Oh, you're being
This is
you're
what-
being facetious. Okay, dude. Yeah. I thought you were being for
This
real,
is
man.
what-
I was about. We're gonna have an intervention here with the team, dude. We're gonna be like, all right, GBD's fucking losing it.
Bring the lobotomy tools, instruments. This is what that guy with the size of the sun was actually doing, you know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll do that.
Is that it for the globe proof today then?
I hope not. Where are all the brave souls out there? Come on, I thought you said the Earth was a globe. So easy to provide evidence. Flat
There's
earthers are so
globers sitting in
dumb.
here.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's globers in here just sitting there quietly because they know that as soon as they open their mic, they're gonna have to prove they live on a ball, and they're just afraid now.
They're sitting there eating crow, aren't they? Yeah, you guys don't like the taste of that, though, of losing every day. Big fucking L's every day. At some point, you want a guy like Exo not to step up and then sit behind him or cheerlead behind him because you can't do it.
Hey, on his picture, that horizontal line, was that our line of sight?
No, that's the observer. If like he's looking straight across.
Yeah.
So yeah, the obstruction would be the sagittal that he can't see. See,
No.
this is what
But what is the straight line, horizontal line for?
that's the point. Yeah. Well, we didn't even get to that point because we're only talking about like how much you can't see. So that's another point.
Well, here's the thing. I told you I was going to rip it apart. I can't focus on that, but I'm just telling you. I just glanced at it again. He's got some explaining to do.
Yeah, oh yeah. Next time he comes in here. But remember, he said, now get this, the obfuscation at the end of his point was that it wasn't to scale. You get it? That the image that he drew was not to scale. And I'm like, no, that's some bullshit right there. Because what I'm asking for is a line of sight that would take place over 20 miles / turn it over to kilometers. So yeah, it should be to scale. What you're doing in that diagram is representing, to scale what we would be looking at over an Earth of that size. So he started to say at the end of that that it wasn't to scale. That was interesting.
Well, yeah, he has to, but the problem is you can say it's not to scale, but that doesn't make any sense the way it's drawn. So he has to be drawn to scale.
Well, that's what I was telling him. So really, I don't know where the gentleman actually said that he was decimating anyone in here because he didn't know. He was confused at the end of it.
I would not get away with presenting that in a meeting. Like, these are the numbers. This isn't actually what it looks like. This is just kind of a rough drawing. They would be like, that's why we spend, I don't know, $250,000 a year or whatever we spend on all our CAD packages. Use the right tools.
Industries need to know. They're on they have to know to be saying that we're going to produce whatever it is, and you can't just say, "Well, I'm not doing it to scale." So they're going to be like, "Okay, let's get another guy who knows what they're talking about in here." This guy don't know clearly.
Well, all people learn to draw before they even speak. But not many of them actually study to become experts in drawing.
Oh, globies. Is the Earth a globe? If you think so, open up your mic. Tell us how it is. Go ahead, Spitz. Old people lie. Oh, really? How about the shape of the Earth? Let's talk about that. Open up your mic. Let's have a convo. What up, Timbo?
It's actually a triangle. Everybody's wrong here.
Triangle. Yeah. Anything else, huh?
You can't prove it's not a triangle, can you?
Can't prove it's not a triangle. Is that the best you got, Smooth?
No.
Okay, well, give me your best.
Okay. The Earth is a triangle.
The Earth is evidence of that, please.
Just go out into the world.
Go out into the world. No, that's not the answer. Wrong.
Yeah,
It's not your
You
Earth.
could have played up on that.
Oh, what's your claim as far as what the Earth is or not?
It's not. Listen.
Oh,
the
I'm
claim,
just curious.
Yeah,
what it
it's
is.
not. It's what you're asking for. My claim. We're addressing the claim of the shape of the Earth. The claim that the Earth is a globe. The claim that the Earth is spinning. The claim that the Earth is in a cosmic vacuum. That's what we're addressing, Smooth. Don't lose the plot, sir. When you come in here, remember that. What did I just say? Let's see if you remember what I
It says
just said.
24/7 flat Earth.
What did I
I'm not
just
really
say?
con-
Smooth.
You just
Address
said you're
what I
just
said.
you're
Stop.
addressing the claim that the
Stop
Earth is a
spurging
globe.
out. Stop
No,
spurging out.
I'm
Answer my
reiterating what
question.
you just said,
Okay,
right?
go for it.
You
Go
just
for it.
asked me to read it. What you just said, did you not?
Go.
You're saying you're addressing the claim that the Earth is spinning, that the Earth is a globe. That's what you're addressing, and is that correct?
No, we're not. Yeah, specific
Oh, shut
claim.
the fuck up.
The specific claim. Don't get all butthurt, dude.
No, because I just verbatim said what you said. Then you said
All
no.
right, then.
Like you
So
have
if
to
that's the
fucking
case,
contradict it,
right?
right?
If that's
you
the
can't
case,
let
dumbass.
somebody be right
Hey,
once.
Smooth.
Fucking
Smooth.
saying what
You're
you
not
wanted.
right, dude, because you're talking about a
See?
damn triangle.
You're
Look
an
at how
idiot.
you said.
I was
so
joking.
You,
I
okay,
was
so
joking. That was satire.
Okay, so
Obviously, no one
then get
believes it's a
serious.
triangle.
Then get serious. Then get serious. So
Yeah,
how
and
do
I
we know?
just
So
addressed
how do
what
we
you
know?
just said.
All right.
Did you
All
say
right.
I was listening? So I
All right.
clarified for
So
you.
now
I
you're
was
listening.
right?
Good, Smooth.
Thank
You're
you.
listening.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, so now tell us that you know if the Earth is a globe or not. Tell us that part.
I'm undecided on that.
Well, then, yeah, have a seat. Let's have a talk to
Yeah, I'm
somebody
having
who
a
does
conversation.
know.
I'm listening for a conversation
That's
here.
the new breed of Globers. They're not
Yeah,
sure anymore.
They're not sure anymore. Good, because that's the job that we're doing. We're making you guys not sure and fucking scared to talk. Smooth. The
No,
only
now
thing
you're
that you
no,
got,
hold on, no.
the
Stop
only
right there.
no,
Stop right
nothing.
there.
The
You're
only thing
putting
you can
words into my
say,
mouth like you
yeah,
insinuate know what the fuck goes on in my brain. Like you know anything about
no,
me, right?
we're
You're
addressing the
insinuating you know about
topic.
what my thinking process is. Are you
Nobody
not?
gives a shit what you
Oh,
think
so
about
shut the
Smooth.
fuck up and keep your names
Nobody
to
cares,
yourself
dude.
about what I am and what I am not. You don't clarify for me.
You
For
just
what I
said
could
that
say,
the
you're a
Earth is a
fucking mouth bubbling
triangle.
retard, right?
You said the Earth is
You're
a
an idiot.
triangle.
You're an idiot. You're illiterate.
I'm
Your
an idiot.
IQ
I'm
is
not the
2
one saying
digits.
the Earth is a triangle.
Muted.
Who said that? Don't fucking mute me, dude. You know you can't mute other people in here. It's gonna cause audio chaos.
Yeah, if you muted him, you got to take him off mute, or else you get
I'll put
server
him 3%.
can't be
We're
done.
banned.
Well, have him loud enough that you can hear him if you're going to be in here, or else
Yeah,
that'll cause.
he's loud enough.
Let's put
Smooth,
it
you
like this.
came in here saying the Earth is a triangle, and you think
Oh
that
god,
people.
you guys are all gonna jump on his shit because you want to jump on his shit.
He
I
don't
was
like
fucking
No.
not having the conversation with him. He's turned
You
down.
mad,
by the way.
bro?
No, I'm not mad. I'm actually. You know what? Let me point to that. I'm not.
Well, I actually got quite bored of that. He has unmuted Alpha Veritas. That's the only thing that I'm interested in. You've done that, right? You've unmuted Alpha Veritas.
Yeah,
No, the only
I'm not
thing
gonna
he's
mute him.
interested
You guys
in is
asked me not to. I'm not going to.
Fair enough. Thank you. That's all I care about. Carry on.
I'm just not gonna have a
Okay,
conversation with somebody being
Yeah.
disingenuous.
Listen, if you're here for conversation, let's have a conversation.
Okay, let's
What
have
do
a
you want to talk?
conversation.
What do you want to talk about?
Disproving, or at least the addressing, as this man put before, of how the Earth is globe and how it is spinning. Like, what are we addressing as
What?
far as to debunk
Yeah,
that or
right,
debunk that?
right. So they give us the claim that the Earth is a ball that spins and that we're living on it.
Right.
When we go out and test this, in reality, we go and try and verify that there is obstruction due to curvature, right? Because the Earth has to have curvature because it's a ball. They give us the numbers on what it should be so we can go out and test over what distances are observation being obscured by this curvature. And what we're finding is that it's not being obscured by the curvature that they claim must exist. We can see way far beyond the geometric limitations of the ball, right? So that's the first point. There's a million reasons why the Earth is not a spinning ball, but the main one that we deal with here is that you can go and directly test this yourself by going on Google and typing in curve calculator, distance to horizon calculator, figure out what the globe model predicts in terms of how far you should be able to see, or shoot a laser, shine a light, whatever you want to do, and test it where you live. Go to a body of water so you don't have to worry about topography. Go and perform some tests. You'll find that the geometry of the globe that they claim we live on does not exist. Okay? Does that give you an idea of what we're talking about?
Sure. No, I know that's what you were talking about. I just wanted to hear your ideas as far as like, other methods and such. Like you're saying, okay, let's take the Google trends or the Google explanation of how you could find the curvature of the Earth and apply our own testing toward, like you said, a shoreline would be ideal. And I do actually live in an area located near a shore, so I could do these tests. And that's a good starting point. But what other information would you like to offer?
Well, if you're interested, we have a server called the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, and someone can send you a link to that. And there's an additional information section which has terabytes of information, and it's categorized alphabetically. So we've got gravity, curvature, long distance observation, loads of channels with loads of information. And the thing is, when you go on Google and YouTube and try and find decent information, they essentially block it by shadowing it in the algorithm. So you get all the Professor Days and the Neil deGrasse Tyson bullshit stuff, but any actual people who are presenting the kind of argument that we would present are heavily censored. So we save all of that stuff on our server, but not just that. We've got academic resources, videos, lectures, papers, all sorts. But this is just somewhere that you can do some independent research if you're interested in hearing the other side of the story. But yeah, there's a million things we could talk about, but mainly what we primarily go to here is the curvature of the Earth that's claimed, the motion of the Earth that's claimed, and the nature of the atmosphere, as they tell us, the gas pressure that we breathe existing adjacent to a vacuum, a low-pressure space, which is a contradiction of natural law, because high pressure flows to low pressure. So those are the points that we normally stick to, but of course, because we're discussing the Earth, it goes in all kinds of directions. But we try and keep it on topic, empirical evidence, what we can observe, what we can test, what we can measure, So we're not claiming a ship. We're not claiming it's a disk in space. It's definitely not a disk in space. We're not really making any overall claims to what this place is. Like, we're not offering a replacement model, but we are saying it certainly is not what they've told us. And it only appears to be a level, topographical, motionless plane that's contained. That's a brief summary. Any questions?
Would asking for people's personal belief of what the actual model would be, is that not encouraged, or is that
That would be, well, it would be speculation, right? Because if you're going to talk about a model, you would have to be assuming things like the overall size of this place, the distances from the ground to things like the sun, the moon, and the stars, which we can't measure. You'd have to make
taking
all
it
these
for
kinds of assumptions.
Yeah, taking it with a grain of salt, as if somebody has an idea and this is what their idea is,
So
and like, all that is granted.
people have done artistic concepts and things of what it could be. These exist, but no one here would ascribe or say, yes, this is what it is. We can't know that. We can't have this like God's eye view on the earth. We can only know what we can actually observe, measure, experience on
So
earth.
the question I have, that I've gotten to talk to a couple other people in this chat, which are pretty seemingly educated and well spoken, is why personally would you believe that we are told that it is a globe?
Well, again, this could be another massive conversation, and I'm not them, so I can't divine what their intentions are. But
Personally,
I have my own ideas about why I believe they have done this, and
Well, that's what I'm
essentially it boils down to control, right? If they control your worldview, where you think you are, what you think you are, how you think you got there, what you think your purpose is, if you have one at all, they get to play and influence all of this if they create your worldview. So if some group of people had a tyrannical desire to rule over as many people as they can, it would be very beneficial for them to be the ones who create the entire worldview of where people think they are. Because knowledge is power, right? I mean, that's evident. So, like commanders wanting to know the terrain of a battle that they're going to face the next day, they send scouts because they want to know what the terrain is going to be like, because every piece of knowledge is an advantage. And if you start thinking about this through the lens of a group trying to have control, then, I mean, the reasons are self-evident as to why they would want to control things on that fundamental level. And then it impacts everything else, right? Like if they tell you, oh, well, NASA spotted this asteroid, it's coming towards Earth, I mean, they could make people lose their shit, which is something that, they've been doing on the regular. But either way, it's an immense amount of control, and it might take some time to think about, right, what are all the things that this actually impacts on a very deep level. It's a creation story as well, right? They tell you how it got here, how old it is, all this stuff. So, yeah, it's not just the shape of the Earth, so to speak, that's important, right? It's what that implies and means about our place here, what we're doing here, what this is, right? So it's a very deep thing, but yeah, you can get into the monetary reasons. I mean, NASA gets $60 million a day. Would some people lie for $60 million a day? I would say so. But again, you can go all over the place with why. Also, very often it'll come down to the creation, right? That aspect of it, because the globe comes with a creation story, which is the Big Bang making everything and gravity pulling everything into balls. If that's not true, then we have to take another look at the creation story. How did it get here? And now, if an alternative creation story would say that there is something higher than the nation-state governments, which like to present themselves as the pinnacle of power on Earth, if there was a theory that would challenge that, that would be a direct threat to these people's control. So they would have a vested interest in making sure that this notion of there being a power higher than them that makes the rules is a threat to their ability to make the rules. So from that aspect as well, it can get very deep, right? Are they covering up creation itself? So yeah, there's a whole. But that's speculation, right? So again, take that for what it's worth. What else you got? Did you catch that? I dropped
Yeah,
off.
no, I'm just adjusting. More or less just checking out, like, the other points of our, existence that we can observe as far as, like, let's say the moon and such. Like, what are your theories based on that? Is that a globe, or is that somewhat of a globe, or is it something that's, like, as you say, or as perceived, we only see one surface of it, so, like, doesn't
Yeah,
necessarily
again,
mean
I
it's a
wouldn't
globe,
make
right?
a claim. Wouldn't make a
Well,
claim
again,
to
it's personal
what
belief, right?
overall shape it would be. I don't personally see it as a globe or a ball, although I can see why people would look at it and say, yeah, it looks like it might have some features that are curved on this face that I'm seeing. But again, we're only seeing a very odd circle of light, right? So there's a million questions about the moon that you can get into. You could basically, I would just, it's a luminary. The luminaries, the sun, moon, stars, they're all there as like a calendar and a clock, right? So they're for us to be using as a guide in terms of time. I don't think of them as other locations to go to or other, how they're presenting them in a heliocentric model. The sun gives us the days and the nights, and the moon tracks the cycles of the months, and the stars tell us the time of year for planting, harvesting, this kind of thing. So it's a useful tool for human existence, navigation as well. But I don't claim to know what they are in terms of material composition, how far away they are, what exact mechanism is causing their motion. We can just see what everyone else sees, which is the patterns that they make repeatedly and have done for all of recorded human history, even though we're supposed to be traveling millions and billions of miles through this never-ending, meaningless, accidental universe for no reason in different directions and rotations and vectors. And yet, they're all the same year after year, rotating just as they always have done. So yeah, they're a great mystery that human beings have pondered over since the beginning of time. What is it? How far away is it? What's it made of? We're just carrying on this human tradition which they've taken away from us over the last few hundred years. Not even that long, right? The nursery rhyme, twinkle, twinkle, little star, right? How I wonder what you are. This was common until just a few hundred years ago, maybe, at most. This is a new religion, this globe thing, and it's taken away the myth.
Now, the other honest question I want more or less to hear from you, being you sound convinced of the non-globe shape, or, as it's presented to us, and, you've made your case on why you think that is, and, understanding all that. Why would you, no, I wanted to ask her, have you had the honest conversation in your own mind that maybe it can be a globe? Have you given that a fair shake of, like, maybe I'm understanding that I have intelligence that I can question the, reason for them to want to control, and all the, reasons you gave. I'm not going to go back over them because you've just given them to me, but for all those
Sorry, I
reasons,
got a phone call there, so I got cut out a little bit.
more or less the question of, have you asked yourself, could I be wrong with my stipulations of, well, they're lying to us
Yeah,
as far as...
yeah, that's how I got here, by asking this question. Am I wrong?
Well, no,
Yeah, that's how
as in
you get here.
saying, am I wrong? As in, well, I believe they're lying to us. Like, if you put yourself on the side of the equation of, well, maybe in my own hubris of thinking that I know that I'm being lied to and that there is deception going, am I now going too far with this idea of, well, the Earth isn't a globe?
No, because it's not based on accumulation of figuring out certain events have been misled or misinformed, right? It's about the nature of the physical Earth that you can observe and test in reality yourself. Not based on some contrarianism or some desire to have everyone insult you, because by no means is this a popular position. You know what I mean? We're not here for a popularity contest.
I'm not saying that.
People
I'm
lose their
saying,
shit. So
in my
yes,
view,
we question it all. We question it all, and what we fall back on is what's empirical, what we can observe, what we can measure, what we can test. It's not about just taking positions contrary to what the majority of people are thinking. So yeah, and we question each other all the time, right? We do not all agree on certain aspects. What I've told you is that what we're in agreement in is that there's no curve that can be measured or detected. There's no motion, and we must be contained to have this gas pressure. These are the things we agree on. Does that mean we agree on any kind of overall conception, how we got here, all these other things? Not necessarily at all. So,
No, not at all. But like,
But
I'm
yeah.
sure you've had the conversation. I haven't been in this chat with you. I've heard the conversation be told. For like let's go to the shoreline. Take that for instance, and you see a boat sailing away. It's a very large vessel, and you see the bottom of the ship disappearing. It seems before the top of the ship, and it's that little line of the horizon is basically enveloping the ship, and that's the
Yeah.
understanding of what
That's what they
the
tell us the curve of the Earth would be.
right. But
So
that's
they're
visible to
going
you as
down.
well, right?
Yeah. So this is what
So
I was
what is
talking
that?
about earlier. So you can go on to. So this is what I'm saying. That's what you need to be testing, right? Is that horizon at the right distance? That is where the ship should be going over the curve based on my observer height, right? So should the horizon be 3 miles away, 5 miles away, 10 miles away, and then you look for a reference marker that you can, compare it against. If I know that's far away and it's in front of or behind it, I can get an idea of how far away that horizon is. So that's exactly what's being tested, because yeah, that's a big claim. The boats disappear bottom up; they're going over a curve. So we need to analyze that claim. Right? Are there any other alternatives for what could cause what appears to be bottom up obstruction of the boat? And it turns out that there are, through perspective, that when we move something away over a flat surface, if our eye is close to that surface, over a distance, that object will appear to disappear bottom up just because of the angular resolution limit of the optic, in that things disappear bottom up because that's the smallest angle closest to the surface. So, yeah, when we start to realize there are alternative explanations for things like this, then we have to start saying, okay, so that doesn't mean that this proves that the Earth's a ball. So what is it that proves the Earth's a ball? Because we were all the same. Like we all believed in the globe until we started to just ask these questions. Most of us from a perspective of, well, it has to be a globe. So I'm just going to, get these questions and figure out these answers. Like,
Okay.
most people
So
got here trying to prove the globe.
right. I'm not trying to prove either or. I'm just trying to understand your perception of things, of having the conversation with you. Sorry to hit my mic.
Yeah, that's fine.
The idea of it, like being, like you're saying, like there are other examples of why the bottom up situation to where it is disappearing from bottom up isn't related directly because it's the curvature of the Earth, but it could be because of the optics and like you just described. Is it still plausible in your mind? And this is one of those things where I'm going to ask: is it something that we can prove that the Earth is not a globe?
Well, I would say you can demonstrate beyond reasonable doubt that the surface is not curving in the manner that's claimed in the globe model, based on long distance observations, laser tests, everything else. Too many things are going against the globe model for it to be correct. Like everywhere you look, the curvature, the motion, the gas pressure, the cosmology in its entirety is in crisis. Pretty much always has been. So everywhere you look, it's no good for the globe. Now again, does that mean we're going to come along with this full-on replacement where we all of a sudden explain everything? Not at all. Quite the opposite. You've got more questions, but at least you're no longer just chasing your tail, trying to think about a cosmology that doesn't even exist. Anyway, I've got to drop, but it was nice to speak to you, so I'm sure someone else can pick up. Anyone else there? From our side?
Yeah, man, we're here.
Alright, Jedi's here. Jedi will speak to you. Jedi and Crypto, if they're up for talking, that would be a good conversation for you guys. Who was I speaking to anyway? Who was that?
Can't remember his name.
It was smooth. Just picture old Haas's voice yelling that name and you'll never forget it.
Oh, is he gone?
Yeah, he buggered off.
Oh well.
He asked the question, he got some good information. So he probably filled his brain up with stuff for him to think about.
Or he ran away.
Well,
Maybe
hopefully
he-
he's smart enough to pay attention to the information and examine it for himself.
Maybe he's like, oh shit, I thought this was going to be a gotcha, but they have the answers. Fuck.
Well, I like to hold some hope in humanity and hope that hopefully people will take a look and say, oh, wow, look at this. Let me try to look at this for myself and do some reasoning with their own brain. No, but I think that Cyclone presented everything quite eloquently. He made it quite clear as to everything that what most of us believe and what we do and do not agree upon.
Yeah, I think that
Thank
was
you. I
the
try.
best. That was the best explanation I've heard of why. Like, you don't get to hear it that often, and I think you did a really good job doing that. I had to stop and listen to it as well, because it was explained very well. It makes a lot of sense too, you know. If anyone says that doesn't make any sense, then they weren't listening properly.
No, thank you guys. I can't even remember really what I said, but yeah.
Very
I
good.
could only hope that I could.
We're all very proud of
I
you.
could only hope.
When you
Well, I
speak
could
the
only hope
truth,
that
you
I
don't
could.
really need to concentrate, do you? It just comes out.
I could only hope that I could present it as eloquently as you did, Cyclone. That was, if I could just remember that whole the way that that was structured and everything. It was calm, it was concise. Excellent job. Kudos. Now I gotta hush up and get back to work.
Thank you. Yes. I need to jump as well soon, but I'll listen for a wee bit. So good to catch up with you all.
Nice one, big man. Crypto, what have you changed your name to this time? What is it? Skaki. Funny.
Yep.
I don't really need to ask.
No. Be obvious. I was large ball observer, but I got bored quickly, so I changed it.
Fair enough.
Everyone was Timbo, yes.
Sorry, Timbo. All I heard was didgeridoo interference. What was that, mate? Good. You're doing good, mate. You're all right.
Yeah,
Tie
good,
me
man.
Globers down, sport. Tie me Globers down.
Working at the airport, actually, on the roof. Pretty amazing.
He's scrubbing everyone's shoes.
You need to tie everything down with the wind we've been having. Bins, plant pots, tie everything down.
Do you reckon Storm Jocelyn came from the vacuum of space?
The ozone opened up and sucked out all the fucking good weather.
All the good weather the UK normally has, yeah?
It just seems to turn on at night. It's like, okay, now we're gale force, and it's like 40-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah.
Well, at least. I'll tell you, at least. Been howling.
Hey, Turquoise, can you explain the other day? I asked you if you think you live on a ball, and you said, I asked you if plumb lines were parallel, and you said no.
Yeah. Well, I can't confirm it. For me now, right now, those laws have...
Can you confirm that they're not parallel?
Basically, it's not the Earth that made me question it. It's the fact that our zeniths are different. So like, are they diverging or are they is it parallel? That's a dichotomy right there. The dualism that I'm stuck between. Are they parallel or not?
Okay.
The surface is flat locally. We measure everything flat, obviously. When
You mean by
whenever you do
locally?
angles,
So you think it is? You think it is curving?
you're always 90 degrees to the surface. I don't know what the surface is. Could be a bigger globe. Could be, can't guarantee flatness. And observations, like just the zeniths being different on a
Can you
flat Earth would.
can you explain that a
Because
bit more? Can you go a bit more into
yeah.
depth on that?
So like the vertical and horizontal have a 90-degree difference. There's the relationship they have on all models. But what's in contention is that orientation being parallel, but to another person. It's only when you include another person is it relevant, because it's not when you don't have another person involved geometrically. It's just horizontals 90 degrees to plumb, and there's a horizontal plane and a vertical plane. That's eye level or whatever, you can see like that. But there's no another observation. So when you have another one, you need the distance to them. And it seems it does conform geometrically to a globe.
In what way?
Elevation to elevation. Because that's kind
How
of
do
what
you
level
come
means.
to that? How do you come to that conclusion?
We've got all the obvious optics and like illusions of the eyes or whatever you're using to record. And the horizon's always kind of like just due to the capacity of the instrument.
What
So
about
like
flat Earth? What about
So how then do
example
you
of real flat? What about real example of real flat surfaces on the Earth? What about that?
yeah, there's a lot of flat. There's a lot of flat, but there's a lot of earth. And I'm not saying it's massively all over the show, but there's a lot of earth. We can not agree with that. And the amount of curve, or the amount of difference in these verticals, or my vertical to somebody else's vertical, is hardly anything.
Is it possible that surface could be flat?
Yeah.
In which case a surface could be flat?
So, yeah, but I think the sky is different.
How would look like a flat surface?
Oh, hold on. I'm trying to now marry the two. Do apologise. We're asking about the floor. You said our zeniths are different. We're talking about plumb lines not being parallel, and now you've gone to, but the sky is different.
Well, let me get to it. So,
yeah, please do.
you got the idea that plumb bobs are diverging, or the idea that plumb bobs are parallel. And with measuring the sky, which I'm going to get to, and this celestial sphere, as opposed to the and terrestrial sphere, they're the two ideas that we have, right, of mapping things, right? And the projections either way relative to the observer. And it's essentially like, as above, so below, and all them lines that are on the globe relate to the star, the celestial sphere, and its rotation, and its, it's like length of orbit and everything. That's like a year sidereal. And that itself, if it was all zeniths are vertical, and obviously zeniths are vertical is parallel on a flat Earth, then you get a different star field above your head, every observer. Which is not it has to be literally coming parallel, like a Fresnel lens. So like the dome or the sky field kind of wouldn't work with the angles and parallax on a flat plane to flat plane. So it's, do you know what I'm saying? So the only way for flat Earth to be existing is a flat plane sky.
Okay.
Because the zeniths are all different.
Okay. So you mentioned earlier that the problem was when you brought another person into the equation. What did you mean by that?
Yeah. Because the only relationship to the other person is the sky. And what you're doing is you're measuring a ball. So you're implying you're navigating a ball by just navigating the stars. Essentially, you're getting their relation to that star and your relation to that star, and you're getting the difference, and you're getting like a surface distance, and that's how all the angles work, man. It's just mapping the sky onto the ground. So I don't know about the Earth being as it should have been presented to us, but one of them's a sphere.
Yeah, the sky. How we observe the sky.
One of them is a sphere.
What's the point?
Or light conforms in like light bends the flat Earth to a globe.
I'm still.
Do you know what I mean? Some metaphysical thing like that.
Okay, so without using the stars, which seem to be confusing the matter, where do we get to plumb lines are not parallel? Because we were talking about this the other day.
You can't really confirm it. Yeah.
Okay, so we can't confirm it. If I remember correctly from speaking to you the other day,
Can't confirm it.
It gets 1 degree after every night. Sorry, 69 miles, 70 miles, whatever it is.
Without looking at the sky, mate.
Yeah,
Sorry, Jedi, you can't confirm it without using the sky. And when you use the sky to confirm it, you get diverging plumb lines mapped onto the terrestrial sphere. Essentially, you're basically taking what you see in the stars on the celestial sphere, and you just translate it onto the terrestrial sphere, and then you translate that onto a flat map or projection from a projection. Basically, I would navigate and use maps. It's like the rundown.
Still trying to get.
There's some axioms that I don't agree on anymore.
Still trying to get to the measurement of it, though. You said that you can't measure the Earth without using the sky. You seem quite upset about even suggesting that you could. Just trying to let you get your point out, mate.
Yeah, that's the only way we can do that is use the sky, is what I'm saying, and that's kind of what you didn't want. That's the answer you don't want, right? But that's how we've mapped and measured the Earth is the sky.
Yeah, we have definitely used the sky. We probably mapped the sky before we we understood the sky before we understood the floor better, because everybody had access to the sky, right, and its movements.
Yeah.
And then we used the sky to help us navigate around the Earth, because the stars appeared at certain times of day and year in certain locations.
And all cycles were just like geometric and this and that, and they could just plot it all on a circular model like heliocentrism with the sun in the middle, and they plotted all that just from. I'm not pushing that because I don't kind of believe in the heliocentrism, but yeah, it's just one of those. I can't confirm over great distance without using the sky that they are parallel, vertical and horizontal. I can't prove both observers, if they're on the same elevation angle, will share the same plane of horizontalness. I can't confirm it. Only without the sky. When I use the sky, it says it's, globe. Like I said, I've never trusted like optics or like distance or measurements like that too much. Even though there are some mad, crazy ones that show seeing too far and vice versa, like not enough because there's something in the way, and there's math to it, and it all works out for a globe because of the sky. Like you can't get away from the sky. If you know what I mean, like it's.
Yeah, the celestial hemisphere. Yeah. Whether the sky is actually that, or it's how we perceive the sky.
Yeah, and then everything in space is just, and scale is dependent on the speed of light. So that's how the whole scaling system works, is relative to the speed of light in a vacuum, traveling at top speed. And then some Kepler math, and it harmonic resonance and the distances to shit, and then you got a model, and it kind of works because it looks like that.
Isn't
The
that why we
geocentric
say,
Earth.
okay, because
Sorry,
we
Tim.
can't confirm the stuff in the sky, that's why we try and measure the Earth, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a really difficult geometric thing you can't really measure flat.
What are you meaning by flat? Level?
Horizontal.
You just pick your triangle. You're not going to be able to confirm it's flat. I mean, the
Let's
surveyors
forget
do,
about
right?
triangles for the
They just
moment.
keep leveling out. Yeah, the triangles.
Yeah. Well, if we forget about triangles for the moment and just look at the surface of the Earth, what about are you one of those people that it kind of throws away the those laser experiments of measuring the drop over distance?
Oh yeah.
You're not,
No, like
you don't.
I understand that light and optics and things bend. Things bend. That's just it. I can't guarantee it's. But although it does get there in his line of sight, but stuff bends. It's good. It's good though. It's good that
Stuff
like
bends.
Stuff gets obstructed too.
yeah, and it's all thermodynamics and temperature makes a difference, and having regulation and
But
humidity.
still,
And,
the only thing that takes you to a globe is the sky.
well, unless you want to trust these optics that are aimed quite horizontal towards the most place of refraction, where you know what I mean. It's all to do with instruments, and the math kind of does show it's curving when you do that because of the refraction. And it's still not enough.
Can you show us an example of that?
Well, it's sorry, 1 second. Back to that parallel thing, and we're all parallel, all our zeniths.
You don't want to show me an example of what you just said.
We all observe a horizon and stuff beyond it. Elevation makes you see more. That fits all models, right? That fits all models.
Fits both. Yeah, fits flat better, but yeah.
Yeah, perspective on the scale we're at doesn't really change. Looking at the surface of the Earth, because it's not. We
Looking
never
across the
see it
surface.
in its. Yeah, we never see it in its bare form, do we? We don't see enough of it
Okay,
to
well, I'm up on the
verify
roof of the airport and I'm staring at the city, and the city looks very small.
Yeah.
So what
There's
do you
lots
mean
of
by that?
perspective.
Yes.
It's angular size.
So how does it not fit? How does it not fit into a flat plane?
Kind of does, like in like a grid system, but then but not on the macro system. When
What
you're
do you mean
traveling
macro?
like you can disprove that triangle on a globe thing there, can't you? And just measure, just do 3 points in the ground, and it's going to be equal elevation. But because it's so small, you can still do a 180-degree triangle, right? But the bigger you go, however hard it is to conceptualize, geometry states, and the truth of geometry says that it could go to like a 540-degree triangle. That's just like a logical thing if it is a sphere. And that's what we use for navigation and all this mapping there, and it's all used on that circular model, which I've always thought is a celestial sphere, and it's all mapped on the celestial because it's each in the same, like I keep saying. So that's where the ball might initially come from, but it kind of does measure for it still. It's a weird one. With navigation, anyway. Horizon stuff I don't trust. To be fair.
So a combination of perspective and your eyes doesn't work on a plane.
I'm not
Atmospheric
going to pull the whole.
conditions.
Yeah, I'm going to pull the whole. Not truly agnostic view, but I'm going to play that I am too small and the Earth's too big. For my very limited view, it can be viewed and plane and judged as a plane, but on the macro, it's supposed to be a sphere, and it measures that way when we navigate.
And what is the macro? What is the macro
macro's a
size?
sphere. Yeah, the
What is
macro's
the
a
macro?
globe.
What is the macro size?
Yeah, the size they give us, basically.
Oh, really? And why is not that matching in reality?
In what way? Well, like
In
the
that
equator
way,
is different.
in that way that it's predicting the geometrical horizon 1.22 miles, but it's not there. It's even 10 times more.
But you believe the distances they tell you?
Yes. You know why? I can ask, for example, the captain of the ferry, who is going from the beach to the island, for 20 years, and I can ask him, is that distance like a 10 miles where we are going every day? And he will tell me yes, and I will believe him.
Yeah.
And for example, if people, for example, building some stuff in the sea, inside of the sea, like oil rigs, I think that the builders of that stuff, they know where they build that stuff and where is the distance to that stuff. I think and I know, for example, you have a car, you take a car and you go with the car, for example, 5 miles, and then the car measures the distance,
Correct.
Yeah. Correct. And you can see that it's almost there. It's almost correct, If you find some good road, with the GPS, you can find out the distance. It's really correct. That means we know some distances in the world. If you know that island somewhere, it's from the beach 20 miles, you know that, because also people know that who are living there across that island.
I understand.
Yeah, and then when you make observation now, where people living and when they're saying, look, that island is 20 miles, you cannot see that on the sphere.
Ooh, do you understand the extra range you get for every the elevation change? Because that's not what many people talk about.
Do you understand? The elevation change. Elevation change in South Bolivian lake, it's 4,000 miles squared. It's only 1 meter elevation change.
It's all about the observer. So
what you will
if you
say
were on the
about
surface of the
my
Earth,
question is
that's
for
what
you,
the 9.8 meters.
Okay, my question is this for you. What you will say about surface, that is Salt Lake in Bolivia, it's 4,000 miles squared, and it's changing elevation 1 meter. What you will say, personally, about that surface?
Yeah, I don't know how they got the elevation.
I told you, it's changing elevation 1 meter in 4,000 miles squared. That is like 60 miles per 60 miles. And it's changing elevation only 1 meter. How you will call that surface?
I don't know about that geometry, but
I told you the geometry, 4,000 miles squared, elevation change 1 meter. Can you tell me what is that, how you will call that surface?
Well, you'd like to say flat.
Listen this carefully. If it's now 9,057, if it's not 2024, every human being will tell you, yes, it's flat, obviously. But now it's 2024. I know that your cock this is so big, and you cannot accept that, But every human being, like 30 years ago, will say this is flat surface, obviously.
I get it.
Yeah.
They did. They didn't really conceptualize the shape of the Earth, really.
That means if that was the truth in 50s, that is also true in 2000, and will be always true. That means if something changing elevation with that big surface, it's called flat, not because it's dangerous, because it's named for that.
You got
On a
a
2D
source for
plane.
that at all?
On a 2D plane, it's called flat. Yeah. If
Yeah,
that's what you're
that
assuming, if
flat
that's
is
what you're assuming it is.
flat is not a curse. It's a normal thing, you know. It's a description of the surface. You don't need to be scared about that.
Do you know any 2D objects in on the Earth?
I know Adriatic Sea. I know the La Manche in UK.
No,
I know the
actual
Suez. I
2D.
know that Bolivian South. I'm telling you what I know
Yeah, I understand. You show me. You tell me the
about.
flat places, right?
I'm speaking about flat surfaces on the Earth. Yeah.
You got any proof
There's
to
quite
go
a
with
few.
that? Those numbers?
Yeah.
Any proofs?
Not to say that, you know,
I
the
don't know.
area, like square miles, doesn't, you know, matter for whatever measurement in elevation. What do you mean relative to sea level? How'd they measure that?
Sea level.
How's that measured? How is that measured?
Sea level.
Who
Do you
observed
have
that? Did you observe it? Did you go to Bolivia? Can you provide any sort of source observation for that? Anything at all?
Country? Do you have a mountain in your country?
Yes.
Yes. Do you have a mountain? What is your country? If it's not
It doesn't
secret?
matter, bro. It doesn't matter. I'm asking
Yeah,
you, you know,
because
you made a claim. You didn't provide any evidence. You didn't
I
provide
want
nothing.
that you understand that sea level, what you are saying.
I mean, it's a prerequisite for you to make the claim you made.
Okay,
So I
let's
would
put
like
it
you
like
to,
this.
you know,
Let's take a mountain in
substantiate that claim.
Okay, great,
Where is that
great.
1 meter elevation change over
Okay,
what
let's
4,000
think about
square miles? Again, it
elevation
doesn't
then.
make sense over an area because the area could be a strip of 1 meter thickness going on for 10,000 miles and still be an area. It doesn't make sense to use an area, right? What's the distance over which you have that
Does it
elevation
make a
change?
sense to take an area of the surface of the Earth?
It depends for what. How would you know? How do you measure? How did you measure the fucking Bolivian salt flats?
It's a perfect mirror in the sky.
And I'm sure you got that number somewhere, right? Where did you get that number? 1 meter drop
From
elevation
the
change
Google.
over...
From the Google.
From the Google? Yeah, you wanna?
Yeah.
I mean, you wanna help me out here and like give me a reference? I mean, Google is not a
From the
reference.
Google.
I mean, I might
From the-
enlighten you. Yeah, Google is
type like-
not a reference, dude. You can Google
great.
anything.
Great, you want to catch me? You know, reference, citation, whatever you want. You know, it's about.
Yeah, because the number you just said is ridiculous. You just pulled it out of your ass and you think nobody's gonna notice. And for some reason, the other people aren't challenging you.
You want to know? It's called Salt Lake, Bolivia. You know, it's in
Yeah, I know
Bolivia.
what it's called.
You can type it. You can type it. You can check it, and you can say like this: "I don't believe this. I need more
I did not
proof.
find the numbers that you pulled out of your ass, though. The
Bolivian-
numbers are not there. Nobody is saying, you know, that it's a meter elevation change of the surface. Where did you get it? It's not obvious from Googling the place.
It's not there.
Your
okay?
assumption
It's not
is
there.
one of them is
I know
that
it's not
the
there.
same
That's what I'm telling you.
elevation.
Oh, it's not there. Also, that the South Lake Bolivian. It's not on the Earth. It's not there.
Yeah, I mean, so we just what your claim is it's not on Earth? Are you good?
No, I'm okay. Yeah, South Lake Bolivia. You know, it's curving. Okay.
Where
It's curving.
is that? Where does it say so?
Doesn't say anywhere.
I mean, okay.
It's mine. You know, I wrote a book about that. It came from my mind. You know.
Dude, I mean, if you're going to claim that it's a difference in elevation relative to sea level, I hate to inform you, sea level is a line that is, you know, curved. So if you take the, you know, error from that curved surface, the ideal, you know, geodesic spheroid, then, well, you know, you maybe get a meter in elevation. Maybe that's what you're claiming, but at least you could maybe specify what that number is, where it comes
Sea
from.
level is the line. What is curved? What is that sentence?
Yeah, I mean, that is, you know, that is how... If you take, just the regular elevation data from a map, that's how they calculate it. If you want to rely on that, then you're calculating with a globe.
You said something like this: the black balls are white. Okay, great.
I did not.
Yeah, you said the sea level is curving.
Yeah. I mean, it is.
Yeah,
That's how you
essentially,
calculate
No, the
what
sea
sea,
what you're
level.
confused with,
the sea
Celestial,
curve,
one second, mate.
To disagree and think that is bullshit, right? But the map
sea
that you're
What he's
curve,
referring to,
confused with is
elevation,
just
is based
what
on that curvature.
horizontal means.
sea curve can curve, but sea level it's
But the
level.
horizontal plane is different for every observer on every point because it's tangential to the geodesic spheroid, right, that they'd be standing on.
Okay, can you tell me how you're measuring the mountain in the middle of the continent?
You tell me, bro. Isn't it your fucking lake?
Okay, tell me, is it about the sea level? That height? About
It's
that
not my
height?
claim, dude. You were talking about the elevation. You want to tell me how they measured it?
Yeah,
Where did you
yeah,
get that number? Because
from the
otherwise,
sea
I'm
level.
going to
From
assume
the
that
sea
you get it
level.
from.
From the
Uh-huh.
sea level.
There you go.
How much the curvature is? How much we have the drop from that mountain to the sea level?
Dude, the whole area is like 2 kilometers up
I'm
or something.
telling you now, we are in the middle of US, let's say. You understand? Mountain in the middle of US, you have elevation. Let's say that it's not big mountain. Let's say, I will take Mike Town, Coventry, 117 meters above sea level. The sea is 200 miles from me. I'm 100 meters above the sea level. How much is curvature between me and sea level? And how much of elevation profiles are next to the sea level? Other 200 miles of mountains, hills, and everything. How much curvature is between me and sea level?
Lots. I mean, if you're just standing anywhere on Earth, right, sea level is defined for you as being directly under you. So
I'm
obviously,
200
there is no
miles from
curvature.
the sea. I'm 200 miles from the sea.
You're 200 miles
And
from
I'm
the sea.
100 meter above the sea level.
Okay.
Yeah, but sea is 200 miles far away from me. And on the heliocentric
I
model,
understand
I
how
have
sea
a
level works.
drop. I have a drop on 200 miles to the sea level, a big drop.
No, sea level, when we talk about sea level and elevation, it is not that you talk about the distance to the next body of water, right? You're talking about the line that the water would span over the surface if everything was covered in it.
What?
Yeah, what,
What
do
are
you
you
think
talking about?
sea level defines your distance to the next body of water?
No, sea level is zero. It's base zero, and then you make elevation profile of any land that means above sea level.
Yeah,
Because,
dude,
for
you're
example,
completely ignorant about how they, define that reference point. That reference
yeah,
point is
can you tell me
calculated
how they
based on a
measure?
sphere.
How they measure the mountains in Austria? They are calculating curve between the
No, they're
between the
taking
which
curve
sea?
into account.
Yeah,
Was
which
it
sea
based on a
level
sphere?
Austria?
They
Which sea level
measure,
Austria
what they
using?
measure is they measure angles with theodolites,
Which
if we're talking about
sea?
surveying and
Which,
mapping,
but
or they
tell me
use
one thing.
How they
satellites.
get? How they get?
And they
Not how
plot
they
those
get. Not how
elevation
they get.
points. Yeah, with reference to a curved baseline. So go ahead, do it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's
I'm
happening.
just
That's
saying
what
that's not how
he's
they get
relying on
mean
for his
sea
argument.
level. It's not mean sea level. What the fuck? What are you talking about?
Show it. Have you ever looked at an elevation profile before? Because that's not what it looks like, dude. So you show us how they'd use that method to come up with elevations. Because right now you're just talking shit.
Everybody just accept this guy's claim, about 1 meter.
No, we're not going to just accept your claim. I've looked at an elevation profile. I've looked at an elevation profile many times, and they don't plot elevation points with reference to a curved baseline. So you show us that they do it the way you said they did.
Dude, I don't even know what sort of measurement this guy is referring to. He has not told me anything apart from he's referring to something he Googled at one point.
Okay, so you only know what
you
you're talking about when you're not called on a lie that you just told.
I'm telling you how a sea level works, period,
Okay, we'll prove that then.
Nothing to prove. You could Google it. And you'll actually find the answer, unlike the other guy.
Yeah, I mean, Google it isn't really proof, so you're probably right. There's nothing to prove.
Yeah, you're right. I wish we wouldn't accept that as proof, eh?
It's not.
And why do you let the other guy get away with it, no?
Wait, what?
I don't know. I don't think he was saying.
I don't know either, man.
I didn't hear much of a problem with what he was saying. It was mostly flat is flat. Okay.
Yeah.
They call They call it salt flats. What's the problem?
Yeah. So do you think people who call them salt flats are not globers? Hello?
Probably.
No.
And?
They just think it's relatively flat. So as flat as you can be by your elevation being pretty much the same at every point. Elevation relative to sea level, which is,
Which
based
is
on
a curve, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to call it a flat then.
So if I
It
was
does.
to,
Yeah, it
if I was
does.
to, so if I was to try and measure horizontal down a coastline, for example, I wouldn't be able to because the coastline is where the ocean meets the land, and obviously that would have to curve.
It does.
Right?
Mhm.
It does. Have you got a measurement of a coastline curving?
Yep.
Yep. Cool.
Plenty.
Can I have the measurement of the coastline curving where the water is?
Right. Sure.
Cool.
Just wondering when Exonaut's going to start obliterating people like I've been promised.
Who promised you?
Oh no, Zach promised me earlier.
Did he? Well, I mean, I can't speak to other people's expectations.
He seemed so sure.
Mm. Oh, I can't hold my breath any longer. Is this happening?
Yep.
I didn't say he was going to. I said he already did.
Oh yeah, well, but I didn't witness that, so I was hoping for
Well,
maybe
look-
a repeat.
It was recorded, luckily.
Oh really?
Well, I want you
Lucky me.
guys to talk to Gage today. That would be fun.
Measurement of. What, are you bringing this measurement of water curving? Yeah. That's happening next, right?
Yeah, dude, I mean, I'm gonna get the same video we talked about already twice, and you didn't find any reason to discredit it. Nothing valid,
Oh, what
Gotta jig it
what
up
video?
again.
What video?
People measuring the curve with theodolites, which you really like to harp on about because it turns out surveying actually works, because if it didn't, we couldn't build buildings, eh?
Okay, so I can point you to universities and someone that with theodolites, lasers, infrared cameras don't measure any curvature. Have you found?
Please do. Please do.
Okay, no problem. Give me a minute. I will actually put something on the table. Hold on.
So you're saying you can use a depression angle to a horizon to then deduce the geometry of the Earth as a sphere?
No, I'm saying the theodolites measure the discrepancy angles between the plumb line, which you guys really love, right? You guys love the plumb line. The local level, right? And they can measure the difference between two local level lines, which, are not parallel to each other because it's not a flat surface.
You're saying that plumb lines are tilting away from each other, basically, right?
Entirely correct. Yes, they do.
Okay, and so of course these are two straight plumb lines and they tilt away, right?
They're tilted relative to each other. Yeah.
Are they straight?
They're straight, yeah.
Okay, well then it's not a globe.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you come to that conclusion? How would you do that?
Well, I mean, you've seen in the geodesy textbooks before that plumb lines are curved and bent and wavy because the barycenter of the ball is not actually at the center of the ball and the mass is all randomly distributed. So then that curves the plumb lines. So what I'm wondering is why you thought they were straight, because if they are, you don't live on the ball, you think you do. And number two, if they're not straight, like they have to be in your world, then why would two of them ever be parallel anyway?
Globers don't know their own model. We have to teach it to them every day.
One is a plumb line that is relative to a point on the surface, right, which is just one line. It doesn't have a curvature. The other is if you map all the different plumb lines for all the possible points, you get a field, right? For every point in the field, there's an associated vector, a plumb line. If you put those together in a chain, the chain will curve, right?
Okay, but they're deflecting from vertical all over the place. In your world, they have to.
Now, that is how vertical is literally defined.
Yeah, but there's a deflection from vertical of the plumb line in your world. There has to be.
No, every point on Earth or different elevation has its own plumb line.
Okay, but you're just assuming that there's straight lines down to the center of the Earth, and I already told you why that's wrong.
No, that's not what I said. I said a plumb line relative to a point is just that. It's just a line. It doesn't have curvature. It's just a vector that's pointing in a certain direction towards,
No,
gravitation.
but that's where you're wrong. It does have curvature.
No, dude, you're just
Isn't gravity bending
misunderstanding
the
the
light
concept.
too?
The point that you're talking about will have a deflection from vertical. It will not be perfectly vertical in your world.
No, it
So
will
why would you expect so if there is a deflection, if that point is deflected from true vertical, like it must be in your
there's
world,
no true vertical, right?
and there's a random deflection, right? Then why
There's
would
not a
you
random
expect?
deflection.
Yes, there is. Stop
No,
melting down.
it's not random.
I'll cite your own sources for you and teach you your religion. So if
Does
two
it
of those
say there's
points
a random deflection?
vertical,
Please find that source.
all right.
It
Yeah,
all
it is.
depends, heretic. Who you're asking the question? Which observer? Which of these points on this surface are you asking? Because it's all relative to that observer. Is where your horizontal plane is, or your vertical plane. You measure from that.
So I'm just wondering why two of those would ever be parallel.
Yeah. So the point is, right, if you take any point along that line, right, point along that line, the tangent to that plumb line, right, is the plumb line of that point, which is a straight line. It's a tangent to, this curved line here is a composure of many, many different tiny lines, which all represent a local true vertical, which are not, parallel to each other, and yet every point has a straight direction which defines vertical to it, right? These are tangential lines, right? Tangential lines are just lines. They are straight.
You've said that
put a tangent line to any point on that curved line.
All right, can you post your citation?
Yeah, I don't need to
Geometry,
cite it.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, geometry. We heard his claim. Can he post a citation of the results?
No, you can literally see it in the fucking graph. You see the little right angles that
I'm
are
asking for the actual. I'm asking for the actual measured results. I understand the concept of what you are putting forth. Can you post the measured results?
Do you understand now? So you understand there's no longer a contradiction between having a local straight plumb line and there being a field which has these
why are you stalling like this? Do you not have the measured
You
results?
strung up on the center of the earth thing, man.
Okay, bye. I'm asking for the measured results.
Yeah, I mean, let me get the video again. It takes me a while to find it.
No worries. Whilst you're trying to find something, I've posted you two PDFs compiled by a couple of universities, but primarily US military. Two PDFs that display to you that when using theodolites infrared sensors and performed at night, there is no observable or measurable curvature. There's a little bit of
at night. Does that play a role? Are you saying it's only flat at night?
I'm not saying anything. I'm posting you the information. So night's a good time to do these things. In the day as well. I mean, you said that surveyors measure Earth curvature over distances of water. These military surveyors don't. Like I said, we're going to...
They don't... Do they not for any scale, or do they not for certain scales?
Well, let's put it like this. When they try to apply any refraction model to any observation, they've got the refraction models do not help at all. They literally said within the paper, it's cursed. Can't find this observation, and the atmosphere is always doing something. So no measurable Earth curvature. They can't see the geometric horizon. They just measure light refracting differently at wavelengths. Whoop-de-doo. It all depends what you backwards engineer your model to. This is what your surveyors are doing. But the model doesn't actually exist. That's not the Earth.
No, you're just saying that.
No, I'm not saying that. Well, I guess I'm saying that, but because of conclusion, because of these PDFs, when looking through the reference material on both sides, it's inconclusive when measuring Earth curvature. They tried, they couldn't. I can give you other ones as well that don't measure Earth curvature. It's just these
Hey, I
random
mean, I
scales
love it.
that
Post
apply
as
that
many
are
sources as you can.
just a few so-called surveyors that measure the Earth to be flat and then backwards engineer their observations to the presupposition that the Earth is a ball, spherical axis and whatnot.
Let's engineer that to the presupposition. You can't dude, if you take observations and you reason your way from that to a ball, that is not presuppositionalism, that is a conclusion.
No, but the conclusion of these two papers that I've given you by miniature surveyors is no measurable
You
Earth
have given
curvature.
them? Where did you
It's
get
in
them?
the paper. It's in the paper. Read the papers. I've provided you with the papers.
Oh, I didn't see those. Let's see.
Third time I mentioned it.
What do we have?
So I was going to go to get them. Observations don't fit any refraction model. And even a broken clock could be right twice a day.
I'm just waiting for the video that he's going to post that will prove that the horizon that we always show.
I can't do
everything at the same time.
Okay. I'm gonna have to mute you if you're gonna not be able to control your voice. Yeah, I'm just waiting for that video that you post, which is going to prove that that horizon that we always show you further than 9.4 is actually at 1.2. That's going to be really exciting.
That's not what I claimed it would do.
Oh, if it doesn't do that, then it doesn't prove the globe that you said it proved.
There you go. I mean, it doesn't matter.
All right.
No point in even getting something, you know?
Sorry, what was that?
Hey, I found it, finally. There we go. Now let me look at the PDFs.
Cool, I guess we can move on to somebody else then, because that's going to take you a while. So is there anybody else in chat who's got any questions about Flat Earth or all that lovely good stuff?
If you have a sustained silence, Exonaut was going to explain to me why mass doesn't attract mass when it applies to me.
That's not true. That's not what I claimed.
Yeah, you did. You said, I said, why aren't I a ball?
No, you're attracting mass. There's not very much of it and not very strongly, which is why you're not curling up in a ball.
Why don't, so if you waited...
If you were much more massive, you would.
You're not bending
So-
enough space-time.
So if I waited 1 billion years, right, I'll have accumulated enough little bits of mass that eventually I'll be an even bigger mass, so I should become a ball, right?
Not if you hang out on the surface of Earth. If you hang out in
Why?
space, that might plausibly be true.
Why?
Why? Because there's
Why wouldn't
other
I just
stuff
become a
like-
mass that can challenge Earth?
I mean, you can stand outside, you know, you can stand still for a while, you're going to accumulate a little bit of dust, but most of it is going to be blown away. So the wind, you know, exposes a much stronger force to every single piece of debris around you than your gravitational attraction will ever. That's why it doesn't work.
Gravity is like sphere shape, and because of equilibrium, like a bubble or like a soap bubble. Oof, there you go, a sphere.
Okay, so if I like went into like a mausoleum. I think it's
Yeah,
a
that one.
mausoleum. Yeah,
Mausoleum.
yeah. If I go into a mausoleum where there's like no wind, right, and I stay there for like 1 million years, would I become a ball?
I mean, depends. I mean, like, would your body break down and crush itself down into a ball? No, at least not if you're not, becoming liquid goo, which might be the case if you're organic.
Did you just
No,
say
you-
it depends? Did
You know
say
what
it
I'm
depends?
asking, right?
Yeah, it depends.
It may very well depend on certain variables. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, man.
but like imagine if I managed to persist as a solid being, right, for 1 million years. We'll use magic, right? Would I start to attract mass and become a ball?
Yes.
You wouldn't start then. You always would. But when we're talking about things, of the mass of a human being, any
Well,
other
Depends
so
how
I've
force
much
always
it heats, I
outstrips the
suppose, doesn't it?
gravitational attraction. If you're in space, the solar radiation will strip more of your molecules
I'm
into
not in
deep
space. I just
space.
told you I'm in a mausoleum.
In a mausoleum, yeah. Well, I mean, there's still air around, right? Just the temperature itself from the air will,
All right.
prevent it from
This
sticking
is
to
a
you.
silly question.
Of
Sorry.
course it is.
Ridiculous.
Okay, maybe I just don't understand them.
No, it's ridiculous him trying to even explain it.
You
That's what's
don't
ridiculous about
understand that, the predicted forces here are tiny, so tiny that they may not play a role on the scale of a human.
That's why it's like over a long period, right? So I gave you 1 million
But
years.
if they don't rise to the threshold of being able to keep stuff sticking to you under the perturbations of air molecules, at a certain temperature bumping into it, then no, it's not ever going to, lead to you gaining
Yeah,
a
so say I'm
significant
sitting
amount
in
of
a
mass.
vacuum,
So-
right? Fuck the
So how does
mausoleum. I'm sitting in a
Cavendish?
vacuum
How does
underground.
Cavendish work then?
Well, if you're sitting in a vacuum, well, there's not much stuff around to be attracted to you, is there?
Okay, yeah, I'm sitting
How
in a
does
vacuum with
how
some
does
leaves. Will
Cavendish
the
work
leaves
then?
eventually all stick to me and create a ball?
Well, what stick to you?
The leaves.
The leaves?
Yeah, I'm gonna put a big pile of leaves in a vacuum and me, right? Then the leaves and me can both last forever, right?
Mhm.
We're not gonna degrade. Will eventually I become a ball?
No, because just the friction between the leaves and the ground would, keep them from moving towards you. There's a static friction which, cannot be
I think I know
overcome
the
with
confusion, man.
gravitational attraction on that level.
You're thinking of it like a vacuum chamber.
No thanks, Turquoise. Speaking of confusion, that's all you had.
Yeah. Since
So
he's
you're saying that the leaves couldn't get well, okay,
thinking
so
that he's
with
returning to the globe, he sounds depressed.
Does, doesn't he?
that in
Yeah.
mind then, look at the video in the YouTube chat. It's that Cavendish experiment thing that I can't remember which Glober gave it to me. I think it's Jekyll, right, Yui, but not the video, but the concept, right? How does this happen, right? Like, because it's clearly moving,
Right.
but the leaf can't move to me within 1 million years.
It's
Right.
an
Because
experiment,
this
right?
experiment is very specifically set up to not have a lot of static friction.
So it's an
We're
experiment.
using a torsion balance.
So it's an experiment, right?
Sure.
Okay, so if I suspend
So there
the
must be
leaves-
a natural observed phenomenon, right? I'll let you ask your question just a sec. Sorry.
Yes, there is a naturally observed phenomenon, yeah.
What is the naturally observed phenomenon?
The masses attracting the other masses.
Where in nature?
This is in nature, right? This experiment is suspended in reality on planet
Okay,
Earth.
so this doesn't actually happen anywhere else but within this man-made apparatus.
No, we
Okay.
assume the
Oh,
laws
okay.
of physics are the same everywhere, right?
Oh, you assume. So where was
And
this
very-
naturally observed?
yeah.
Yeah, so
It's
where was
a
this
basis
phenomenon?
of natural science.
So where was the phenomenon naturally observed, or is it something that only happens in this apparatus?
No, it also happens in nature.
Okay, where?
That is why we have an atmosphere. It's why we stick to the ground. It's
That's
why,
right. You observed the Cavendish phenomena in the atmosphere, and you sticking to the ground, that's what you observed in that torsion balance. Really?
I think apples attract apples.
It sounds like you're just making crazy assertions, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? You can see how that
Well, you
experiment
see
clearly
yourself
demonstrates
sticking
that
to the
in our
ground.
natural world, mass attracts mass, and therefore also provides a potential explanation for why there's gravity.
Really? So, all right, there's no bending and warping of space-time then, but you saw yourself sticking to the ground, and then you constructed this torsion balance to test the cause of you sticking to the ground.
Right.
Okay, so what's the DV? Is it you sticking to the ground in Cavendish?
The what?
The dependent variable?
Oh my god, dude. It's...
Yeah, I'm just not seeing the equivalence here. Anyway, it's insane. Go ahead, Mai, with your questions.
Yeah, so if the mass moves in this video, right, could I set up the leaves in such a manner that they would attract to me over a series of 1 million years? And
You could
therefore
set
become
that
a
up,
ball?
yeah.
So why is this like never occurred? Like why has nothing ever if the Earth is millions of years old, why has nothing emerged that could challenge the size of the Earth?
What? You mean
Okay,
why
so
is
if
the Earth
mass
not
attracts
growing?
mass, right? If mass attracts mass, right, and you just need I guess like suspended things and then another object for it to move towards, right, that isn't suspended, and then you can see the phenomena in real life, then why can't over millions and millions of years this occurred to a level where there should be an object that could what's the word? Challenge Earth.
I'm not sure what you mean by challenge Earth. Earth is constantly
size.
attracting stuff. Earth is gaining matter all the time, but it's also losing matter. In fact, I believe this is slightly more lost and gained. But
It's not relevant whether it's lost or gained anything. The point is that some object on Earth over millions and millions of years, right, should have attracted enough mass to challenge the gravitational pull of Earth, right? And then it would start to attract even more mass because it would be challenging Earth, right? And then it would be bigger and bigger.
no,
and bigger.
that's not to be expected. I don't
Why?
know why you would expect that, because I told you that experiment, you cannot realistically do that on Earth.
Why?
If you had a
all it is like a
you
suspended...
could contort something, right? Like say you have a completely frictionless surface and you're really, really fat, you weigh, say, 100 tons, and the leaves around you, on this entirely frictionless surface, they're also not perturbed by, collisions and friction between each other, right? So not only is the surface entirely frictionless, but also the leaves within each other are entirely frictionless. Then, I find it plausible to assume that, they would accumulate around you in 1 million years.
Okay, then.
But that does not, happen on Earth. It's not a thing we would observe. You really need to,
Except
really
in the
need to
Cavendish,
strain things to be able to, make that happen.
Yeah, it just seems weird that like a very simple experiment to set up just hasn't occurred in nature.
It's not simple to set up. Didn't I make that clear?
It looks very simple. What I'm seeing
Really?
here, right?
Where did you get? Where did you get your completely frictionless
let me finish talking. Please don't interrupt me, right? Otherwise, I'll get more confused, right? So, what it looks like I'm looking at in the picture is a stick suspended from the ceiling with 2 weights on either side of it, and then some big metal blocks, right? That doesn't seem like a complex thing.
Yeah. Okay. So you could set that up, right? You could sit in front of the torsion balance, and the weight would eventually bump into you. Does that make you a ball? No, but the weight would bump into you, I suppose.
Over millions of years,
I mean, it wouldn't happen in millions of years.
Become a ball.
No, they only become a ball if they have enough matter, enough mass to overcome, the things like friction and the pressure exerted by materials themselves, and for them to be crushed into a sphere. If we look at asteroids and celestial objects, we can see that objects, that weigh less than a certain, I don't know what the threshold is, I can look it up, but it's, in the thousands and thousands of tons, they eventually become spherical if they attract enough mass. But if they're below a certain amount of mass, even though they've been around for billions of years, they have not turned into spheres at all. They're still irregularly shaped in all kinds of ways. And these are objects that we can totally observe, asteroids. That's, not a huge mystery.
Okay, then how did the Earth form in the first place? Because at some point it had to be small, right?
Yeah.
So how did it get bigger?
I mean, that's a good question. The formation of early things in the solar system probably relies on certain seed objects. So the solar system was a large cloud of gas, but there were probably also solid objects in there, right? And these small solid objects, because the stuff around them would be very light and have very little friction between them, so it would, be mostly gas and dust. And that stuff would, accumulate rather quickly into larger objects, which then, it self-propagates. But once the low-hanging fruit are picked and the orbits are cleared and there's not as much dust and shit around to be easily attracted to any mass, then, that sort of stops, that's when the formation period stops and you have, planets and shit.
Wow.
Yeah, so you have to insert like a random light object and a bunch of other even smaller objects. Right? I don't know, like how did they come to exist?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a distribution of different, masses of objects.
It doesn't make any sense to me, right? So if the little object would have already, so if there's lots of little objects everywhere, right? So I guess they all have little gravitational pulls, right? And then they pull in, like, I don't see how that's different, right? From me.
You're right. Most of these objects were at one point. Most of these objects were at one point, one object or several objects that are very dense, but they blew up in supernovae and collisions between neutron stars, which then gave rise to the elements that we had in the initial cloud that formed our solar system. Now the entire chain of events is unclear, but that much we do know.
It just sounds like magic.
Okay, I mean that's just it's an argument from ignorance. It doesn't say anything about the merit of the argument. It's just
No, because I
saying,
don't think you said anything anything novel or interesting, right? So you're saying
You
that
didn't ask
like,
me
I'm
any
too small.
interesting
I'm
question.
too small to attract enough dust to become a ball, but a bunch of little small things managed to attract enough like space dust to become balls once upon a time. So we're like, why can't I do it now, but they could do it then?
Because there isn't as much dust around in space.
This is phenomenal.
So the amount of dust, the amount of dust on Earth means that I can't become a ball. So rather than there being abundancy of things for me to attract, I need there to be so few things for me to attract that I become a ball.
No, you need to be of a significant mass.
I am a
And
significant
stuff
mass.
around you needs
By
to be
comparison to dust.
movable without a significant amount of friction.
I am a significant amount of mass by comparison to
Not
dust.
for gravity.
You have showers?
A piece of
There's too
Alright,
much friction to stop the dust from coming to you. That's why.
Okay, yeah, but
So-
I
so
proposed
not-
him an
wait,
experiment
hang on
where I'm
one
in a
second.
vacuum, and he's still telling me no.
But Cavendish
Just
works though,
Yeah,
right?
the vacuum
I'm in a
doesn't
not enough
vacuum with some
gravity.
dust, and I still can't attract this fucking shit towards me. That's insane.
But the Cavendish, it attracts.
Right, so just for
I mean,
everybody's
it does.
benefit, I've posted documents from Harvard University with regards to their Cavendish experiment. It's really interesting reading. There's a specific word in there that I think we would all agree upon that means that there's nothing measured. But we'll get to that when you've all read it. What do they measure? I'll tell you what, let's just go straight to it. What do they actually measure in the Cavendish experiment?
Nothing. It's a load of shit.
What do we measure? What's physically happening? Does anyone know?
We measure torsion bars twisting.
Do we have twisting of string? Torsion bars twisting. And then we calculate funny.
Proves gravity. I love this story about the clouds that formed our solar system. That was a cool story as well.
That
Dust
was a good
clouds
one.
in space
Yeah.
forming balls.
Clouds of helium and hydrogen that were quite happy expanding and following laws of nature into the space that had just been provided by the Big Bang. Eventually, it got to an amount of gas that all of a sudden that gas decided to start self-compressing upon itself. Good. Isn't that lucky? Laws of
Doesn't
nature.
make any sense.
Yes.
And then attracting more gas until there was no dust left.
Mm-hmm. So the thing is to create things in the way that they're saying, right? They need gravity to create what? Pressure. Because that's when you start creating different elements, right? Under great pressures. And I need the gravity to create the pressure. So the gas, because there's a lot of it, starts compressing on itself. And then because of that pressure and that heat, it starts to change. Lucky them that the gas decided to come back.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Who is it this time?
It's me, chat.
Oh, good.
Who is that?
No one.
Hello, no one.
Are you a Chad?
Yeah.
I am a chat. That's all on my birth certificate. Fortunately, that name is a little better for meaning than someone named Karen or something. That would suck.
It wouldn't have sucked at the beginning because Karen wasn't like an insult until a few years ago. It would be weird having your name turn into that.
Yeah, right? Although I've known a few Karens who definitely fit the stereotype.
Yeah, they did it to
I think
themselves.
I think Karen's one of those names that drastically lost popularity with new baby names.
Let's bring it back.
But make sure you spell it with a Y or something.
Well, if we're gonna bring back old names, let's go all the way back, like Evelyn or something like that.
Zebediah?
Yeah, okay, even further, yeah. Well, anyway, anything to argue with us about?
Actually, yeah, I was wondering. You guys referred to optical obstruction quite a few times, and I don't quite understand what you're referencing. Because, like, when I look it up just to figure out, what it says on the internet there, anytime it refers to optical obstruction, it's either something wrong with the eyes, like a cancerous growth or something, or the blind spot that you find in reflector telescopes. So, what exactly are you referring to?
Probably somebody is just talking about something that appears obstructed, but may not actually be. Maybe there's something in the foreground taking up more of your angular view, so it appears to obscure something beyond it. I don't know exactly. I'm just spitballing here. I don't know who said that, so I don't know.
Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, I don't think I've heard you say it before.
If it was me, obstruction would be to the curve of the Earth.
But optical obstruction.
Oh.
Not like a physical obstruction, which would be a mass of something, right?
Yeah, that to me just sounds like somebody saying that something might appear physically like obstructed, or maybe just a better way to say it is it might appear obstructed but isn't physically.
Obstructed but isn't physically.
They're obviously saying there's not an actual curve blocking anything. It's just like an apparent thing, right?
Okay. Yeah, I guess. So, does anyone here think that objects in the distance will, throughout the day, appear higher or lower when compared to a near object? Do you think that actually occurs or no? Yeah?
Yeah.
Anyone else think it doesn't? Okay, cool. So, it's possible then that Earth curve, not Earth curve, but spherical curve could obstruct something, but that object behind it could appear higher than it would be in its actual, I don't know, geographic location.
That would be looming, right?
Oh, sorry, one at a time.
That would be looming, right? Where an object appears to be lifted.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Everyone's cool with that?
I think that happens, yeah.
Does anyone
Now,
think
the actual
it
curve
doesn't?
part, where it's being lifted up over a curve, no, I don't think that happens, but with respect to its actual position, yeah, it can be loomed.
Oh, okay. Now, is that just because you don't think that there's an actual curve there, as opposed to the hypothetical that it could loom above an obstruction in the foreground?
No, I don't think there's a curve there.
Okay. But hypothetically, it could occur.
I'll have to see it in action.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I don't want to straw man anyone, so because I have heard in the past people say that they don't think something could come up past a hill or anything like that, but you're not saying that, so I'm not going to straw man you or anything.
Well, all I'm saying is that things can be loomed.
Cool. Yeah, I've been taking a series of photos out of my window looking at the mountains and the hill and using like a chimney in the foreground as like a ruler or measuring stick. And yeah, those hills definitely can loom, that's for sure. So the phenomena is occurring.
Have you looked at the weather conditions on the days you're looking at the mountains?
Yeah, it's a little challenging though because there's no actual measurements of the temperature at the tops of the mountains. You can get a general temperature, but no actual.
Do you see it every day, or some days you don't see it, depending on the weather conditions?
It occurs throughout the day. There's variations. I've taken like a series of photos throughout the day, and the hills behind the chimney will change in elevation, apparent elevation. And yeah,
so how far are they? How far are you supposed to be seeing based off just the geometrical curve?
I don't have distances to compare it to, so I don't know how far away those particular hills are. So, because I'm not looking specifically at the horizon, I'm looking more at the hilltop in the midground compared to the chimney in the foreground, and then the mountains are in the background. So I'm not really looking at a horizon.
Yeah, the things can seem bigger, and you can see more of them depending on the weather conditions. How much water is
Oh,
in the
absolutely.
air magnifies whatever you're looking at.
Or cause looming. I don't think looming's magnification, though, is it? Magnification's a different phenomenon than just looming, which is a type of refraction. So.
Well, a lot of times where it's supposed to be a superior mirage, the refractal index is very low. So there's not actually, it cannot be explained by refraction. And then it's looming, which it's just because the most likely answer is that there is not very much water in the air and it's not magnifying it so you could see further.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, sorry, I was just on the phone here.
You could always take a picture of a mountain and see if you could see the backside of it at any time.
Well, why would you expect to be able to see the backside of a mountain?
Looming?
That wouldn't show the backside of the mountain.
Oh, but you said you could see things that are obstructed.
Yeah, I can see something that's in the distance that's raised up.
You should try to figure out how far that is, and if you're supposed to see how tall it is, to see if it even is looming that you're seeing. And also, looming, it's not something that's supposed to be consistent every day.
Oh no, it doesn't occur the same. No, it changes.
Yeah, I know,
throughout the
but
day.
it's not even supposed to be consistent. Like from some distances, they say that the refraction it's being mirrored multiple times, so you're supposed to be seeing it upside down at some points because it's just such a far distance, and that doesn't happen.
Oh yeah, no. This what I'm seeing is something that is shape neutral. So the hills and mountains are close enough that regardless of the shape, you'd actually see both. So they're not that far away.
So it's probably not looming at all, even from your perspective. It's just different weather conditions.
Which have an impact on the line or what you're seeing, right?
Yeah, of course. Like if there's different temperatures in between, it's gonna distort it a bit. And if there's very high humidity, it's gonna magnify it. Things like that, yeah.
Okay, cool. So to that person who asked me about seeing the backside of a mountain, is that what the contention is then? With Earth curve is seeing the water?
Oh, I'm not arguing that you see that weather conditions cause what you see on a certain day. But I am arguing if something is obstructed from your view, that you don't see it.
But do you think it's something that you could see on a different day under different conditions?
I don't know, man. It hasn't been shown to me anyways. If something is being obstructed to me, it doesn't come into view due to weather conditions.
Now, do you think looming occurs?
Yes.
Okay, so if that object that's behind this obstruction regularly can't be seen, but if looming occurs, then it can be seen, should it not? Depending on how close it is to the obstruction.
I think that things that you can see can be loomed.
Oh, okay. So you're thinking if it's never visible because of an obstruction, it can't loom. Is that what you're saying? Am I understanding?
It's a hard one to nail down.
Sure. Well, I'm just about done walking my dogs, and I've got some photos that I'd love to post.
Is it photos?
It'd be great if you don't know the distances or anything, though. So too bad.
No, it's just
You
straight
said
up
really
pictures.
short. So
Sorry?
pictures of the dog.
No, of the mountains. Yeah, I don't think you guys really care about my dog's butts. So.
No, we care about the soil that your dog's walking on. It's a flat earth.
I live in some pretty hilly areas, so.
Yeah,
It's
Enraged is
topographically not
coping.
flat.
Yeah, we're aware of topography. Yeah, Enraged is that was someone, a globe water ball believer who's just in a spiral of a cope.
How dare you accuse me of being a glober?
You're fine. I heard you yesterday, Enraged.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm
I
reformed.
know you don't, bro.
All right, I'll just let some other peeps chat if they want, and when I have a chance, I'll post those pictures and we can chat about them.
Okay. My father's gonna go to Lake Michigan with his new camera.
Hey, what's up, guys? What is the debate about? Everybody's muted here.
You guys have been in the Theist channel?
I got muted for 2 days from the DS channel.
Those people are nuts.
Yeah, I told this bitch to fuck herself.
That's interesting. Is that other guy still here? That was just asking questions.
I think he said he was gonna leave for a little bit and put the pictures.
He used to be here every day. I haven't seen him in a long time. That Chad guy.
Chad Z, is it?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're still listening, Chad Z, but I just wanted to add, like, because you said, well, what's the contention? Okay, so the contention specifically is with the claimed geometry, right? So for centuries now, we've been told there's physical geometric obstruction of view, and that's why you see boats and buildings seem to disappear bottom up on the horizon, right? Indicating that the horizon is the physical geometric limitation of your view due to Earth's curvature. That's the contention. If it's going to claim refraction, then you're not claiming physical geometric obstruction distance. Also, you said it's the type of refraction. It's not a type of refraction. It's a type of refraction effect. So so what the claims are that depending on how the light is being refracted. Refraction is just refraction. There's no different types of refraction. It's just refraction. Depending on how the light is being refracted is what caused the different effects that you'll see. Because there's different types of refractive effects, so claimed, right? And I don't think that they've got those effects correctly defined necessarily, because they have a bias that they live on the ball when it comes to terrestrial refraction.
But my father, he's going to Lake Michigan, and he's gonna take pictures of the Chicago skyline with his new camera, and maybe he'll go on a boat and go towards it to record it not flipping over and over again.
Are you talking about superior and inferior mirages?
Yeah, he's going to Lake Michigan. He wants to take pictures of the Chicago skyline, the really, really famous far distance, the one that the news talked about. And they said it was a superior mirage that flipped like 4 times or something like that.
Is it famous for proving the flat Earth?
Yeah, it's one of the long distance photos that proves it. That's used as an example plot.
Hey, Enraged, have you ever seen Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure?
Yeah, I love that movie. Didn't they make multiple? I remember a part where they're like climbing in the vent, and I think the devil's chasing them, or like the Easter. Oh, it's the Easter Bunny. But go ahead.
There's Excellent Adventure and Bogus Journey. But yeah, Enraged. It's famous because it's one of the first Instacope rationalizations that was recorded when the guy on TV said, "Well, this is a mirage." Yeah, that's what it's more famous for, is the coping that was caught on live TV.
Yeah, you said it. Yeah, I was almost going to try in and say something similar. Yeah, it's a good example of the cope.
Yeah, that's what that's famous for.
They shouldn't have even said anything because they said it flips like 4 times. But you can go on a boat and you can go towards it and you won't see it flip once.
Yeah, too many embellishments to the fib.
Yeah. It would have been better not to say anything.
Yeah, and kind of created a Barbara Streisand effect, as you know, people are now making trips to get that observation. It's not there. It's not there. It's not there. Yeah, well, everyone's gonna go check it out now.
Ambo, you got any incoherent babble for us today or what?
What's that movie with the fake Barney in it?
I'm back. Can everyone hear me?
Jesus, I finally got unmuted.
Is that fellow I was talking to earlier about the obstruction and things looming? Is he still here?
Subdued? I don't. Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I posted the photos from my window out towards the mountains there in chat. I don't know if anyone's had a chance to see them, but if you look at the hills in the midground, you can see if you look at the chimney cap that it moves ever so slightly up and down.
Where'd you put them?
It's just in chat at 306 or
06.
whatever 06.
Yeah, that's right.
657. Yeah.
There you go. That's the ball.
No, I'm not making that claim. These photos don't really indicate that. This was just more with regards to things
I
from
know.
behind. Yeah, with
Being
things
facetious.
being obstructed, being visible when they're looming, whereas they wouldn't be visible otherwise. That's what this is kind of in reference to. So the idea I have is that, okay, so if the chimney acts as kind of a benchmark, right? And then you've got the hills in the background, mid-background, if you will, near the chimney cap. You can see that the place where it intersects with the chimney cap changes in height. Now, if one were to, I'm going to just use air quotes, imagine that the chimney acted as an obstruction, then by being able to see behind it, we can see that those hills are going up and down. So under the right conditions, those hills could loom over the obstruction. And thanks for pointing out that, refraction is an effect, or sorry, looming is an effect of the refraction, and there's only one type of refraction. Thanks for pointing that out, T-Dub. Or sorry, Timbo, I should say.
No, I think it was teed up.
Oh, was it T-Dub? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't say
You two
anything
sound
about
very
it.
similar, so.
So I think that's the thing, isn't it? Like, because there's no difference in accents in Australia, then everyone sounds the same.
Not necessarily, but you both seem to have the same sort of pitch to your voice. But regardless, anyways, yeah. So I was kind of
Just
hoping.
call us. You can just say Tim Dub, and then one of us will answer.
Oh, there you go. How about Aussie Doodles?
Hey, Chad Z, not trying to, I'm just trying to fully immerse myself in what it is you've posted.
Yeah, for sure.
Not trying to nitpick or naysay or say, hey, I told you so or got you. Just curious, because I'm looking at different things other than just the chimney. But do you have that camera on? Is that camera in the exact same spot?
Yeah,
on a tripod, and you've left it there. Have you cropped these images because they seem to move?
No, it's
left to right in the
right.
frame.
I'll explain what it is. So I'm using my phone camera, and on my window I've got mutton bars. So I line up the bottom of the phone to the mutton bar, so it's always at the same elevation. Now, because
So are you holding the phone, or do you have it on a tripod?
I'm holding it. Now, because
that's all I needed to know.
Sure. Yeah, the reason why it seems like you can see a bit more of the roof pitch to the one side or other is because the chimney isn't square to the window, so I can't press the phone tight to the window. I have to angle it. So angle it in the Z-axis, if you will. So that's why you can see a bit more of it. But the elevation is still the same.
Yeah, tripod might be nice. I
Yeah,
mean, for your own consistencies, even.
sure. But it is rather interesting because, like, I think to me, these photos show that something can loom up from behind an obstruction. Yeah, I was kind of hoping Subdued was there because he's the one who said that he doesn't think it could.
Do you notice anything about those tree branches in the foreground in front of the chimney?
Yeah, they
Where
vary.
it touches the mountain? Where it touches the mountain, it doesn't seem to vary.
Well, I didn't want to use an organic.
No, I know. I'm just saying it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's organic, if it's a chimney or a branch. But yeah, I get it. The wind could be blowing, but it
Yeah.
doesn't look like it was a windy day because they're all touching the mountain at the exact same spot.
Yeah, they all seem very close, don't they?
But yeah, that's why I said a tripod would be nice. And I'm not being critical because there's lots of a lot of the videos or photos or digital images I have, I was holding the camera as well. But yeah, you get the whole why a tripod would be nice.
Oh yeah. No, I agree. It gives it a more stable base, that's for sure. That's why I was hoping, like, by pressing it up
And
against the window.
it's an exact same POV.
As long as you leave it there.
But yeah, I get it when you're using your phone as a phone and a camera. It's hard to just leave your phone there at the top of the stairs, pointed out the window all day. I get it.
Yeah. Well, and plus my wife thinks I'm kind of crazy talking to you guys anyways, and if I had it set up there, she would give me a hard time. She like, get this stupid thing out of the way. It keeps getting in the way. Well, here's something that would be a little more contentious then, because there is silence. Do you think that if something is obstructed, physically obstructed?
Wait, your
sorry.
last and second last photo.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
There was an inversion going on that day, so we're getting a lot of air pollution. So it was causing a whole bunch of haze.
The hill in the foreground is in a different position.
Hill in the foreground, isn't it? Oh, let's see. So where's that on the chimney?
Your camera's in a different position.
Yeah, the angle's ever so slightly different. It's the same vertical though. Same elevation, so because like I was saying, I've got that mutton bars, and I was lining up the bottom of the camera to.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it. So when you're putting your phone as a camera, are you making sure it's level, vertical, like it's plumb?
Well, as long as the vertical mullion on my window is, then yep. Because I press it tight against the window, so the window.
Oh, you press it against the window because those two look very different.
Yeah, that's the angle. That's a bit of a difference, but yeah, I see what you mean. The even the roof pitch looks a little lower.
Yeah, the height of the roof pitch is higher on the last photo. The gable end there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Yeah, pretty cool photos, huh?
Yeah, I have a hell of a view from here.
That third last one's awesome. With the snow on the roof and when the sun's out, with the snow cap in the back.
Oh yeah, the sun was just.
Yeah, the color's really good.
Just gonna set actually. Yeah, I kind of wish I had a better camera, but you know, you have to pick what you spend money
I sometimes find the difference. I've got a Sony, and a really good one, and I sometimes find a lot of the time my iPhone takes better photos depending on what you're doing with it. But of course, long distance shots, it's no comparison. But,
Oh yeah, for sure.
like the color, because it goes through. If you've got an iPhone, it goes through. It edits itself anyway. So when you're getting these raw photos, you got to put them in a program to get the quality, to get a good photo from your
Oh,
camera. You know what
yeah.
I mean?
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean, when you're providing them as, quote unquote evidence or whatever, you want to give the raw stuff, right? Because you don't want anyone to say it's been
Yeah, that's right.
touched up or anything like that. So it's like, nope, this
But
is.
that what you're presenting there is not evidence of anything, is it?
It's
Evidence
just,
of
well, what I'm trying
evidence
to.
of what we
Yes, sir, go
claim in
ahead.
the first place. Yeah, it's like
Um,
evidence of what we claim.
well, I don't necessarily know if Subdued agrees with you on that, or like what I'm
What
trying
that
to say is
things
sorry.
change in elevation. Things look like they change in elevation due to atmospheric conditions.
That's the start of it, but that those things that are distant can appear visible from behind an obstruction based on
Where's
that.
but you haven't worked out where's the obstruction?
The chimney. I'm using the chimney as an analog for the obstruction to show that the things beyond it are still moving up and down,
Yeah, but
regardless of the
that's
obstruction there.
it's still so it's line of sight though. So the things in the background, are changing. This is shown in the Skunk Bay footage that we've got as well.
Yeah, I don't like the Skunk Bay one because that's over
So it's
water.
not you're not talking about a curved obstruction. You're just talking about a chimney,
Yeah,
and
I'm
then
just
in
talking
line of
about
sight,
obstruction, quote
something's
unquote.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's obstruction. I'm not saying it's earth curve causing the obstruction. Obviously, it's the chimney that I'm using as an analog, but it's to show that things behind an obstruction can loom above it by showing that you can see past this quote unquote obstruction in this case to see that there is an effect of the light coming to you. So if it were to loom above the chimney, it would be visible, right?
So I'm just looking at right. So the last photo that you've got, right?
Yeah.
You're saying that one shows that peak behind the chimney elevating above the chimney.
I was actually going to use the mountain in the middle foreground, or sorry,
Well, you can't because you've got nothing to compare it to because of the
there's
angle of the
1,
phone.
2, 3. Let's see.
If you're shooting on an angle, everything like away from the center becomes not the same. You know what I mean?
So are
So
you saying that
the
if I were
focus of a lens is in the center.
So if I were to make this more accurate, I should make sure that the chimney itself is lined up to the center of the photo.
I would say so. Yeah.
Okay. I can do that.
But you need to kind of move around so you can line it up with a peak. But so is it the last photo that you're talking about? Because none of the others are different.
Well, I wasn't actually talking about the peak in and of itself, but you see so take a look
So
at
what
the
are you
first
saying
photo.
is loomed up?
Well, I'm just saying, take a
Which
look.
one?
Okay, so if you look at the first photo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So you see there's the mountains way in the background, right? The very sharp, peaky ones. And then there's the
one to the
rounded.
right.
Yeah, the rounded mountain that's in the middle background. So it's not in the same line as that one. So you see where
To
it
the left of the
intersects.
chimney.
Yeah, you see where it intersects with the chimneys, kind of like at the midpoint of that chimney.
Yeah.
So I'm using that point as the comparison of where that intersects with the chimney at various times or under various conditions, and it moves up and down. Now,
where?
let's see. If you look at, yeah, maybe instead of doing a big dump, I should just post examples of more or less. The third last one is slightly above the middle.
Yeah, but then the last one, you've got a height difference in your gable end, so obviously taken from a different position, and that's
Yeah, don't,
hitting the top. That's
yeah,
hitting the
don't,
top of the cowl on top of the chimney.
yeah, let's
Yeah.
disregard that one. Let's disregard that one. I agree. That one's not a good
Okay.
photo.
Yeah.
That's not, yeah.
Why are there
that's,
always so many people in this room? You guys seriously debating flat Earth all the time?
Because it's an interesting subject, and that's why you arrived here.
Did
Prove
you
me
guys
wrong.
ever see that video clip where there's the flat earthers and they do this like experiment with surveying tools to see if and they actually prove their own
Surveying?
theory wrong?
Yeah, why don't you
Hilarious.
elaborate?
Surveying.
Tell us which tools they used and exactly what conclusions they came to and how. Go ahead.
Well, there's that documentary. Have you seen it?
Oh, okay, you don't know what's in it. All right, thanks. I thought you might have known what you watched, but I guess not. All right, thank you.
Okay.
I think they claim now that a torch is surveying equipment.
Hey, Timbo, take a look at the third photo. If you take a look at that one, you can see that that mountain that I'm talking about is really close to the top of the cap compared to where it's in the middle of the cap. That photo was taken at 8 o'clock in the morning. So that's just to show that there is a bit of looming occurring in that particular photo. Like, I'm not sure who it was, the lady who was talking about it. It's not very common. It's true, because the majority of the photos there show that the mountain intersection with the chimney is at the almost the same point. But there's the occasional time when it does loom up. And if you look at that third one, it's an example of the looming.
The argument I see being used for refraction and like that a glober will bring up would be more along the lines what that last gentleman said. Do you ever see the back side of the chimney? No, because it's just like a hill, right? The curve of the earth could be similar to a hill. So if you are on the front side of the hill, you can't see the back side of that hill. But they will say in certain light conditions or certain atmospheric conditions that it will actually pull the backside of that hill up so you can now see it.
Well, it's only an analog if you consider that the hill has the same elevation across the whole of it, right? Because the water elevation is 0, conceivably. So what hill has 0 elevation?
I can agree with you. I understand that you don't believe that there's a change in elevation due to your curve.
Yeah.
But then water wouldn't sit as well because it just doesn't. Those two ideas can't sit side by side. That water would seek the lowest point and then also be able to sit on a curve. That makes no sense.
Well, I don't want to go into the whole conversation about gravity and stuff like that. That's above my pay grade.
Well, if you
I
look
have a
in,
question.
go ahead, Teal. Sorry.
Sorry. I the third image, you said it was an example with the looming, but how?
Yeah.
How's an example of looming?
Well, if you did you hear what I said about the intersection point of the mountain where it intersects with the chimney? I don't know if you heard that or not. Well, I'll just explain it anyways.
Yeah.
So if you,
Sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, I did hear that. I
Oh,
did
okay,
hear
cool.
that. But the thing is, I see that it's higher in the second image. Is that what you're talking about? Because even in the globe, is that what you're talking about? That it's higher on the chimney? Like you're looking at the chimney and you're seeing it's higher.
Yes. Yeah. Where it intersects with the chimney. Yeah.
That on a globe wouldn't even be an example of looming when using the other images because it's just being magnified. It's not like it wasn't there and now it's being reflected over the curve. It's just being magnified. It's not like you took a picture one day and there was no mountain and all of a sudden there is one. That isn't an example of looming.
Well, the idea is that if you were to extend that chimney across so it completely obstructs it, then one day it wouldn't be visible and then the other day it would be visible.
But the thing is, looming is because it's taking that image over a curve and reflecting it back to you. That's what the idea of looming is. And it's there the day before. It's just slightly higher the next day. That doesn't have to do with, unless it's looming every day and it's looming a little bit lower the day before. That's not an example of the type of looming I think you're talking about.
Luminance mirages. Well, I think it's just in respect.
That's just an
to
example of magnification. It's just showing, oh, on this day it's a little bit more magnified. On this day it's not.
Well, let's see. I would have to.
And how do you know that
overlay
it's
of
not
those-
normal and other days it's not syncing?
No, that's the thing. It doesn't show that it's loomed because if it did show it was loomed from what you're saying looming is, it would not be there one day, it'd be there the next, not higher. That's not what looming is.
Well, I mean, conceivably, the idea is if it's there the next day, it's because it's higher, right? It's coming.
Yeah,
up
but
higher.
how does that show? I know that you don't know the distance, but how does this even show an example of looming? Because it just shows that it's higher one day and not the next.
Well, the idea is the path of light, where one day it will make an object appear higher than the other. That's looming, right?
Yeah, but it's the thing is that's just water in the air and weather conditions. It doesn't necessarily have to be a whole looming effect that's making it higher. That's just showing that the image could be distorted or magnified from one day to the other.
Isn't that what looming is, though?
It's not exclusively looming. That's not exclusively looming.
It's an abnormal.
You know that
large
you're
refraction
simply
of the
saying
object
it
that
doesn't have to
increases
be a
the
looming, and then you simply paraphrase the looming in other kind of words and say that it can be that thing.
Sorry, could you rephrase that?
Yes, she's saying it's not looming and giving an example of what it can alternatively be, but that second example is simply looming but worded with different words.
Okay, so looming is the most noticeable and most often observed of these refraction phenomena. It is an abnormally large refraction of the object that increases the apparent elevation of the distant objects and sometimes allow observer to see objects that are located below the horizon under no normal conditions. So it's not always, but sometimes it allows.
The reason why things look different from one day to another is not exclusively looming. They don't even claim it's exclusively looming.
Oh no, there's a whole bunch of different refraction phenomena.
It's weather conditions, and also it'd be really great if you find out how far those mountains are from you, because even on the Earth curve calculator, you might still be able to see it, even with curvature. So it's not an example of looming just because it's a little higher. That's just water in the air, probably.
But that's all looming is, though, and all of the.
No, that's not all looming is. That's not all looming is.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to cut in, but I was listening on the stream.
Yeah.
Looming refraction, a lot of people misunderstand this. I'm going to post a picture. Like, you ever seen like a floating ship like this? Any pictures like this?
Yes.
I don't think that's looming.
That's
though.
looming refract. That's what looming refraction is. And it's not that the ship is actually being lifted into the air. It's that you're not seeing the actual like horizon at the water. It's like the horizon would be somewhere behind that ship. It's just it has to do with the conditions that's giving this illusion where it's pushing the horizon closer towards you.
Isn't that a Fata Morgana?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not the Fata Morgana. It's like you have disturbed water closer to you, which causes it to look wavy and reflect more light and scatter, so you can actually see the water. And then water that is further away looks calm, so it has like a smooth surface and mirrors the sky, and it blends with the sky. So the ship isn't lifted. You simply can't see the part of the water it is at, because it's reflecting the sky.
Yeah, and looming is like when the air is hotter than the water, right? That's when it happens. And just because something looks different from one day to the next does not mean it's just looming. It could be a number of different things going on.
Sure, I'll just say it's refraction then. Does that work?
Well, in what instance does, like, according to Andrew Thomas Young, and he's like top guy on the subject, like refraction is like looming, or it would be, or refraction. It's when it like moves the in reference to
You're
the
lagging.
horizon. It doesn't move the actual horizon or like anything up from around the horizon. It either raises or lowers the thing in reference to the horizon.
Well, why does
I
it
would
say
call
that
it.
some things are observed from below the horizon under normal conditions? That sounds different than what
It's assuming a globe.
T was saying.
It's assuming a globe. That's why. It says you shouldn't be able to see these things, but because you can see these things and we assume a globe, then it's being lifted up over the obstruction of a globe. That's the only reason it says it.
Like you see it in the picture of the floating ship. If you actually look closely, you can see where the actual horizon is. It's just very difficult to see. You can see a line there, especially on the right side of the ship. That's where the horizon is.
Okay, so rather than saying this is an example of looming, should I just say it's an example of refraction?
What, the ship? No, this is looming refraction.
No, sorry, my photos. With the
Yeah,
mountains
I
in the
actually didn't
background
see
being
them
higher
very
in
well.
elevation than the other. I'd have to do an overlay to see if those mountains are actually
So I
bigger.
know exactly like which one you're talking about.
Oh, sure. I was comparing photo 1 and photo 3. If photo 3, like, if you read it like a book, so, because there's 9 photos there. So the top left photo and the top right photo. I was comparing those two.
I gotta scroll up. Like I said, I just joined the chat. I was watching on the YouTube. Okay,
Yeah, no worries.
here we go.
It's at 6
The
minutes
Chad,
after the hour. That's me. Hi.
1 and 3.
Yeah.
And you're saying what's happening? Because I heard you talking about the chimney.
Yeah, so I use the chimney as kind of an analog for obstruction in the foreground. And then the mountains, if you look where the mountains intersect with the chimney to kind of use it as a benchmark, if you will, in level, or in the first one, the mountains in the background intersect with the middle of the chimney cap. And then in the third one, they're just under the chimney cap. So those have come up in elevation.
These are taken from the exact same place at the exact same level.
Yes. Different
Very
times of day,
tiny
obviously. Oh, it
amount
is,
you're
but I mean,
talking.
those mountains are way in the distance,
Very
right?
tiny amount you're talking.
Yeah, those mountains are way in the distance, so it could be substantially large number of feet. But regardless, is
Are you
just
sure that you had your camera in exactly the same place, like not even just a matter of a few inches higher or lower?
No, I've got mutton bars on my window, so I lined up the bottom of the camera to those mutton bars, and then I have it pressed tight against the middle frame, so that way it's plumb. And then I take the photo from there.
You took care though, making sure that it was exactly the same both times, right?
Yeah, in elevation. The angle.
Your hesitation makes me wonder.
Sorry, I think what I have to do just to make sure
Your hesitation to answer my question really makes me wonder. Like I like you might have been very close.
Yeah, no. What I was going to
but
say
it might not have
was
been the same.
what I was going to
And
say was
that could make all the difference in the world.
so what I was going to say was the way that it's set up, I have to angle my camera because that view isn't directly square to my house. So I've got the horizontal is the same. The vertical
That would
is
do
the
it
same,
too. See,
but the angle is slightly different.
If you didn't have the angle, yeah, if you had the angle, if you had it pointed ever so slightly downward on one
No,
compared to the
it's
other,
not.
that would change it as well.
Yeah, no, it's not the angle in that way. The angle would be occurring in the z-axis, not in the y-axis or the x-axis.
Hey, Chad.
Hi.
So the
Oh, hey,
obstruction
dude.
the obstruction we're talking about is at the mountains, right?
No, the obstruction is the chimney.
But you can't see behind the chimney, though, right?
No, but you can see to either side of the chimney.
Okay, but there's still obstruction there, right?
Right.
And then to a further point, right? Can you see any further in any of those pictures beyond those mountains? Like, do any more of the mountains come into view?
Let me see.
Like, can you see further with refraction?
It looks like you can see more of the peak of the mountain that's just over top of the chimney cap in the third one than you can in the first one.
Okay, forget about the chimney for now, right? Like, your example of obstruction with the chimney is kind of not what we're talking about, right? Like, the obstruction would be at the mountains there, and you're saying that due to refraction, you can see further beyond the mountains, right?
No, I'm just using the chimney as an analog for obstruction.
I get it, but like you can't see behind the chimney.
Well, you can see past it, right?
But the chimney's obstructing your view, right?
In the first one, but in the third image, you can see more of the mountain above the chimney, so it's no longer obstructing.
So the mountain's moving, though, right?
Vertically, yeah.
I get it, but the chimney's still obstructing your view.
Not of that portion of the mountain anymore.
No, but the chimney's still in the way.
Well, of course the chimney's there. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're getting at.
Like the way what I'm explaining, anyways, is that you would see more of those mountains, right? Like that the refraction would raise up the backside of that mountain, or would allow you to see beyond the mountains. Whereas the mountains have obstructed your view to that point. That's as far as you're going to see.
So if I'm understanding correctly, because are you taking this back to like the refraction that you would see on the ocean, and how like the geometric horizon is the quote unquote obstruction in one case, but then in another case, like with the black swan, you can see more water past that point? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, with water, reflecting water is it's hard to tell where the point is, right? But with these mountains, you can totally see your line of sight there, right? And you can't see beyond that line of sight.
Oh, I'm so not understanding what you're getting at. I'm sorry.
Refraction doesn't allow you to see further.
Well, the refraction is allowing me to see more of that mountain peak than I can in 1 to the 3rd, right?
Yeah, well, weather conditions are raising and lowering the background, right? I get it.
Okay.
But at the same time, like you're not seeing the backside of that mountain, right? Like you're not seeing beyond that mountain because of refraction.
Well, no one's claiming that you're seeing you would see the backside of the mountain. So I'm trying to understand why you would think that you would be able to see the backside of the mountain due to refraction.
I don't think I could see it at all.
Oh, sorry. What do you think people are claiming that you would be able to see?
because there's an obstruction of curve there that's being lifted up that we can see all of a sudden is what is being said, right? Like in one sense, you say boats go over the horizon, but we can see further than that. And the reason why we can see further than that is because the curve is being unbent.
Okay. So you're saying the intermediate space in between is coming up, is what you're referring to by boats on the water. Yeah,
No, I'm
this
saying
is
that's geometrical Earth curve that you guys are posing as a fact, right?
right. So, I mean, okay, so geometry would have that there would be a hard horizon at 3 miles if your observer height's 6 feet, right? Based on yada yada yada.
Globe
Yeah,
story.
the globe model. Based on that globe model, there would be that edge. Now you're saying because in some instances you can see further and the horizon is now behind an object, that indicates that there isn't a geometric horizon?
Right.
Okay. But how does that come back to something from behind an obstruction being visible? Like, say, you take a look at the Black Swan. You know how there's always those two photos? You've got the one that has the horizon behind the oil rigs, but then there's the other one that shows a portion of that second oil rig being cut off.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that other photo. It looks totally It looks like a wave to me, to be honest.
It could be. It is zoomed in and cropped.
In either way, we don't have the demarcation because we don't have another rig that's closer yet, which would be nice for that one. But we can be pretty assured that we're still seeing farther than your 3 mile limit in that picture as well. That's another Black Swan. Or actually, 1.225, you're 1.2 miles out. That's where the horizon should be because that camera
so it's 3
is still
feet, right?
1 foot off the water.
Yeah, it's only 3 feet off the water as opposed to 6 feet. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's hard without an actual measurement because it's hard. It's hard. You can't really scale distance very well. It's hard to get a good scale of distance. Whereas if there were benchmarks all
Right.
along that whole line, it'd be easier to know exactly where everything is. But so just from static photos, it's hard to tell. So,
But the refraction's lifting your horizon. That's all, right?
Yeah, and he said he didn't understand why we're saying that their claim is that refraction is allowing them to see behind a curve.
well, okay. So do we agree that hypothetically you could see objects lifted, but your contention is the flat surface being the ocean being raised up, if you will? It's more that flat
It's
surface.
more than
that's
that.
the
It's when you are seeing the original Black Swan and the horizon is beyond 9 miles from the furthest rig.
issue.
The Glober's claim is that you're also seeing behind the physical curve of water at 1.2 miles from the
Right.
observer's height.
Right.
That you're seeing behind a curve. The light is allowing you to see what is behind a hump of water.
Right.
Yeah, that's the
For
problem. So
another-
people
for
are saying,
another
can you
at
see behind
least
a
8
curve?
miles.
That's what they're
By-
talking about.
But seeing the backside of the mountain. But I don't think the
That's an extreme example. I mean, that's
Okay.
they're making an argument from absurdity
Okay.
in order to illustrate the point that the Globers are claiming that there are multiple arcs, multiple paths of light that are all being refracted at different rates, different lapse rates. And it's somehow flattening everything out so it looks smooth, and we're seeing that flatness is actually seeing behind curvature, the backside of a ball.
Right, but there is still a limit to how far that's going, though, right? Because there's still another horizon.
Well, there's only one.
Right. I mean, I could sketch out what my understanding of it is, but then everyone's just like, well, that's just a sketch. It's not practical or anything like that. So.
We know.
Oh, sorry, Lou, you're really roboting there, bud.
What? Oh, really? Oh, hold on. My for some reason, my Wi-Fi wasn't on. This should be better now. Better?
So far, so good.
Okay, no, my Wi-Fi wasn't on for some reason.
No worries.
Anyway, what did I just say? Oh yeah, I said that there was only one horizon. He copied that, and then what was I saying there? Can you repeat the last thing you said?
Oh, I was just
Two
saying.
horizons.
Yeah, from my understanding,
yeah,
is
the two horizons.
Okay, go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, we know what you're going to of your understanding of your globe model, how it would work. The geometric horizon, the horizon in which nobody ever sees, and then the actual, like, the horizon that everybody agrees is by definition the horizon. But yours is just literally it's a theoretical framework if you lived on a ball, and if refraction was always changing the horizon.
Well, you think the horizon's apparent, right?
Of course, it's an apparent location. Yeah, that's why it appears from one day to another. It appears closer or farther.
So you would also
you're showing that to us, Chad.
apparent. Sorry.
You're showing that to us, Chad, that the horizon is apparent.
Yeah. So you would also claim that refraction will. I don't want to straw man. It sounds like you would also say
It's fine. What you're about to say, I'm pretty sure I know what you're saying. Like, this is a flat Earth argument that the apparent, or that the horizon is not the geometric cutoff of a globe, which is what we were taught for years and years until flat Earth brought this up. Like, and now it's been changed on your side. They no longer are, at least people who are involved in the topic. They no longer claim that ships disappear bottom up due to Earth curve.
Right.
Like, if they're smart anyway, it's an apparent location based off of refraction, or the refractive index of the day, the conditions, and so on and so forth. It can appear farther. It can appear closer, but it can never appear farther if you do indeed live on a ball, though. So in perfect conditions, you will see as far as you're going to see. In poorer conditions, you will see less. You will never see more because of some crazy conditions. That's why that's pretty much the argument of the black swan, is that there's a geometric limit as to how far you could possibly see if you lived on a ball.
That's why
Because
I
it's
said in the side chat. That's why I said to Chad in the side chat, now make the chimney appear behind the mountains, as if the mountains are now the obstruction.
Oh, I see.
Like in the Black Swan.
Sure, but you do understand
because
that the globe model doesn't say that that the geometric horizon at the 1 point whatever in the Black Swan is the same water as it would be at the 9, right? That's different water that you're seeing.
But like Lunatic was just saying,
yeah,
is we were told that, oh, you're seeing a boat obstructed from view by the physical geometric Earth curve defined by the horizon. It's gone behind the horizon. Would be the 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet.
Right, but I don't think they're saying that the geometric horizon at that 1.2 is the same water as at the 9. If
No,
there's
they're not. They
refraction
can't. They can't. That's why they're in a muddle over it all.
But okay,
that's some kind of coping thing you're doing there. I don't know. Like, of course, it's different water. Each molecule of water is different from the next. It's.
No, what I'm saying is, in respect to saying, take my chimney and put it behind the mountains. That chimney is it's a physical thing in space, right? The geometric horizon.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the geometric horizon at the 1.2 is, we'll say, water 1. W1 forms
supposed to represent your chimney.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, the stuff that you're seeing past it is W2. It's not the same material that makes up the horizon at W1. So depending on the conditions.
Water is water, my man. It might be a little colder as you get further out to sea or something, but it's still just water.
No,
Still
but
ocean water.
I'm saying.
but the material it makes
Your
up
chimney's
isn't
not
the same.
appearing to move, is it? Is it your chimney appearing to move or the mountains?
It's the mountains in the background that are appearing to move.
Right.
No,
Actually, I wanted to point that out about the chimney
don't
too.
think
How
you
do you know that
understand
the chimney? How do you know that the chimney wasn't hot in one of those and cold in another, or something, which would change that as well?
Because there's nothing coming off of it. It's been really cold here, so if it was hot, there'd be condensation coming off of it and stuff. So
It's a chimney. It vents heat.
oh, I know. Like I can tell when their furnace is on because you got a plume of vapor coming off of it all the time.
It's just using a chimney to try to prove your point, which literally, like, there's such a minute little change from picture to picture, and you can't be certain that you had your camera set up exactly the same. Like, it's a complete red herring non-argument that you're making with those pictures.
I don't know, but
Also,
what
just
I'll do
saying
to make okay.
saying it's looming is a little extreme.
I'll just say refraction. I'll just clean up the language and say it's just refraction occurring if that helps.
But you can't prove that it's refraction at all. You're just saying that.
Well, refraction occurs. What else would it be? Refraction occurs anytime you look through the air, right? It's just
I've already
how
pointed
much
out.
refraction.
I've already pointed out 2 or 3 different things that it could be without having refraction in the conversation at all.
One being the temperature of the chimney. Was that one of them?
Yeah,
And the
like
other
the
being that camera position.
venting heat, like that could cause like a refractive change, but it would be due to the venting of heat in the chimney.
And then the other was the position of the camera.
Right, parallax, yeah.
Okay. So what I'll do then is, and someone else pointed it out. So what I'll do is try to make sure that the chimney itself is centered on the camera in the picture. So that way
Yeah, like
it will help.
don't even take your camera down once you get it set up. Just do it from day to day to day. Leave it set up untouched, unmoved.
It's on my phone, so I have to manually attach it to, or like manually hold it to the window at the same position. So.
Well, then you're not going to be able to do anything that would be considered like a study or scientific in any way, shape, or form.
I think it's about as applicable as everyone's videos of the Black Swan.
What all you're
From
proving
day to
with
day.
this is that the different days you might see different things from where you're at. That's all you're proving, and you're not proving why that's happening. And it could be a number of reasons. So that
No, I'm giving you it. Exactly. I'm just saying here's photos, and I assume because of atmospheric conditions that it's refraction. What exactly is occurring with that refraction? I couldn't say if it's looming, towering, whatever. There's all sorts of different effects of refraction.
I would
Refraction's
say
occurring.
try to figure out how far those mountains are to see what you're observing exactly.
So you are also taking this through a window, am I right? You said like.
Yep. From the same
Okay.
location.
So now you've got it. Now you're taking it with your phone held against a window pane, which could also have different. Like, okay, that's when refraction actually happens. Is when it passes through like a medium, like through a lens or through glass and stuff like that. And depending on the temperature of it, where the sun is, how much light's coming through, all that, that could definitely change something, alter it ever so slightly as well.
Sure.
I mean, regardless, all this just underscores how difficult it is to identify where curvature is located.
I would, if
And
I
that's
were
a
you,
problem.
also look at the weather conditions every day. Just like look at the weather report every day you do it and see how much, like, what the refractive index is, how much water's in the air, all that stuff. If you want to figure out maybe why that's happening, what it's correlated to.
Oh yeah, no. Like I was saying, the issue with trying to determine if that is, I don't know what the temperature is of all of the points along the line of sight out to the mountains.
Yeah, but
'cause
you
it's
could do
not
it for
just
where
my
you are,
local.
what your general area is. That should help as well. Just like you don't need an exact, but just that's helpful. Instead of, if you want to figure out a closest answer as to why that's happening,
Oh yeah,
what
no, well,
correlates to it.
I know it.
This is
Well,
all for
I'm
your own
familiar.
personal interest, right? Because you
Yeah.
realize it, like we discussed, it can never be analogous to anything like the Black Swan image.
With respect
Chimneys
to the
fixed. Your chimney.
no, this is
Right.
just
Yeah.
to show
With respect to a
obstruction.
fixed geometric obstruction, right? Yeah. Your
Yeah.
chimney. If you want to say it's representative of the horizon, of a horizon, then you're going to have to show that moving around all over the place.
Yeah, the horizon moves.
Yeah, it does. It's showing
Okay.
that things could change doesn't prove curvature when it comes to horizon.
No, it's
Like I
just
was saying, if you could see beyond those mountains, Chad, then you'd have me, buddy, all day.
there's no way I would be able to see the ocean from past the mountains. Actually, I've got a really fun photo. I'm just going to post it. It's got nothing to do. It's got more to do with the refractive index of glass and stuff. As an aside, let's see if I can post this one. I was taking a picture of the full moon through the windows, and it's a double pane window, and it makes it look like there's 3 moons, just due to the refractive index.
You see those images everywhere now online.
Yeah.
People taking these funky pictures.
I don't even know if that's refraction. I mean, I guess it might be attributed to refraction, but that's what we call like a lens flare.
Like you said, a double pane window.
Yeah.
No, this is refraction, not lens flare. I'll just post a photo.
Reflection between the panes.
Well, okay, so it's going through one and it's bending it, and then some of the light, because each of the images of the moon is a little dimmer than the previous one, so I think it's losing a bit of the light, whereas some is still coming through it.
Yeah, I took this one on a plane 2.5 weeks ago. Friggin', that's the moon above the wing, and you see how it's duplicated 2 more times.
Oh yeah, that's fun.
Actually, or at least 1 more time. You got it down low, and then there's like there's flares all over the place because those are like triple pane windows on the plane.
Right. Here we go. All right.
Hey, can I just interrupt the chat? Kilo down the bottom has got some proof that he wants to show us.
Let's go. I'm here.
That okay, so you're claiming that the documentary series, The Truth of Flat Earth, proves what?
It proves just that. What you just said. It proves the flat Earth.
Can you explain why?
Absolutely. We can go on to detail about this. This is very deep. What would you like to start?
You can
Where
just
can I start?
wherever you think is the best proof.
The best place to start is with, the soil liquefaction. That's the best place to start with
What's
everything.
that got to do with flat Earth?
Well, let's talk about it. This all starts with the beginning of times before we even came about to where we are now.
You have no idea about the beginning of time.
You don't either.
Exactly. I'm not claiming it.
But I'm not claiming it either. I'm telling you what it is. So
Well, you
look,
just said this all goes back to the beginning of time.
I'm telling you what is shown. And this is what I'm telling you.
I'll tell you what you're doing. You watched a documentary. You believed it wholeheartedly. The guy who made the documentary came out later
This is
on
how
and
you
said,
know.
I
This is
wish
how I
I
know
never
you're not
said.
ready because you don't listen.
Mate, I'll mute you in a second if you don't listen to me. Right?
Listen. I don't care. You can mute whoever you want.
Okay, so he came out later on and said, I wish I had never said some of the things that I had said.
Honestly, you're not
because
proving
it
anything.
was all
These are all
speculation.
speculations. What you're saying is speculation. There's no proof. Show it.
Hey, Kilo,
is this
can
the
you
Ewar
please
Anon
be
series?
quiet when someone talks?
Yes,
Okay,
QAnon.
but look, what he's saying is
This
still
is Ewar Anon. Okay, yeah, that's
QAnon, yeah. Go Kilo. Present
yeah.
your
You're
proof.
literally still speculating. You're saying something that someone said and not having no proof for it.
No,
Okay,
the
go
guy
ahead,
who
man.
did the documentary
Now
refuted
I
all
literally
his
have
claims.
proof for soil liquefaction because there's plenty of it around the world. You can see it. Even that guy
it
said
definitely is soil liquefaction. It's an amazing phenomenon.
it's a phenomenon. Okay. Well, I mean, I think it's natural. Don't you think it's natural for the world to just actually do that? Think about it.
Yes.
Okay.
So, what about his documentary proves anything?
Okay. You just don't understand what's going on right now in the world. You don't
Go
understand.
for it,
You're trying to
man.
hide-
I'm giving you the
you're trying
floor to explain it.
No, they're trying to hide history from us.
Explain it. Explain it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Oh man, this is deep. This is deep. I don't even know where to start, man. But literally, we could just start with the use of mercury in the toroidal fields, and we can just start with
What's
there
that
because
got
the
to
toroidal
do
field,
with the flat Earth?
the toroidal field has everything to do with the flat Earth. Are you guys retarded?
Explain it then.
God, you don't even know what a toroidal field is. I can't talk to you. I'm sorry, I can't. No, you
Oh
guys
my
are
God,
being
man.
Please,
stupid.
please just explain how any of this stuff
Honestly,
is proof.
if you guys cannot tell me you don't know what this is, I'm not going to explain it if you don't know what it is.
Did you just watch this documentary last week and
I
now
watched
start
several
saying?
documentaries. I've watched several. And I
Okay,
just watched
I'll
that
ask you
this morning.
1 second. I'll ask you the question again. What
Yes.
about the documentary proves anything about
I
the
was
flat
just
Earth?
going on about it, and then someone said, "Explain." Oh, what about it? And you guys don't even know about it. I'm telling you, do you guys know how is the toroidal field? Do you guys not know about how mercury in the toroidal field works?
Must be 100,000 years old. This building must be built by secret technology. We know this because they're hiding
Is
the
this what we do? We sit in the
from
chat
us.
all day and waste our knowledge
No.
and not doing anything with
Okay.
it? Is this
So
really what
I'll
you
give you
guys do
another.
all day?
Everyone,
Listen,
everyone
that stuff.
take a big.
Literally
Everyone,
wasting your knowledge. You guys sit here and describe the whole setup. How about you use this knowledge? We are flat earthers. How about you use the real flat earth knowledge and really
Your
transcend?
knowledge is
Okay, so
created
my
by a
knowledge is what?
Chinese professor.
My
It's
knowledge is what?
created
Because you
by
don't know
a
what mercury is?
Chinese professor.
Can we let him
A
explain
That's
it?
not my
Chinese
Can we
fault
let
that
him
you don't know what mercury is
guys?
and what it does. That's not my
Can we let
fault. I
him?
don't.
Can we
I'm
let him
sorry
just
that you
try
still
and
pay an electric
explain it?
bill and you still have to pay with that. That's your fault because you're living that way.
Hey, dude.
I don't have to do that.
Let's
Stop
hear a
freaking out.
conversation between Timbo and Kilo.
Jesus Christ.
Can we just let him try and explain?
Yeah,
Go ahead, mate.
can I-
The floor's yours.
Actually, I would
It's
like to
funny
just
because
say
a lot of you
one
guys are
thing
flat
before
earthers, but you
we
guys
go.
can't even prove why you're a flat earther. Tell me how you're a flat earther. What do
No,
you
we're
even
asking
believe
you,
in?
man. We're asking you.
I told you how I believe it. I just
Why?
told you exactly
Explain it.
how.
Explain it.
I know there's a
Because of
firmament.
mercury.
I know
Because
we're
of
in a freaking
mercury.
container. I'm sure of it. Mercury explains a lot of it. Because do you know how it works in a gravitational field? Okay, it does the same thing that it does what Earth does on a grand scale.
Earth on a grand scale. What's that?
Yes, the toroidal field on a grand scale is it's the same thing that we can do right now in front of our face if we had the material for it. You could do it
Go
right in
for
front of your face.
Go for it.
What's a gravitational field?
That's what a project is. That's how you do a project. It's like you take a terrarium, you take a enclosed. It's like any
You guys
container.
can
You take
go.
your
You guys
stuff.
can take it. I'm wasting my time with this guy. I got to get
Yeah,
back
no,
to
you're
work.
really stupid, man. Please go back somewhere. Jesus Christ.
What's a gravitational
You don't even
field,
know
bro?
what Tartarians are. Do you even know what Tartarians are, bro? Like, you gotta be
Oh my
retarded.
gosh. You're
What?
No, he's so
We need this guy to slow down for a minute. You know
What's a
this
gravitational
Emora
field?
character that made this documentary series. Timbo tried to explain this to you that he
Yeah,
abandoned.
he said that the
that
guy came
entire
back and said
first
something.
part, that lost history of flat Earth. Eworanon turned his back on that and said, if anyone watches that video and believes it, they're stupid.
And that's not what he said as well, because that's not even the way he just said out of his
No,
mouth.
he said
You're
that.
just going out of your own words again. You guys are
No,
saying
he said that. He said that on after part 2 of his video. He
How can you
released a
lie
whole
about
new
mercury? How
series.
can you lie about a toroidal field? How can you lie
He
about solar
changed his name,
How
and
can
he
you lie
released
about
a
that?
new series where he even calls
It
some of us
doesn't
out
make
by name.
it doesn't make sense, brother.
He
I'm
calls
telling
some
you.
of us out by name and tells us we're dumb.
Okay, so he's going back and saying, "Hey, I'm sorry, that was a lie. That there's no soil liquefaction in the world. There's no the pyramids didn't come from
he
you know."
he actually realized that he was wrong, and he dig deeper and found out there is indeed technology that is capable of explaining the way we made things, and it's wonderful. If you really
Technology.
look
You know what
into it, and
technology
you
is? It came afterwards. We're talking primitive, brother. We're talking primitive.
thanks for interrupting. Yeah, thanks for interrupting. You're very, very annoying to talk to.
Man, you are
because
very
don't really
annoying, bro.
wanna
What are you
hear
saying right
anything.
now? What are you literally saying? I feel
You
like I'm talking to idiots.
I believe the same thing as you, man. I believe the same
How you
stupid
believe the
thing
same thing, but you don't freaking know about mercury, bro? You know the Red Cross? Look at the Red Cross. How about
same
you ever
thing
seen the
as
Red
you,
Cross? Do you
and
see the
I've
pole?
looked into it.
Two snakes around it? Do you guys even know about the two snakes with the
I
pole?
have looked into it. I question
No, you
myself.
don't. You guys don't know.
And dude,
oh my
I
gosh,
taught
can you mute him?
Yeah, hey, listen,
this is
pal.
annoying.
This Eworanon character ripped off a lot of our content creation. So he's not really well liked. And then he not only ripped it off, but he mischaracterized it and came up with crazy theories.
Right.
How about that?
Right.
Same for this. You can go plant it.
So again,
I want
if
to
you
cut this
look
off.
deep into it and you understand that the documentaries you're watching is a misrepresentation of history and is lacking a lot of background information, you will realize that indeed humans back in the days already established a wonderful framework to establish these wonderful buildings and sculptures and so forth. Even up to
Can I
this
know what
day,
was
we
fake?
do
I'm sorry. Can I know
marvelous
what was fake
things.
about these documentaries? Can I know the fake part? Because I have not seen any fake part about the documentary yet. Can someone please explain it?
I am gonna post you the Ever YouTube channel where he literally debunks himself because
Well,
he
no, I want to hear from
realized
your
that
guys' mouth. What
he
is the
was
fake
wrong.
part of the documentary? Why can't you guys tell me yourself? Why are you guys doing all this? Tell me exactly your words. What you
The
feel is
fake
fake.
part is this, that there is no history hidden from us, that these buildings are built by
Built by what?
very skilled builders,
Uh huh.
masons and so forth,
Freemasons,
right?
okay, right? Pythagoras, you're on the right track. But what else? What else? Come on, there's more. Oh, you're lost now.
Can I say something real quick? I mean, I don't know about the buildings necessarily. I do know that they look a lot like giant antennas and have also the structure.
Thank you.
But
There
what
we
I
go.
do
All right, he's
know,
on
hey, hold
point.
on.
He's on point.
What I do know is that like there is history hidden from us. Like, are you allowed to go into the Library of the Vatican and read whatever you want?
Hell
But like I think exactly, and so but at the same time, it's like I have no evidence to prove any of this stuff.
I apologize
and
for
I
getting
think
heated.
that's where I think that like even Ewar was coming from. He's like, this is all just kind of conjecture because I have no backing for it really. There's another guy who looked into, did the same thing pretty much.
Yeah,
About the most I've gotten with this is to the point where it looks like Byzantine, Roman, and Saxon chronicles do not line up and are off each other by about 300 years.
That's where I'm messed up at as well. I see that.
Okay.
That's
Kilo,
where I'm
give
at.
me any.
That's
Kilo, give
that's
me
where I
any.
would say there's a lie.
Kilo, give me any building that is standing today in some major city, whatever. Any building where you think there's antenna on it and it was actually a secret energy device or something like that, and I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna dig deep and actually find you the papers and the constructions and so forth, showing you that you're completely wrong. So give me any.
Basically, that stuff is bonkers. I don't buy any of it.
I mean, if you could. So wait, you said you don't buy any of the cathedral, Mercury, any of that stuff?
Right, like the Victory Arch is some big magnet. No.
Yeah.
No.
That's stupid,
I mean,
man.
if you think about it, man, there's free energies around us, and we can use free energy willingly. We can
Just a big
we can use free
distraction.
energy, bro.
Just
We can
a big
use that.
Yeah, it's a big distraction indeed.
Okay, so what is it distracting us from? What is it? Wait, hold on. What is it distracting us from?
I'm learning about natural science.
What do you think that would distract you from? Because that's natural science. If you think about
It's
it,
not
magnetism,
sucking your time away from learning real physics, real mathematics, real geometry.
How is that not real science? Magnets, bro.
He didn't present any real science in his entire documentary.
And also if then people run around and tell other people,
something?
oh, the Earth is not a ball, and look at this building in your city, it's
After
definitely
Clay,
built
yeah.
by some ancient civilization called Tartaria. People will even furthermore just say you're completely retarded, and I'm gonna just dismiss
When you say ancient race, you're thinking of something that outside of this country or Earth. You're thinking no, that's not it.
No,
It's
I didn't say that. Neither do I
okay. So
think
why couldn't
that.
they be a race that was already here on land that where we are and have
Yeah,
the
give me
means to do
evidence
this
for
for
that.
us?
Give me evidence.
Well, can you give me evidence? Can you give me evidence it wasn't?
Yeah, 100% for every building. I just told you, give me one building.
I will give you a
one
video.
building
I'll find
constructed.
one.
Okay,
I got you, Clay.
All right,
Hold
thank
on.
you. Yeah, post it.
Hey, can I say something really quick? I'm about to leave, but I just want to say this is a lot like with theories in physics that aren't proven, and you get something in between to make it make sense, but nothing's proven. It's all based on speculation. It's interesting, and that a lot of holes in our history and architecture and stuff. The thing is, holes with things that there's no evidence for, the same exact thing as what they do with these theories in physics. You can't just make something that
I did not hear one word.
Yeah, well, I think she's
Going in and
gone
out.
anyway. No, she's
Any
still on.
robot until
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
kind of, it's really robotic, and it's cutting in and out.
But you're a good
I just
dancer.
want to say one thing, guys. I really like that. This is what I really like. I like that we can be two flat earthers on do different, like, I just like that. All right, because it shows where we could really.
Hey,
I guess
have you
I don't know.
posted a building yet?
Yeah, I'm
Anything
looking
that
up right now. I see Cologne's
is
cathedral,
impossible
but I
to
don't want to use
build?
that one. I know you probably already know what Cologne cathedral is, but I'm not gonna choose that one because you probably
I
already know.
was in Cologne like 2 days ago, man.
Hey, I got a building
You was
for you,
there?
man. I got a
Yeah,
building for
2
you,
days
Clay.
ago. Okay, I'm so excited.
The Mormon Church in Salt Lake City, the big white one that looks like a Disney princess castle.
Mormon Church.
I think it's in Salt Lake City.
Like
Okay, what
I'm
about that
interested. I'm
church?
interested in a lot of the stuff that does come up on those like Tartaria channels and stuff. I do not like that Ewar guy. He seems untrustworthy. Okay, let's just put it that way. But some of the research that they do, especially when it comes to like old architecture and like shit. Like I mean, you can just look back at all these Gothic cathedrals and stuff like that. I'm in construction. I'm a carpenter, and I work mostly on.
Me too, bro.
Like I work mostly on like older houses. I've worked on a good handful of like 100-year plus houses, and I'm telling you, even just going back 100 years, like this didn't take some ancient race that was erased or anything like that. It just took a little bit more care and time that we don't have anymore. I think that we as people like built all of these things. It's just that we're becoming dumber and dumber and dumber, like the movie Idiocracy. We're losing our skills. We're losing our craft.
Yep.
We're losing. To go ahead and say because you don't know how to do it now means that it must have been some erased civilization with like special knowledge, like of from who knows where, like that must have done this. Like,
wait, hold on. I'm sorry, brother.
That's a giant stretch.
Wait, brother, wait, so think about these towers that are really tall. Think about these scaffoldings, all right? Do you think that people were really going up on these scaffolds that were back in the 1800s, 1700s with no type of
100%.
harnesses? They don't have harnesses. They didn't have anything that we had today. Okay. So do you know how many people? Do you know how many people must have died before they even got that right?
They did.
Yeah, sure.
Lots of people died.
Okay, so do you know how the production of that
using
would slow
mental
down? Do you know how the
levitation.
production of that would slow down? And like you have to think about all that.
Bro, we're very skilled people. It was a different time, and it's just I don't see a problem with.
Well, don't
why
you see
wouldn't they
more?
have
I mean,
claimed
think about it. We are in a way higher tech environment now where we could do things like that at a faster pace, way faster pace. But we don't. We can't even build a cathedral tower, cathedral as we do today. Like we don't even build them anymore.
That's also not true. We build different things. We build in a different.
How is that not
style,
true?
and also
Have
very
you seen a
complex.
cathedral like? Have you ever seen a Victorian cathedral like the ones you've seen in the old times to this day? That is brand new, spanking new.
We don't
No,
build this way anymore.
There's one that's in construction right now. Like it's called like Gotti or something like that. It's
Okay, let me take a look. What is it called?
It's
Let me see the name.
It's been in construction for over 300 years and it's still in construction today.
Well, that's my point. That is my point. It takes it. That's exactly what I'm saying. It takes that long, bro. And then you have to think about all the people that must have passed just for this thing to stand because they risked their lives. I mean, I'm not saying that people are not incredible. People are not highly skilled like you say. But I'm just saying there's more to it than just like there has to be. There's no
Why should there be
way.
more to it? It's just people building huge buildings, and they use a lot of people, and they do it over a period of 100.
Okay, and what were these
250,
other
400
people?
years.
What were these?
And
Think about
that's
this
it.
money that they're getting. They're not really getting jack shit money. What are these people doing? Why are they building
You
this?
know how
What
many
are they
hundreds
getting
of
from this?
years? you know how many hundreds of years certain cathedrals took to build back in the days? Like that's a lot
Okay,
of time to build something, man. And
absolutely.
they also modified things, they added things, you know. Like people had a
Yes.
lot of time, you know. They didn't have like a TV, a radio station to listen to. There wasn't like a lot
Giant
of
doors. I mean,
distractions around at that time, so
oh,
people
okay. I see
could
what you're saying.
really
Yeah.
focus on mastering the skill. And there was a lot of
No video games and
very
stuff like that.
skillful people. Yeah, their whole day was
But
around
do you
their
honestly think
skill
that
of
everyone
working
in
on these cathedrals.
but I don't
Imagine
think
the
everyone that
pride.
wakes up wants
Imagine
to
the
do that.
pride you.
Dude,
Imagine the
100.
pride you would have as a small human being when you look at the finished product or part of a cathedral you have built. It's just we have forgotten about
That
the
feeling, I don't
way
know.
what we
It was
that
completely
we can.
different, man.
I see
Like
what you guys are saying. Trust me, I'm with you. I'm
100
really,
years
I'm with
ago.
you.
Look, 100 years
I'm with
ago.
you.
Like if your daddy was a shoemaker, you were
Right,
going to be a shoemaker, and you were going to take over his business, and you were
right.
raised from a very young child to be a shoemaker, and you learned the
You have an
master
elegant
craft that was
craft, mastered. Yes,
handed down to you from your
right.
father and from his father and his father before. Like
Yes.
that's what it took. We don't do that anymore.
Well, do you think
So
there
we're
was like a
losing our
freaking?
craft.
Do you think
We're
there was so many
losing our
blood?
craft.
Wait, think about this. Think about this. Do you think there was that many builders? I mean, there must have been, but that every bloodline just had builders inside their blood because they had to have no choice because that's just the survival of that time. Or, I mean, maybe that is it. Maybe that was it, guys. I don't know.
They took pride in being a master of their
I just want to
craft
say
and
one
being the
thing though,
best.
because I've heard about this. This is where it really throws me off because I've heard that they put orphans in a lot of abandoned cities that were already abandoned before there was people there. I mean, there must have been people there to build it, but these cities were abandoned over years, and they're putting orphans there just to populate these cities, populate these places. Do you remember that? Do you guys remember how they had incubator babies and all that stuff? And they were trying to get these babies out to, get them to fill these populations, to fill up these cities that
Okay,
were empty.
so on
What
that
is that
point,
about? What is it about?
the very first video that we ever had, like moving picture, is about a baby garden. It's like Cabbage Patch.
Okay. Where'd you go?
There is some merit to what he says about the whole, like at the World Fair.
Oh, I remember you posted that. I seen that.
Now you're robotic.
Yeah, he's
I didn't post anything for me.
Beep.
Yeah,
Wi-Fi went out.
So the oldest video ever recorded, when I look it up, is some woman and some other rich-looking people in their garden. I don't see any babies or cabbage.
I mean, there's some legitimacy to some of those stories. Like during
orphans was true. I
during
heard.
the turn of the century, like the 1800s and early 1900s. For some reason, like freak shows was a huge thing. Friggin' eugenics was a huge thing, and they did put some of these babies on display. Like, but now
Yes.
that story has
Pay to
been
watch
taken
them. Pay to see them.
way farther.
Can you imagine?
But you know why they did this? Because they had so many babies, bro. That's why they were doing this, because there were so many of them.
Can you imagine how many babies a man and a woman can make if they really want to back in the days, especially when there was really
Yes,
no
you're
way
right.
of like preventing babies.
That's a good
And you know
observation.
how a man can have
You can have sex with 4 girls.
passionate.
You can have sex with 4 girls and get 4 girls pregnant all in one day.
So like populating a place is not really hard when you're a man and you have women around.
Okay, that's a good point. All right, but like, I mean, what was this about? What was that about? This trying to repopulate this area for some reason? Maybe they were pushing that. They were pushing repopulation because
Maybe
why was it
just
so high?
populated so you have more people to build big cathedrals, for example.
I'm still wondering. I'm still
Okay,
waiting.
that's a good point. But why were they trying to get these cathedrals up? What was the point of these cathedrals? Well, cathedrals do. I mean, in my defense, cathedrals have a lot to do with flat Earth because of the mercury that they gave free energy to the world that we didn't live off a grid of 5G.
Maybe it was just a
Even
gathering
covered, right?
place a gathering place for people to gather all around the city they lived in order to worship or do whatever. Or maybe it was just
Okay, you say
a
worship,
symbol,
but listen, they
It
didn't
was
build
religious
mosques. They didn't.
programming centers. It was
There you
education
go.
centers,
That's what I'm thinking.
religious
It had to
programming.
be religious, some religious shit. Because think about it, they're not building
course.
mosques. They're not building these other places like any other religion type of, you know, structures. Cathedrals are more so Catholic, Christian, any of them type of
The
ordeals.
aesthetic of a spire is so it looks like it's
Yeah, there
reaching
are.
to the heavens, so it's as if the place is of divine nature. So people
Yeah,
look
look at
up
some of the
to the building as if it has authority. That's why they make big spires.
and look at
Yeah,
some of
I
the
would agree with
Asian
that.
structures. Structures in Asia.
How they
The
look?
temples over there. Fucking amazing. Some fucking amazing intricate architecture involved.
Symmetrical as hell, huh?
Yeah, look at Angkor Wat. Yeah, places like that. But I'm still waiting for you to relate this
Here we
documentary
go.
back to Flat
Here's
Earth.
Timbo, man, again. So listen,
Yeah,
man.
still waiting for it.
Listen, man. This all goes back to like I just. Oh my god, I feel like we're running in circles, man. My point is just that
Yeah, you are. You're running in circles.
you when you say this, when you say stuff that makes no sense like this, you're saying, what is your point?
Okay,
What is
what
this?
makes no sense?
No, he's right on point. Like you said that this was flat Earth related, and it by maybe some giant leap of imagination, it's flat Earth related. But you have not mentioned anything having to do with flat Earth in any of this.
I've said the Toroidal field and I said Mercury about over 20 times. If you guys were listening, and this was the beginning of the damn conversation. Jesus Christ.
To answer your question,
So
Brandon,
do you know about Polaris, brother? Do you know where Polaris is?
I found
Do you know what
wonderful
Polaris is?
pictures. Hey, bro,
Oh
can
my
I say
God.
something, or you just want to
Jesus
ramble
Christ.
on?
Well, I'm trying to explain my claim for Timbo, but you're talking over my claim right now.
No, not really.
All right, you know what? Okay, you're not.
Okay, you've said you can. So you've said mercury and liquefaction. All right, now relate that to how that proves the Earth is flat.
Okay. I'm gonna do my best. So I don't know. I'm not true. This is all my words. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So listen.
I'll do it for you. Mercury seeks its level. Mercury at rest.
That's a good one. That is a good one. That is great. That is great. But listen, when you when you have Mercury in a conduction area where it can progress, where it can produce.
Conduction. When you have Mercury conduction in a conduction.
No, I don't know how to explain it. Honestly don't know how to explain this one. But it creates a toroidal field.
All right, so we can move
When
to
it's
the
in
next
motion,
one because we can cancel Mercury out of your proof that the Earth is flat by Mercury because you can't explain it.
Well,
So
it's hard to explain.
let's
So
move
yes,
to the
if I
next
can't
one.
explain it, if I really can't explain it, I can't really. Yes, that's true.
Yes. So we can move to the next one then. What's your next one in this documentary that proves that the Earth is flat?
Well, you see how all the fortresses were used as water. They all use water. Everything around us is water. The water basins, stuff like that. They use these freaking irrigation systems that went uphill. And the water still stayed level on each level. It was not curving up the hill
Water
as it goes up the
systems
hill.
that went uphill?
Oh my God, do you even know about this?
Water systems that went uphill.
Yes.
Yeah,
Pumping
using like an Archimedes screw.
This guy, no, Timbo's
in
retarded.
Bangladesh.
Honestly, I can't even talk to Timbo because he doesn't even know.
Wait,
That's what I'm saying. He's dumb.
I'm
Bro,
retarded.
Timbo, stop.
I'm a plumber,
Timbo,
mate. So
you're
you
a
can
plumber, but you
explain
don't
to
know
me.
about an uphill irrigation system.
Okay, yes, you use pumps and baffles. Yes.
Oh my
Are there
God.
pumps
No,
and
I'm done
baffles?
talking to you. I'm literally done because I thought you were smart, bro, but you
Why?
really are
Because you
sounding
can't
dumb.
explain anything.
I just said what it was, and you're like, uphill irrigate. You're questioning. You're saying the same thing I said over.
Okay.
Why? What are you saying it for?
So
I just told you what
I
it
can
was.
agree with you.
No,
I
just
can
stop
agree
talking.
with
I'm
you
done
that
talking here. Someone
water.
else talk because this
Shut
guy's
the
retarded.
fuck
Please.
up.
You shut the fuck
I
up
can
and suck my
agree
dick.
with you. I can agree with you that
I'll come to
water
Australia and
shows.
slap the shit out you, boy. For real. Don't play with me.
Yeah, right, mate. You can try.
Bro, let me see what you look like. Bro, we can literally have, or you can take my number down and I will look at you personally on FaceTime, bro. I'm not no, yo, I'm not, I am not the one.
All right, dude.
I am not the one, bro. Trust me.
No, let him go.
Hey, listen.
He's alright.
So,
He's a tough guy.
Timbo,
so,
I ain't know. Yo,
so,
Timbo, you talking to the right guy. You heard? Real talk.
so,
Yo,
Mr.
show some
Secret
humility, bro.
Technology. So,
What a
Mr.
clown.
Secret Technology, Brandon gave me a challenge to give me proof that Salt Lake City Temple is not
Yeah,
some
so
kind
I'm
of
just going
secret
to end with
energy.
you can't prove that documentary proves anything about flat Earth. So
Okay.
And
we
you're
can
not
end it
proving
there.
anything about flat Earth right now. All you do is
Thanks,
sitting here
Kilo.
and denying
Yeah,
shit. You're
buddy.
not doing shit, but sitting here and saying bullshit. Shut up.
me?
You're not doing anything to
Hello?
better the community, are you?
Can you guys hear me?
It's your fucking little kangaroo
mate.
picture, boy. Shut the hell up. Get out of here.
Can you guys hear me? So I posted.
I think your time is done here, mate.
Hello.
Yes,
Okay.
Clay. We're just trying to finish a conversation.
All right. Yeah, it sounded almost like you guys were like, saying some weird stuff. Anyways, so Brandon gave me the challenge to search for Salt Lake City Temple, the Mormon temple, and I have literally construction photos beginning with 73 until finished construction, and it looks really like as if it's not really secret technology, but people being good at what they do, building things.
Yeah, that's great, Clay. But I think we actually got the conversation to end, and this will only extend it.
Well, at least we can end it with the point that if you just use the internet correctly, you find enough evidence to understand that this stuff is truly built.
I don't know about that, man. I just see some rocks on the ground, and I mean, I'm not trying to continue it after this like a little bit, but
Oh, yeah,
like I
that
see
really
some rocks
ended
on the
it.
ground, and I
Great.
see. I'm just. I don't
Okay,
agree.
I
That's all I
can't
can
help
say.
these
That's
people
my
then.
answer to your question. So.
Well, then I can't help
Oh
it,
look,
Brandon.
there's
I
more.
posted the link of the website. You can read about the history of the thing. You can look at all the footage they give you. And if that's not enough, then I don't know, man. There's no help for people who want to believe wrong things.
Like I said, Photoshop has been around for a very long time. Who knows, man? But we still haven't found any curvature, and there's still no way for gas to hold pressure without a container. And unless you're really wasted, generally the Earth doesn't move. There might be exceptions like earthquakes and shit.
I'm just sad for all these hardworking craftsmanship and wonderful people that we now in a day and age where people literally just gonna dismiss this wonderful history.
Yeah, but does that prove the Earth is flat? I think is the premise right now.
People who fell because they had no harnesses proves gravity.
Gravity is the effect, not the cause. Sun goes up and I see the rooster right before it, so obviously the rooster makes the sun go up.
Dude's done yelling in here, so now he's yelling in text. Freaking take the freaking caps off, man.
Well, if you have emotionally bought into a story that you think is the truth, then there's no way of getting you out,
Have you guys noticed an insurgent of New Age flat earthers, like with these
yeah.
kind of? Yeah, it's weird. Yeah.
Oh, there's
It is weird.
a couple of the new agey thing, yeah, and also I'm not thrilled with all the freaking. This isn't exactly the place to say this because, well, it's connected 24/7, and that's the place where I saw it big time. It's a complete rebrand of the entire server. All this fresh and fit and freaking like passport bros and freaking Andrew Tate lovers. Like, dude, that's another freaking controlled op that's going on. By the
Yeah.
way.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's just like you know, these people watch a documentary like that Iwaranon, a documentary, a video like that Iwaranon, and then they take it on face value that this is the truth, but they don't actually check to see if anything backs up the claims. And if they actually took the time to have a look, they'd go, "Oh, okay, well, he hasn't proved anything."
That's just like going from being a Glober to a Glober again.
Yeah, it's replacing a belief with another belief. That's how we got here in the first place.
Somehow with flat Earth, which was doing fine on its own, is getting, in my opinion, hijacked by this neoconservative movement that like they're attaching us to this and red pill and all of that, and to this what's the word that's so popular to use right now? Again, oh, darn it, it's slipping my mind. I don't use it. Red pill. Not in a red pill. No, that's already old. No, like we were using woke, and then the freaking blue hairs took it. What's the one that it? What's the? I don't know why I can't think of this fucking word. Never mind. I'll bring it up later. Oh shit. Anyway, yeah. The point being, this neoconservative movement, this rebrand of like conservatism, with like people like Andrew Tate or Kanye West or Elon Musk or freaking Donald Trump and all of that, like it's this whole new bros freaking kind of a just a bunch of like not really deep thinking meatheads thinking they got everything figured out, you know. They're falling for they're not seeing they're not seeing past like what's right in front of their face, and they're easily swayed, easily taken, easily manipulated.
Yeah, I mean, you know, no matter what you present to these people, at the end it's just gonna be Photoshop. You know, you can have like 300 different types of these structures, highly defined structures, with construction photos going back in the 1900s. You're just gonna be like, yeah, now at some point someone rewrote history and he got just some guy who just photoshopped all the pictures to make them look like construction photos.
And yeah, I can talk like this too and make those other people sound like an idiot just like you. You fucking idiot. Don't be a jackass. That was nice. What the hell? Who did that? That was pretty fucking cool. Was that you? That was wild, dude. Whoever did that, that was wild.
Brandon likes being ear raped.
Wait, I got fucking muted.
I'll save that. We'll save that one.
Dude. It was Lou. It had to be.
No, it ain't me.
Ah, shit. Nah, just like, it did go out into like the high pitches or whatever, but like just the fact that somebody was able to take that bit and put it to a little backbeat right then. It's probably an app, I guess, but still, that's pretty wild.
I'm just really thankful for these hardworking men back in the days.
Could you just, like, how is that going to prove the Earth is flat? I'm just still wondering. I asked you earlier and you had no answer.
Oh, the word I was trying to think of was based. Yeah, everybody using this based. Based is part of this whole based thing, part of the fucking psyop.
Oh, that's base, dude. But there is no proof needed. The Earth represents itself to be a topographical plane. So if the Earth represents itself to be a topographical plane, prove me that it's something else. That was easy.
Okay, so that stuff doesn't have anything to do with the flat Earth. Like all those hardworking men. Cool. Just thanks.
Well, it had to do with the whole convo that was started and ended, you know, with expected results. But that's okay. I know how it feels to let it go. I have been through it myself. Same with like free energy and all that you know, deception. So yeah, any proof that you have something else than a topographical plane? Is there anyone who wants to present that? I would be highly interested in that.
Yeah, I've been waiting to find curvature since 2020 when I first became a flat earther.
Yeah. Can't wait for that day.
I remember watching probably Alexandra's video, then I just looked up flat earth stuff, found the Flat Earth Brothers, and they had that Go Fast rocket where it spins at the bottom. It almost seems like it's, I don't know. Everyone says it's hitting the dome. They claim it was something else. Then I saw the Bubbles in Space video. I went through the whole moon landing. It was fun. Like, mind-blowing.
Go Fast didn't hit the dome.
I know. That's what I assumed when I first found out, though. I've done the research now.
Yo, so
We need some kind of segue back into Flat Earth. We had a good conversation going. We needed a WWE moment for a while there, and now the audience is leaving.
I I have a question that a stupid Glober might ask.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So we have telescopes powerful enough to view the. We have telescopes power enough to view other planets, right? You would agree with that?
Yeah. Yeah, we can see the planets. In fact, you can see some of them with your bare eyes. Like not much detail, but
yeah.
When you say other planets, does that mean like are you assuming you're on a planet at that point?
No, just let me finish. And I know when you say the Earth is flat, you don't mean like it's a coin, right? You mean there's zero curvature or some curvature.
well, similar. No curvature. Like that would be an overall like thing, like a bent coin, like a convex or concave coin. But like a coin where there's raised parts to it, like the stamp of the year or the president's face is elevated. There's topography. And of course, there's hills and mountains and valleys and all of that.
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry.
Now I can. You must have cut out for a minute there or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I was asking.
Did you hear me though?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay.
I asked if these telescopes are powerful enough to view other planets, wouldn't it make sense that if we point the telescope forward, we could view other states' topography or even other countries' topography?
No, not necessarily. No. Okay, so when you're shooting up, as we know, like first of all, you're probably assuming a distance to these so-called planets and stuff, and like the other guy said, other planets, like we don't think that we're a planet. We think those things in the sky are what you call planets, wandering stars.
Yeah.
Earth is special. Earth is different. Like I hear Crypto talking about this. In fact, I think I was the first to say it long before Crypto did, but a lot of people like the way that I put it. The way I view it is like Earth is the floor, and everything that's above your head, whether it be birds or spaceships or planets or anything that's above your head is literally just above your head. This is the floor. Okay, so but either way, yes, we do have telescopes that can view vast distances. What that distance is, nobody can really know. What you call planets could be much closer and smaller than what the heliocentric model claims. So there's no way of really gauging how far you're really seeing. But then even still, here on Earth, we do know that air gets thinner as you go higher in elevation, and so there's less obstruction. Like down near the surface, that's where there's the most shit in the air. You have the thickest atmosphere, the most dust, the most moisture, the most whatever. Like, and so when you try to shoot along the plane, there's still a limit to like how far light can travel without like atmospheric light extinction. Like that's what's called atmospheric light extinction. If you go and look at the weather report, they'll tell you like what the visibility is for the day. It might be on a crummy visibility day, it might be it could be 50 yards. Like if it's like really foggy out and hazy out. But on a good clear day, maybe it's 14, 20 miles. But there's always atmosphere that will occlude your view across the plane.
Okay.
And so even
Good point.
a telescope can't punch through that shit. It's like physical obstruction.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so like when you're shooting straight up with a telescope, yeah, that's why they put observatories at the tops of mountains and stuff. Is they're trying to get above the majority of that atmosphere. And as they go look higher and higher, there's less and less atmosphere to look through.
Yeah. Well, you also said that we have no real way to gauge how far planets are from us, right?
Right.
Well, we'd have to be we'd have to be a certain distance from the sun, otherwise we'd burn up or we'd freeze to death. Wouldn't you agree?
That's based off of similar assumptions. You have to assume how hot it is, how big, how powerful it is, what size it is, how far away it is.
Yeah, the whole size of the sun thing is based on the Earth's radius. Now, they never measured the Earth's radius. They just did some equations based on some shadow angles and came up with it. So then they now assume that Venus was the same size as the Earth, not knowing the size of the Earth, and then assuming another so-called planet was the same size as something they never measured. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't really. Yeah, they made their. It goes way back because they with Aristophanes, he assumed that the Earth was a globe and assumed that that the light was basically an infinite distance away, therefore creating parallel light. With those assumptions in place, he calculated what he thought a spherical Earth's radius would be. They used that and then made the assumption, like Timbo just said, that Venus was an approximately the same size as Earth. Using that calculation, they then extrapolated it out to the distance to the sun, and then using that, extrapolated out all of the rest of the celestial bodies.
Good point.
Yeah, we're just trying to be humble about. I mean, I know a lot of people don't come across as very humble in here, but trying to be humble about this at least, that we can't know these things. You know what I mean? Like you can only make guesses to certain things, and then based off of those guesses, you can make more of them. But if even just if the first one is off just a little bit, then the whole thing falls apart.
Yeah. Is anyone here like an agnostic flat earther? Like they don't know, so but they can't say it. They can't say or they can't not say.
What do you mean, like about a god?
Yeah, not talking about God, but like in that position where you can't say nor can't say.
Oh, agnostic about flat Earth.
Yeah.
At this point, I am very certain, but I'm one of the few that will come out and tell you. I leave a little bit of a room for me being wrong. You know, I'm like 99% sure, but I mean, it would be very difficult to sway me otherwise. Like you'd have to come up with something testable and repeatable, and
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I personally don't really like it where it sounds to me a little bit. I'll get myself in trouble again. I get myself in trouble fairly often. But like, it seems a little bit cultish when people are like, "Oh no, we know the Earth is flat," and there's like I don't know. I know with a certain amount of certainty. You know what I mean? And I'm willing to say so.
Yeah. For my one day and being in this server, I've learned that the Earth is flat. I've learned that there's not comparing them, but I'm just telling you what people have told me from being on the server. There's a hive society Have you heard of the Hive Society?
No.
No, okay. That's fucking stupid. Never mind.
I actually I did hear. Was this you earlier in the day? Because I was listening on YouTube. Like that brought somebody was talking within the server about this Hive thing, talking about all these celebrities and politicians and shit like that, right? Like,
yeah.
And I can just based off of the name, like a hive mind, or anything like that. Like this is nothing new.
Yeah.
You know, like it sounds to me something similar to like NPCs and shit like that. Like they're just taking the download.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not comparing you guys to that. The one guy, it was only one guy who was telling me, but it's just interesting that like I joined the server and I learned everything's a lie, and that there's actually a secret society that controlled every historical event, including like JFK getting shot, Jack Ruby shooting the guy who killed JFK, or pretty much
When you say you learned, does that mean you heard and you believed them, or you heard and you didn't believe them?
I heard with a skeptical ear, I'd say.
And so, do you think they have any validity to their claims?
I'd say the Hive guy, no. You guys, yes, for sure. Though.
Why are these guys here? Yes, for sure.
I mean, I've talked to Jedi. I'm sure you know Jedi. He brought
I
up
know
some good
Jedi.
points.
He's
Yeah, he
wrong
brought
about
up-
pretty much everything he says.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
He doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand anything he says.
Okay, so right here you're talking to an anti-flat earther who just literally has to contradict anything flat earthers say. Just be aware. Go ahead, continue.
Well, see, that's a lie too.
Am
I wrong? Am I wrong about everything I've said?
You're a Glober?
So far, yeah. I yes.
So far?
Yes, I accept that the Earth is a sphere.
To prove this point, he literally said he'll just deny everything we say, and then you said that's a lie. You literally did what he said.
No, see, denying one thing is not denying everything. This is the
I
thing
think
you
you're
guys
in
can't.
denial, Scott.
This
Are
is
you
the
in
thing.
denial?
This is the thing you guys can't get straight.
Scott, are you in denial?
Oh, goodness gracious! You guys try so hard. And I don't know why. I'm still trying to figure out why you try so hard.
You know you're doing your own side a disservice by doing what you're doing right now, right?
Disservice to what? There's no side.
Right now you are
Lunatic.
likely
There is no
creating-
side.
Right now you are likely creating more flat earthers.
Okay, I can live with that if people lack the ability to see reason and to see reality. I can't help them. I get that.
When I have things that I hold valuable to me, I like to tell them to like my parents and friends. Do you guys ever try to convince your parents that their Glober mindset is incorrect, or no?
Yeah, I've been working on my mom on that for years, like, and she's still, even from the beginning though, like she's more open minded than most people are. Like when I laid it down for her, she was like, "Well, yeah, that makes a lot of sense." And so why do people? She thought it was weird, like the way that people act about it. Like, why do they act like it's crazy? Like that seemed, she thought even if she doesn't agree, she doesn't have the tools to even really know, like it's, but she knows a good argument when she hears one, and a rational argument.
So what's a rational argument for the flat Earth?
You've been here. I'm not going to engage it. You've been here way too long to fucking think that there are no rational arguments.
No, that's exactly why I think there are no rational arguments, because I've been here long enough. And I've heard all your arguments, and not a single one of them are rational. It's all a mischaracterization and misunderstanding of what teachers and adults have been trying to tell you all.
Mackie, wake up.
I'll go back to F.E. Jetta. He thinks he understands how celestial navigation works. He thinks it requires a flat level surface on which to make a triangle. That's the only way you can get an angle elevation. But that's not how any celestial navigator has ever done it. That's not how the people who come up with celestial navigation understood it. So they're taking an established field, an established practice, and you're rewriting it into a flat earth narrative that simply makes no sense. And it just goes against what the people who came up with it meant. And you'll hear them talking here about gas pressure requires a container, and they'll point to things that scientists have said, and yet not a single one of those scientists believes that gas pressure requires a container. It's just another thing they take from something else that someone smart said and try to reframe it and rework it into fitting their narrative. That's what they do. And then another while, if you keep on it too much, they just ban you for 48 hours.
That's not very productive.
Sounds like he's just fighting with a definition of gas pressure, which is interesting. Just because it doesn't match up to your reality doesn't mean that you can just change the definition of the word, dude.
Who defined gas pressure?
Go ahead, you can check out Merriam-Webster, whoever you want.
Who defined gas pressure?
There's a bunch of different dictionaries. You can go ahead and go to any of them.
Do you think the dictionaries define words, or do you think they just note how the words have been used in conversations?
So this is where you've devolved from. You just asked me, do I think dictionaries define words?
Yes, do you?
Please tell me what a dictionary is doing if it's not giving you the definitions of words.
Dictionaries are the places where the people who write down the meanings of the words that they take from conversation. That's how dictionaries change over the years, because those words take on different meanings in conversations among the speakers of that language. And the dictionaries update themselves to follow society and the users of the language.
Yeah, I think you just used the wrong word. I think you were looking for the word atmospheric pressure.
The same thing.
Mackie, let me ask you here.
Yeah.
If the Earth was a globe, wouldn't our shoes wouldn't be flat? They'd have a curve to them, would they not? Would they not?
It's a very big curve.
No,
Ever so slightly, yeah. Expensive shoes would have a little bit of a curve to the bottom.
Exactly. And if the Earth is a globe, why do our cars are flat? Wouldn't they be round?
Thank you. That was good.
You believe you're a sheep. I hate to tell you.
I'm a sheep. Okay. All right. So you didn't approach this whole thing skeptically, I take it. Interesting. You lied to me, man.
Skeptic. I have heard pretty solid evidence that, well, actually, it was some guy in a park talking to me. But let me finish, please. We would commute that guy. Very disrespectful. About why the moon landing was faked. Like, he said that NASA was given all this money, or whoever got us in space in '69. They were given all this money, but they couldn't actually do it, so they lied and staged that they did it to keep the money, because they weren't gonna be like, give the money back because they can't do it, so they just staged it. Is that kind of the common belief, or?
Who is NASA and how did they keep the money?
Well, no, I mean, that's legitimate. I mean, like, yeah, like let's say you were given a ton of funding to go and check something out, like, or just like you said, yeah, like that's one of many like valid like possibilities, at least, for like why you might lie or fake it.
But do you think there's a NASA corporation that keeps money?
You think they give it back?
Who keeps it?
Well, I said either NASA or whoever was in charge of the first space launch. Is what I'm saying.
No, NASA gets money from the government and they give it to their employees. They give it to their scientists and their engineers. And those engineers take that money and they buy food and they pay their mortgages and they pay for their kids' colleges
What do
and
you
they
think
go on
happens
about
to
their
the money
lives.
though? Like when they use a plastic washer that costs like $1 to make, and they spend like $100,000 on that washer. What do you think happens to that money?
It goes to the engineers and the scientists and the
I have a
people who
good
build these
question.
things. What do you think it goes to? What do you think it goes to?
I have a question for the flat earther. Do you think since the Earth is flat, it's like a straight flat or like a curvy flat? Like
There's topography, but generally it's pretty flat.
okay. So how do you think the sun works and the moon works?
The sun revolves around the Earth.
Yeah, as flat earthers, we try not to make claims about the sun or the stars or anything about that. It's literally about proving. It's literally about seeing if there is indeed any curvature to our Earth, to like the ground we walk on, or
But the
or
moon
over
and the sun would help, because
Lou,
not much.
Lou, I'm just
I mean,
going off of what Jedi told me.
And how would time zones work?
That's a really bad question. They're just going to say it's a government thing. Ask them why it's daylight in some places and
Fuck off,
darkness in
Scott.
others.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Don't try to answer for us.
Tell them it's a bad question.
Onion.
Oh, look,
Onion.
if somebody's interested, that's a legitimate question. We would tell you that, because I mean they have no base understanding, no knowledge of where flat earthers come from on this, but essentially the sun, light doesn't travel forever through an atmosphere. The sun is more local. I'm not going to tell you how local. It's smaller. Not going to tell you how much smaller, because we don't know. But a more local sun, a smaller sun, travels too far away from you for you to see the light that it's emitting. That's the difference.
So I'm guessing you think the moon landing was fake.
Yeah, that's pretty damn sure on that one. Yeah, like it's quite like there's a lot of
How do satellites work without what the fuck is it called? Thrusters.
Typical Glober question. My God.
It's a good question. If you can't answer it, then that's as good as a communist can't answer a question.
Again, not going to make claims as to how satellites work, especially the way that you're thinking of them. In fact, a question relating to that, like if they're in a vacuum of space, is how would a thruster even really work in a vacuum? But the satellites we typically we don't really make claims about satellites other than I just want to point out. Do you know that we were calling like a satellite doesn't necessarily have to be in outer space going around a sphere. Like we were using what are called satelloons, like to relay signals and like bounce signals around before anybody claimed to ever have gone to space. They called them communication satellites, and they were literally just balloons floating in the air, just like the Chinese spy balloon that supposedly floated over the U.S. last year.
Here's a good way to debunk the flat Earth theory. So, if you live in a so you basically take a 50 or 100 or a very, very long wire that probably can take you out of your time zone, like multiple time zones, and you take multiple cameras. It is obviously very expensive. And then you take those cameras and point it at the wire and see how the Earth who's doing that fucking noise? Oh, it's esoteric Jew. You basically take the wire and put multiple cameras. You look at the cameras and see how the fuck is it called? Shadow is different from the first camera to the one all the way in the back.
You're not explaining this very well, but I think I get a gist of what you're trying to say. First of all, you can't put enough tension on a wire to make it perfectly straight.
Yeah, I know, but you can put like sticks to hold it up.
No, like any line will always sag in the middle because it has its own weight.
Tension can help that.
You can make it straighter, but you can never get it perfectly straight.
You can get a metal wire.
No, you can't.
Dude, give it up, man. It's not going to work.
Then why don't you try it?
Because you can't do it.
Because people
I'm agreeing with Flat Earthers here in case you guys haven't picked that up.
See,
So
we
I
don't
don't
always
just deny
say
everything.
something wrong.
That's true, you don't. You're correct. You cannot put enough tension on a wire in order to get it straight.
Okay,
It'll
why
snap.
don't you get a plane and then like fly around the flat globe until you reach the end of it? I don't think the government would let you.
Esoteric Jew ranting tunnels. Fucking mute your mic, dude.
No, I muted him. That's what I did. All right, I'm gonna go.
Okay, hold on. Let me. I didn't know how to on. I'll just give myself.
Well, so anyways, the original reason I came on today to get a conference room in my office is that do you guys really seriously believe that Eratosthenes was the first and last, or at least might be the first? Do you think he was the last person who ever tried to measure the Earth? And do you think anybody goes off his measurements today?
He's the one that's always referenced whenever you bring this up. So, like, apparently, he's the one that most of the stuff was based off of. And yeah, a lot of people have tried and all been unsuccessful.
But that's what I'm asking. You really think that people are basing anything today off of what Eratosthenes did?
I mean, it's been fine tuned, but essentially it's the same shit, right?
No, not at all.
But are you gonna? I mean, yeah, Al-Biruni tried something, and freaking, but you're still there's very few people that ever get mentioned when it comes to proving a radius of Earth.
That's because nobody tries to prove it anymore because everybody just accepts it, except for a small group of people like you. We've moved on, man. The world's moved on. It just has.
Because some Greek dude freaking figured it out?
No. No. I didn't even know about some Greek dude. I figured it out by myself. Most of us do. I don't need some Greek guy to tell me. Never even heard of Eratosthenes before I came here. Not here, but to Gem server, Gem Panda. I don't know if you know that one, but trust me, nobody even knows who Eratosthenes is, and nobody relies on him.
Okay, you asked the question, so why don't you give me like a list of examples of people who have done this since then?
A list of examples of people
and how they did it.
I assume the people who did the geodetic surveying through hundreds of years.
Okay, so you don't have anybody?
If you want to just, well, I would say satellites. They put them in space and they can take pictures and they can very, very accurately measure the size of the Earth. But you just reject that out of hand, don't you?
How would they have done that without already knowing the radius of the Earth and the mass of the Earth in order to come up with an orbit?
Well, they did know that.
How?
Geodetic surveying and other mathematical calculations based on
Shit out of your ass, dude.
It's not me who did it. It's other people who did it. Very smart
So tell
people.
me who did it then.
Good. No need to get mad. It's not a war here. Not your enemy. The people at NASA, in order to figure out how hard they had to make that thing go.
How?
I wasn't there. I don't know, but I know they managed to put things up in space.
You're begging the question.
I'm not begging the question.
What else would you call that? NASA put stuff in space, and we know they were able to put stuff in space because they put stuff in space.
Yes. You know they can put things up in space. You know they can put things up when they put them up. That's how you verify that they knew what they were doing when it worked.
You don't see
how we do it. How it's begging the question. It's begging if you need me to absolutely prove to you, when you're determined to reject it, that they put stuff in space, yes, I understand how you would see it as begging the question.
You don't know how to use logic. You should be able to convince me using a logical train of thought.
Yeah. Trying to understand that someone did something has nothing to do with logic. It has to do with where they did it.
You're using fallacious reasoning. Can you do it without using fallacious reasoning?
So how can I get you to believe something you determined not to believe, is what you're telling me, right?
No, I didn't say no. If you can use non-fallacious reasoning, I might believe you. But if as long as you're being fallacious, I have no reason to believe you. I have reason to doubt you.
So if I told you that me and my buddy built his 67 Camaro not from scratch, but rebuilt the engine from scratch. Well, now we had plenty of, we had the block and everything. We bought a block and we built an engine. Would you believe me?
It's reasonable, but you could easily be lying about that as well.
I could be, but would you believe me?
Not just based off of that. I'd like to see the car and I'd like to talk to him. I'd like to find out how he...
The car's long gone. He sold it long time ago. I'm 59 years old. This was back when I was 16 and he was 17.
Okay. So,
and the car might be in a junkyard right now. So how would I convince you? How would I get you to believe that I did this thing that I say I did? Is there anything I can do?
You didn't do it. You say your friend did. What if you're wrong?
So me and my friend did it. We did it together.
Oh, your story changed. I don't think you ever had a Camaro. I don't think you ever had a Camaro.
No, I didn't. It was his Camaro.
Oh.
Yeesh. Why do you got to be so combative? What is in this for you?
Dude, you came in here being combative. You came in here being a salty piece of shit, and so yeah, expect you get what you give.
Uh-huh. And so let's get back to the Camaro. What would it take for me to allow you to believe that my buddy and I rebuilt or built his
Hundreds
Camaro?
of thousands of mechanics, if not millions of mechanics, have rebuilt or custom built Camaros. It's not like there's no extraordinary claim there. Like if you said that, just I would, even if you were lying to me, I would probably just give you the benefit of the doubt because it's small talk that has been done before. It's a story of something that's been done many times before by many people.
Okay, and where's the line that you have for things that haven't been done by many people? How many people have built airplanes? You don't know anybody who's built an airplane in their backyard, right? Well, it's actually in his driveway in his garage. But do you know anybody who's built an airplane from scratch? I shouldn't say from scratch. Of course, we didn't build the whole damn car. We built the engine.
You smelted the metal. You dumped
no, we didn't. No, we didn't do that. We didn't do that. No, we got a block. Then we, installed the pistons and the rotors and everything, and the cam and everything, and messed up completely with the timing chain, of course, because we were stupid and we didn't know what we were doing, and got the offset 100 degrees off, and the car wouldn't start until a mechanic friend of his came over and said, "Oh, you guys got this backwards." And we rebuilt the transmission and put the linkage in, and the linkage fell out one day on the middle of the road.
It's a fucking wonderful story.
Well, but I mean, do you know anybody who's done similar with an airplane?
I mean, I know people who've worked on airplanes. I don't know if they've like built one bottom up, but
Okay, so you accept that airplanes are built, right? And airplanes fly.
yeah.
How would I convince you that airplanes fly if you didn't want to believe they flew? I can say look in the sky, and if you refuse to look up, what do I do?
You better make a fucking relevant parallel to the conversation with this.
Just tell me, what do I do? If you refuse to look up when I say, look, that's an airplane. See that thing flying in the sky? That's an airplane. I'm not looking up. What do I do after that?
So what? I've never seen an airplane. I've never been on an airplane.
I'm just wondering if you're going to tell me, give me a logical argument for how airplanes can fly. When all I have to do is say, look, there's an airplane right there. And if you don't want to look up, what logical argument can I give you?
You're not making a logical argument right now.
I'm just asking you, what logical argument? You earlier, just a bit ago, asked me to give you a logical argument about how they put things in space.
Yeah, what a non-fallacious fucking argument. Yeah.
Okay, what's a non-fallacious argument for there's airplanes that fly in the sky? Give me a non-fallacious argument for that. Maybe I'll use it for satellites.
You could talk about how you derive lift with the shape of a wing. You could, I don't know.
But how does that prove there's actually an airplane in the sky?
Hey, look, there's an airplane in the sky.
But that requires you to look up.
Why would dude? So I have to have blinders on. I have to be refusing to take anything in order for you to prove that I'm automatically gonna keep my head buried in the sand. That's the start of this. You have your head buried in the sand. How do I take your head out of the sand? That's your argument.
That's what I'm asking. Yes.
It's not your responsibility. Look, my head's not buried in the fucking sand.
Because anybody who has satellite TV and has ever looked at where their satellite dish is pointing, they see it pointing to the sky. And in the northern hemisphere, it's always pointing south, and in the southern hemisphere, it's always pointing north, because it's pointing at a geosynchronous satellite that follows along with the orbit of the Earth and the rotation of the Earth. It's in a very special place up there, and there's only one possible way.
Direct TV proves that the Earth is a globe.
What's that satellite dish pointing at if it's not a satellite in geosynchronous orbit?
It could be pointing just to the sky, where we have all kinds of freaking radio waves and things being transmitted and propagated all over the place. It doesn't.
Except every last one of them is pointing towards one place in the sky. The further north you go in U.S., the lower declination those satellites have. The satellite dishes. And if you go somewhere near the equator, they're pointed almost straight up. What does that indicate to you?
Good story, bro. I mean,
what does it indicate to you?
It doesn't prove anything is hovering around a spherical Earth in the vacuum of space, in a geosynchronous orbit 27,000 miles away, or wherever the fuck they say those things are.
What do you think the dishes are pointing at then?
I don't know. I don't really care.
Uh-huh.
But you don't care.
There you go.
It's the whole thing, man. You're kind of being ignorant. No offense, not to be an asshole or anything, by saying, "Oh, you don't care." That's kind of like you're just not listening to the other side's argument.
No, look. We have antennas and shit all over the place that are able to you're able to pick up waves from the air. It doesn't matter which direction those things are freaking pointed.
But it does.
Can I ask?
You move it doesn't work. I've moved mine before, and it doesn't work after that. You have to call the guy out to point it in the right place again. No, it does not work no matter where you point it.
The Earth isn't flat. You're just fat.
Okay, that's yeah. Anyways, so who here's a flat earther? Who here believes the Earth is flat?
Almost everybody here.
Okay. Do you have anything going on in chat? Any of you guys ever shot a gun before? Long distances?
What do you mean by long distances? Yeah, I've shot guns. Like, no, I'm not a
Like
sniper. Or
like
anything like that.
okay, a sniper. So if you were to shoot a gun super far downrange, right? There are so many variables that wouldn't be there if the Earth was flat.
You know, snipers. I know where this is going. Snipers do not take Coriolis effect into consideration.
Pretty sure they do. Let's see this. What about artillery? What about artillery?
Man, I was never in the military. I didn't shoot artillery.
All right, that's fair enough. They don't take the curvature into they do actually, but they do take the how the Earth is spinning into consideration.
That's called Coriolis. That's what they call Coriolis.
Well, you just said they didn't, but they do take that. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I just did a basic Google search, and there's like 6 results saying they do. So, where are you getting that they don't do that from?
First of all, like the amount of deflection, like it would be impossible. You'd have to know exactly the amount of calculations that would have to be in place would take forever to work out. And in a time of where time is of essence, like you do not have the time to work that out. Like
computers can work that out very quickly.
They don't.
If you have like a little, there's like
They work out their calculations with like a pad of paper and shit. They take into consideration bullet drop, Magnus effect, which is the barreling of the bullet, or the barreling of the rifle itself, the rotation that the bullet takes, the velocity of the bullet, and drop like over distance.
Why does bullet drop happen?
There are a lot, and wind speed. There's a lot of variables that they do take into effect or into consideration. Coriolis effect is not one of them.
Do they take gravity into consideration?
Even if they did, it would be a matter of inches in the end result of that calculation.
But those inches
Hey,
matter.
Bubblies.
Those inches kind of.
Bubblies. You said you had 6 citations. Can you read out the citations and what they say about taking Coriolis into effect?
So the Washington City paper. I can go ahead and read that one. I gotta find the spot. Okay. You would have to give me a minute to find all of them. You mind if I just read 1 or 2?
So you haven't read them, or?
Oh, I read what the summarizer on the start of the page says,
Read the
which
title.
is most of what I need.
Go ahead.
All right. At 1,000 yards, Coriolis deflection is small, but not necessarily trivial. What the fuck is that? Okay, I'm not. Okay,
unequivocal.
No. Unicomputed. Fucking. That is latitude of Sacramento. A bullet is traveling the 1,000 yards will be deflected about 3 inches to the right. In addition, because gravity pulls the bullet down as it flies, you have to aim higher or lower depending on the degree. If you're facing, there's so much shit, but that's basically the important part. That it says at 1,000 yards, the Coriolis deflection is small, but not necessarily trivial. All right. Business Insight.
Okay, what's the calculation?
I don't think it says that there, but if you want me to find the calculation, I can go ahead and look for it.
Yeah, so what that article's doing is it's just saying, okay, if the Earth was spinning at this latitude at this speed, this would have to be taken into effect. Now, you'd have to prove that in the first instance, wouldn't you? Because you can just say, okay.
I don't have access to guns in Canada, but I'm Canadian. But if I did, I would be happy to go out to a range and test that out.
Yeah, but how are you gonna decipher between the Magnus effect and Coriolis effect? How are you gonna isolate either one?
Because they'd only have a certain amount of impact, right?
Well, how are you gonna measure that impact?
you might be able to isolate
Gravity,
a difference because the rifle itself would have a certain barreling. Typically, a bullet drops due to the magnet effect down and to the left, and that wouldn't be the case if it was Coriolis, because that would be determined by the direction you were shooting in your latitude, like you said.
Pretty sure the
And
Magnus
if
effect
this
is
if this
can be measured.
Coriolis effect happens on things that leave the surface of the Earth, then wouldn't it affect all things not connected to the Earth?
Well, the gravitational pull pretty much affects everything inside the atmosphere,
Okay.
man.
Okay, cool. So bullets show Coriolis. What else shows it Coriolis?
Let's see. That's anything that you'd have to shoot at a
So,
super long
uh,
distance,
What about
right?
aeroplanes?
There's not
How
very
come it-
many airplanes, right?
How come Coriolis
Yeah.
effect needs to be taken into consideration when shooting a long distance shot through a rifle, but it doesn't have to be taken into consideration when flying
So let
a
me say
drone
something.
or
If you're playing if you're shoot, okay,
when
sorry,
it
you can
comes to
finish your
flying a
thought. Sorry for
drone
being
or a
rude.
helicopter or landing a plane or anything like that, all of a sudden it doesn't exist. It doesn't matter. You
That's
don't have
because
to
when you
freaking
land a plane, you're not going over super long distance, right? You're not going fast, right? Because you're going so slow that it won't matter. It'll be minute. But here's the thing: when you're flying, if you say you want to fly from America,
that makes no sense. That
okay,
makes
well,
no
let me.
sense.
Okay, you're just saying that, but why doesn't it make sense to you?
So only things traveling at a certain speed are affected by
Well, there
Coriolis.
is an effect, but it's just so small that it wouldn't matter. But to say my other thought, why
Okay,
does
so
it take
how do you
longer to fly?
measure it
Okay, hold
then?
on, say something. Can I say something?
How do you measure it then?
I don't know.
Okay,
I'm not a
if
scientist.
it's a minimal effect that doesn't matter, then how are you measuring it?
Because when it is a larger effect, when you say shooting a gun, then it is measurable, so it does matter.
Why is shooting a gun a bigger effect?
Because you're going over a long distance in a very short period of time, so it does matter. And you have to be
Planes
super
don't
precise
fly
and accurate
at long distances with a lot
over
of
a long
speed.
period of time. Oh, they have a lot of speed, but not as much as a bullet.
You sure
But,
about that?
yes, unless you're flying like a supersonic jet. Most bullets go fly supersonic. Most planes don't.
Okay, cool. So
But,
why would that? You're still failing to tell me why a bullet experiences these things, but airplanes don't.
they do. It's just
Airplanes
smaller.
do as well.
Yeah, I told you.
So
I never said that they don't.
landing on a north to south runway, would that affect the airplane?
See, the airplane. I'm not a scientist, but my other point, because I really am kind of stumped here, because I'm not an expert, as I said. Why does it take longer to fly certain places than going back? So if you want to fly to like Germany or something,
You
why
got
does it take
wind
longer to fly?
speed.
Wind speed affects it.
Yeah, jet streams, like they're like highways in the sky. Like you've got the air moving. It has a speed, a wind
That's
speed,
enough
a
to make a
direction.
trip an hour longer.
Easily.
Of course.
You got a tailwind or a headwind, like that's a big difference.
Bro,
Because
I
airplanes
don't
measure
think so.
airspeed, correct? Okay, so
Yeah.
airplanes measure airspeed, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you've got a 200 mile an hour tailwind and you're flying at 400, and you're detecting a 600, and you're detecting that airspeed, then you can add the wind speed onto that airspeed. Yeah.
Yeah. Just.
Yeah.
Why is it so widely accepted that the Earth is round, but you guys think
But
that it's
wait,
not?
you're just gonna go on to another subject, like
No, but like
you're saying
I'm not a
you're
fucking
saying
you're
so.
saying anybody who's ever
he
made a
started that way.
plan.
He
Timbo,
started that way.
tell
But
me
if
why anyone who's
Coriolis-
made a plan thinks.
If Coriolis was an effect on planes, then when you're flying, if you're on the equator flying west and the planet's rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, the planes wouldn't catch up to the spin of the Earth. That's silly.
So what's your solution? That it's wind that's causing that? And yes, it would, for starters. It depends how close you are to the Earth as well. If there's a reason why
What do you-
satellites and stuff can.
You just said Coriolis affects planes.
It does.
Now, if you're flying east to west with the spin of the Earth
at 1,000 miles per hour and the plane's only going 600, according to you, you'd be going backwards 400 miles per hour. According to you, what you just claimed.
I didn't claim that it is faster, right? I said, like, I'm
Well,
not
it would have
100%
to
certain.
be, if you're
But
saying that it affects bullets, then that would have to be the case. Would it not?
I guess not, according to your logic.
There you
I
go.
mean, you guess so.
But I just can't accept it, man. Like, you guys could say what you want, prove what you want.
Okay.
But if you got
That's
an expert
fine.
in here to,
You don't
say my
accept
part a little bit
reality.
more.
That's fine, man.
No, neither
That's
do you.
fine.
So let me ask you this, because I guess I'm stumped on this one. I don't know the answer to this one, so I can't effectively give my argument or anything. But why is it so accepted that the Earth is round?
Because the masses
Because
are a bunch of followers. They just
we
do what they're
believe
told,
we're told.
believe what they're told, and
So, like 90% of the world is followers, basically.
Okay, 90% of the
I would
world have as
more
much
than
knowledge as
that,
you.
actually.
Now, what
Yeah.
knowledge do you have about the Earth? That would answer the question, wouldn't it?
Well, I've been on a plane. I've been
And
on a
seen
boat.
what?
I feel like okay, let me give another example. Actually, I don't have enough knowledge about that one either. Let me think.
Wow, you're really coming from a strong point here.
I'm really an expert, man. I'm an expert, eh? I don't know, man. There's so many arguments that I've heard that I can't summarize properly without having to like rewatch a video, and I'm obviously not going to rewatch an example in VC and just sit here for 20 minutes constructing an argument and then giving it to you guys.
No, I mean you can use your own head. See, like this actually falls
Well,
into
I mean,
that
when
whole.
it comes to
okay,
logic,
stop a second. I'm
of course,
talking.
you kind of
Look.
Fuck you. Damn, that was rude.
You were being rude. I was in the middle of a sentence.
You don't need to yell about it. Come on, man. We're all having fun here.
Dude. All right, this falls into the whole thing, like about people being followers and doing what they're told and believing what they're told and all of that. Okay, like you're highlighting that as being you as well. Like you come here saying that you don't know and you heard it somewhere and you just want us to explain it, but then halfway through the explanation, you stop listening and you're on to the next question, the next bullet point that you heard from Professor Dave or something. Okay, like you can use your own head. You can logically work this stuff out. I don't think you're stupid. You're just not giving yourself a chance to fucking think about it. You're appealing to experts. You're appealing to authority and appealing to popularity. Okay, like this is fallacious reasoning, and you can do better.
Cool.
Did he bail?
Yeah. No, I think that one might have hit him. You know, like sometimes you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. You know, like like instead of calling him a retard, freaking let him know that he's not giving himself a chance.
Yeah. All right. Anyone else? Want to go with Coriolis?
Damn, crit. Damn, y'all still in here quiet as hell, crit. Same old shit.
Got any proof, Red
Timbo,
Clay?
don't you say nothing to me.
We're waiting for the next victim. No,
Next victim. All
just
y'all do is mute people. Y'all don't got no victims.
nobody
Are
got
you
Y'all
muted?
have
just had a great conversation, and the guy freaking had to duck out because he knew he had his ass handed to him.
Nah, you probably
What do you
start
got?
muting them all crazy like y'all always do.
No, this isn't that hour. I guess I know what you're saying. Sometimes it gets pretty intense, but no, this was
Nah,
actually a
it
good
don't get
conversation.
intense. Y'all motherfuckers just be muting people.
How's that? You come in complaining about getting muted while not getting muted.
So, doesn't mean I've never gotten muted. But that's the kind of logic you follow. That type of shit. That's why
Okay,
you believe in
cool.
flat Earth. All right, see ya. Enjoy y'all sitting there not talking to each other. Bye.
See you, man.
We could have we're waiting for somebody who has something to add to the conversation or who's willing to maybe listen or learn something.
Yeah, we've spoken to each other for hours before, so, we're just waiting for new people.
That last guy, I mean, the way that he left, the way that he said, damn, like, I really feel like that hit home for him. Like, I hope it did. I hope he thinks on that, sleeps on
Yeah,
it.
hopefully he goes and looks.
About the Coriolis effect with long distance shooting and stuff. Like, if you look at the world record distance shooters, like, it's hilarious. These guys, they don't take any Coriolis into effect. They freaking lob their bullets. They freaking just aim it at the fucking sky, and after like freaking hundreds of shots, they get closer and closer and closer and start just figuring out like how to correct for it. There's no
Yeah, they just
calculation.
do corrections, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, aim 2 degrees lower to the left. Okay, yes. Boom. Oh, you're closer. Okay, half a degree.
Right.
I think these guys never think about it, like, okay, they say that snipers use the Coriolis. And they look at these articles and it says, yeah, snipers use the Coriolis effect because the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles at the equator. So they have to make calculations because it's leaving the reference frame. And then they go, okay, oh, there we go. And then you go, okay, everything else leaving the reference frame should have the same effect.
Well, it's like that. It's the time when Neil deGrasse was talking about like a field goal, like was a game-winning field goal or whatever that just barely made it.
Yeah.
Like the fact that he's like after the fact, he's like he made it, and the only reason he made it is because the Earth spun under the ball. Like that's a calculation that you made. Like, you think the
he goes,
fucking
I made a quick calculation. I made a quick calculation, and
yeah.
Bullshit, man. You can't make a quick calculation because you'd have to look at the latitude, what way the stadium was facing, what direction the ball was taking, how fast it was going.
That's an amazing kicker. He must have spent time in the military. I also wonder with that kid, like when I pointed out, like instead of using the next bullet point from Professor Dave, you know, you can do better. I wonder if he was literally going off a Professor Dave thing. That's where he's just like, damn.
Oh, no one's in here.
Hello? Hello? Is there anybody there? Is there anybody out there? Okay, well, I'm gonna go with that.
We're still here, Donald.
Oh, hey. Does anybody want to talk about the horizon? Because I'd love to know if you know how to explain the horizon.
What's to explain?
Well, what causes the horizon?
Perspective, mostly.
Perspective has nothing to do with the horizon.
Oh, no?
Yeah, I can demonstrate that. Would you like me to? I'd like to.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever taken an art class?
Have you ever heard of a reification fallacy?
Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. La face off.
He's nuts. Got him. So, have you ever heard of a reification fallacy?
Yeah.
Okay, so a reification fallacy is when you confuse the map with the territory. You are taking a concept in art and applying it to concrete things
It's
like
not
the
just in
planet.
drawing. What about in photography? Like, let's say you've taken you take a photo down a long hallway, or on a street where you've got street lights above you converging down towards the horizon, and you've got the road converging up towards the vanishing point on the horizon, right? Like,
Oh,
this is where
no vanishing point on the horizon. The horizon does not possess a vanishing point. That is a reification fallacy.
No? Oh, really?
Yes, the vanishing point is a concept in art. If you take that concept and apply it to something concrete like the planet of the Earth, that is committing a reification fallacy.
Explain how that's a reification fallacy.
Because the concept of the vanishing point does not exist in objective reality, it only exists in art. Art is subjective. So if you take something subjective and apply it to something objective, that is literally a
You're just say it
reification
again.
fallacy.
You're going to say it again. Yeah, there you go. Explain how it's a reification fallacy.
I just did. What did you misunderstand?
You just restated it 3 more times. That's all you did.
I didn't do that. Okay, so can you define a reification fallacy for me?
Sure. A therefore B. Or how does that go? Putting in A's and B's isn't the best way for me. So if I say the Earth
This is an example. This is an example. I asked for a definition, not an example. An example is not a definition.
It's when.
That's an example. So a reification fallacy is when you take a concept and you apply it to concrete reality.
Okay. And then.
So the vanishing point is a concept in art. It is not something you can apply to the planet Earth, which is concrete.
Planet Earth is a reification fallacy. That's just a concept. That's not concrete.
The planet Earth is what I said, and the planet Earth is not the concept.
Yeah, that's just conceptual. That doesn't exist in physical
Okay,
reality.
when you're standing on dirt, what are you standing
on? Dirt.
Okay, what is underneath that? What is the composite of all the dirt?
Composite.
More dirt, mud, earth.
Yes. So, how do you define Earth?
Dirt, sand, mud, shit like that.
Okay, so that's a tautology. So you're saying dirt is dirt, Earth is Earth. So, can you give me a definition of a planet?
Yes, a wandering star.
Well, no, that's the definition of a light in the sky that the Greeks saw. So, what is the definition of a planet?
That's a wandering star. That's the only correct valid. No, yeah. No, that's the only valid definition to this day. So that's what I'm going with. Yep.
Well, no, please define planet.
I did, and you didn't get the definition that you were fishing for. I'm sorry about the way that went.
You said wandering star. We understand what stars are. Planets are not stars. Are planets different?
No,
from
you
stars?
don't. No, you don't. I'm not going to use your lore in this definition.
So, are planets different from stars?
Yes, they wander. They don't move the constellations.
No. Okay, hang on. So, if something is different from a star, can it be a wandering star?
Yeah, it's a light in the sky, i.e., a star. But
Okay,
it wanders.
if something. Okay, so what you're doing now. So what you're doing now is violating the law of identity in the thoughts, the principles of logic. Do you understand what the principles of thought?
No, just go ahead and explain how a vanishing point is a reification fallacy.
Well,
how perspective is a reification fallacy.
Does this guy think he can see forever?
Yes. So, a vanishing point is a concept in art. It is simply a concept. It does not exist in objective reality. You are taking that concept in art and applying it to something concrete like the planet Earth. The planet Earth is something that exists in objective reality. You cannot
It's a reification.
The reification is taking the concept and applying it to the objective.
You just did that.
Planet is a concept, especially when you apply it to the dirt that you're walking on.
All right, well, define vanishing point.
Did I bring it up? You define it.
Yeah, you guys brought up the vanishing point. I didn't.
Do you know what it is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you define it?
I can.
Okay.
Through the laws of perspective, it's where on the horizon, linear lines moving away from you appear to meet in the middle.
Appear. Isn't that great? So the point at which receding parallel lines viewed in perspective appear to converge. The point at which something that has been growing smaller or increasingly faint disappears altogether. So the vanishing point doesn't exist in objective reality. On planet Earth especially.
No, it exists.
Reification
It exists the way that it's defined. It's just it's an appearance of something. It's not. It's like railroad tracks. We know never actually converge, right?
Yeah.
But they appear to.
Yes, appearance is subjective, which is imaginary, which is the definition. If you
Like
take
your
that,
horizon, like your horizon.
Yes, horizons are.
So are you
not,
imagining that the parallel lines are converging as orthogonal lines? It's just in your imagination.
well, they don't actually converge; they simply appear to, because of perspective.
Oh. So
But they never actually.
you see them, you see the parallel lines converge as orthogonal lines.
You don't. You never actually see them converge ever. On planet Earth.
Well, I'm standing on a road and you're wrong because I'm standing on the railroad tracks. They appear to converge as orthogonal lines, don't they?
But they never actually meet.
Okay.
In objective reality, they never actually meet. We've already gone over this. You're just so you're just wrong.
No, it's still.
Well, yeah.
It's still
When you look
I'm
at,
right.
So this is what we're getting at. This is what I was trying to get at
to
the
converge
beginning.
as orthogonal lines.
Yeah, up here. So what I'm trying to get to, what I was trying to get to at the beginning was that I can demonstrate that the horizon is independent of your eyes. The horizon will exist whether your eyes exist or not.
No. Do you know what a horizon is?
Yes.
Define horizon.
Which? Because there's several.
No, just horizon.
One horizon.
The one that you see. The one that's apparent, maybe.
No.
Well, I mean, would you like? I mean, so the definition of the apparent horizon is very different from the geometric horizon, which is
The
very
apparent
different from
horizon
the.
is the
So
only
I have like
horizon.
a genuine question for once. I know I just come in here usually. Did you guys actually convince people with this?
Yeah.
Oh,
me.
okay.
Who are you talking to?
I
Are
was
you
one of the
talking to
ones that was
Donald?
convinced. But you know what?
No, I don't
It's
think
actually not
Donald
me who did the
convinced
convincing. It was actually not me who did the convincing as much as the Globers, for me, in my case at least, because their arguments were so atrocious that I realized, man, there really is no
That's your
globe.
first problem. That's your first problem. You should never listen to arguments. You should look at evidence.
Yeah, they don't have any.
Yeah, they
Oh
didn't bring
my
any.
gosh! You think that a photo is not evidence?
See, there we go. That's just it right there. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
So can you show me a photo of the flat Earth? Show me a photo of the flat Earth.
Can you show a photo of the globe?
The entire flat Earth.
No, see, that's
Show
a burden.
me
This is what I'm talking about. It's a burden reversal.
Donald's about to get upset.
Yeah, you claim you have photographs, right? Look how crazy he's going already, Trace. So you claim you have photographs. That would be a claim. Are you able to validate the claim that that is a photograph of what we're standing on? Go ahead.
I would love to see a photograph of the entire flat Earth.
See, he went right to a burden reversal. This is what convinced me, Trace. There you have it. Totally
That's not a
fallacious.
burden reversal.
He said he
You
had
are
evidence.
wrong.
He said he had evidence instead of presenting it, what he did was he put it on me to argue something else in turn. Straight to a burden reversal. All fallacies, no evidence, all the way down. Go ahead, Donald. Demonstrate some more for me. Dance, monkey.
I can't disagree at this point.
Okay, you motherfuckers, you have to stop and listen to me right now.
Now he's mad. Next thing he'll do is get mad.
not-
See, now that's the next step.
Please do not mute me. I don't like it, and it'll probably just make me leave.
I don't really care.
Isn't that how you left yesterday? Yeah, do it.
No, I'll meet him halfway. I think the Earth is hollow. How about that? How about?
Hey, man.
We
Whatever works for
understand
you.
what the interior of the planet looks like.
See, I like you guys. Anyways, have.
So, does anybody have an explanation for the horizon, which is what we started with?
Let me ask you, are you trying to claim that there wouldn't be a horizon on a flat Earth?
No, never. I am saying, when I look, I see a horizon. What the fuck is that?
What's that? Okay, yeah.
That's what I'm asking. What is the horizon? What is it?
The apparent position where the sky meets the Earth.
Okay, so that's the definition. So, what is the horizon?
An optical, right? A visual, apparent place. That's it. That's it. That's all it is.
That's the definition of it. So, what is the horizon?
What do you want for what is other than a definition?
Well, what is not a definition. I'm not asking for a definition when I say what is. I'm asking, well, how does the horizon work? That's what I'm asking. When I say what is the horizon, how does it work?
It's only an optical effect. It doesn't work at all.
So, if every eye on the planet disappeared, would the horizon still exist?
Reification fallacy. There's no planet.
Well, okay, what are you standing on?
The Earth. That's not a planet. Planets are in the sky. Earth is on the ground.
But what do you call the thing we're standing on? Besides just Earth?
What do you want? What do you want? Am I standing on the horizon for somebody else? Like, what do you want?
No. This guy says that planets don't exist. I'd like to talk to that guy.
No, I never said that at all.
Okay, you said that Earth was not a planet.
I said there's wandering stars in the sky, but
No, you
just
said
say
Earth
that
was
the
not a planet.
soil is a wandering star. That's a large leap of logic.
No, stop. You said Earth was not a planet.
Yeah, that's what I said, not the other thing you
what
said.
is Earth? What is Earth if not a planet?
Oh, I don't know. I guess it's the Earth. It seems to be in a category of its own.
So, okay, stop.
Yeah, no, you stop. It's in a category of its own. I wasn't done, so I have to cut you off now. It's in a category of its own. There's nothing else I can liken it to, so I'll just call it the Earth, and you can call that a tautology if you want. I don't care, but it's there's nothing else that I can draw any similarity between with it.
Fucking shit. You have to stop doing that.
Well, you're sure not going to draw a
You have to
similarity
stop
between
doing
the
that.
light in
You
the
have to
sky
stop doing
and
that.
the ground that you're standing on.
I just want to say one thing. I'd like to finish one sentence, please, without being muted,
Just one thing.
if that's
Yeah,
possible.
you get one
And
thing,
without
and
being
you're done.
interrupted would be nice.
Yeah, you're
So
done. You get one thing.
if you do not know what it is, how can you ask? How can you say what it is not?
Okay, let's see. It's a horizontal plane of reference. I live on it. What else do you need?
Well, you're saying it's not a globe, but you're saying that
It's
you
not
don't
a
know
light
what
in
it.
the sky.
May I finish? May I finish?
Yeah, it's definitely not in the sky.
May
Like
I
planets are.
finish? I'd like to finish. I'd really like to finish.
Yeah,
It's a
I bet.
simple question. If you don't know what it is, how do you know what it is not?
Oh, because it's not in the sky like planets are, and it doesn't move like planets do, so it can't be one of those.
That's not a how. That's not a how.
Actually, Donald,
These
it's
are
quite
just
simple.
more
It's quite
examples.
simple.
I need to know how.
I just told you.
How do you know what it is not if you cannot know what it is?
I just told you.
Falsification
You
is
didn't.
independent
You just gave
of
more examples.
replacement.
We do know Earth
Falsification
is dirt,
independent of replacement. You make a positive claim, and we can go and determine if it's true or false. If the answer is false, we don't have to give you an alternative.
How do you determine it's flat?
How do you determine there's Earth in the sky?
Okay, so Earth is what we stand on. The sky is not what we stand on. There is no
No,
Earth.
you say there's dirt. You know what Earth? Do you know what Earth means?
Well, Earth is the planet that we stand on.
Planets are in the sky.
No.
You said that the Earth isn't in the sky. What are you talking about?
Define planet.
I already did. It's a wandering star. That's basically just a light in the sky that doesn't
are
move with
not
the constellations. I'm sorry, Donald, but your sci-fi definition of planets isn't going to fly here.
Stars are not planets.
I didn't say they were.
You did. You said wandering star is a planet. Stars are not planets.
Hold on a sec. I have somebody
How
talking.
would you know?
Sorry.
Holy shit. How would I know? Because I have a telescope and I've looked at the sky. All you have to do is go look at the sky and you can tell if there's a difference between a planet and a star. Oh my.
I had a simple question. How do you know there's Earth in the sky?
Well, what's the horizon?
Dirt. How do you know there's dirt in the sky?
The horizon is not dirt. The horizon is not dirt. What is the horizon?
Orbital rotation.
What is the horizon?
So you don't want to talk about Earth in the sky anymore.
That's the horizon.
The horizon is Earth in the sky.
Yes.
It's an apparent location
where
where the
Earth
two
meets
meet,
the
right?
sky, not Earth in the sky.
Earth.
There
is no Earth in the sky. I don't understand what you
You're
mean.
saying Earth is a planet, and then we have wandering stars. Those are planets.
No, stars are not planets.
Yes, they're planets. So what are they? Are those Earth in the sky?
So yeah, well, not Earth. There is a conglomeration of dirt and other stuff. And there are more than one of those in our sky, but there are also conglomerations of hydrogen, like our sun, which is a star, and there are other stars identical to our star out there in the sky also. So there is a difference between a planet and a star. Because I can go look at it. Yes, I have a telescope.
So you know, Earth in the sky and helium balloon.
There is no Earth in the sky.
Helium balloon on fire is the sun.
Okay, so can I
have a telescope too. I didn't get that, but hey, cool story.
So what is fusion?
Something humans can achieve.
Well, no.
It's a
But I
non-secular
need you to
argument.
define fusion for me. Define fusion for me.
Why'd you bring it up? Actually,
because it's
fission.
what stars
What you
do.
need to bring up is fission, not fusion. So you're
No. Fusion.
just completely
Fusion
wrong.
is what I need to bring up.
No, fission. Define fission.
No.
Define
I'm not talking about fission.
Yes,
No.
yes.
I'm talking about
You're
fusion.
talking about your heliocentric sun,
Fusion.
right?
Fuck. Fusion.
Not fusion. Fission. Not fusion.
No,
fission.
I'm talking about
Pay
fusion.
attention. You don't know your shit. You don't
Well,
know
I
your
do.
own
Are
ass
they
in your
different
face.
things? Are they different things? Are they different things? Fusion and fission.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Okay, I'm talking about fusion. Let's talk about fusion.
Oh my goodness. Why are you talking about that? I just got back.
So now we're going to talk about like power stations and shit. Like what?
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about fusion. What is fusion?
He wants to talk about how power the power
No, I
grid
have
works.
I have no desire to talk about power at all. I want to talk about fusion. What is fusion?
Why don't
Would you
you
like me to?
enlighten us? It seems so important to you, and enlighten us to how it relates to you justifying horizontal horizon.
Yeah.
I can't justify a horizontal horizon. It doesn't exist. So fusion is the thing that stars do. They take two hydrogen atoms and they.
Wrong.
That's a great story.
Wow!
Fission.
Wow!
It's even in your
Wow! Not
paradigm. It's not
even a single
fusion. It's
sentence.
fission.
Not
It's fission.
even a single sentence.
Well, you're just telling
Because
Not even
you're
a
stories.
single
wrong.
sentence. Wow. Okay.
You're just repeating claims that you can't verify, like all the other ones that you made.
I can
Well, it's
verify.
not even
What are
a
you
claim
talking
because
about?
he's wrong even in his own religion. No, it's
How do you know? Because you
fusion
never let me
or
finish. How do you
fission.
know?
Fission,
How
not
do you know?
fusion.
How do you know?
Because I know
You-
more than you know.
Well, how do you know what I know? Because you never let me finish. I
Because
never
I'm not
finished
in
this.
your religion anymore. I learned so much about
But
your
you don't
religion. I
know.
left your religion because it's full of lies. And what I found is that most of you clowns have
Dude.
no comprehension of what you even fathom in your illogical faith-based religion.
You don't even know what I was going to say because you never let me finish.
You're
So
But
how
you
can you
said
know
it.
that
You
it's
said
religion if you?
fusion and
Holy
stars, and
shit.
you're
Okay, so
wrong.
I'm going to go now.
Fission.
My food is here, so I'm going to go. The next time I come here, it'd be really nice to finish one sentence. I'd appreciate
All right,
that.
Next time you come here,
enjoy your
come correct.
McDonald's delivered by Uber Eats. Good job, man.
What a storyteller that kid is.
Well, damn, he just rage quit. Oh, I thought
He does
we
that
were going
every
somewhere.
time. Every time he's here, he rage quits.
I mean, he was saying fusion. It's like, no, fission is what the word you're searching for is fission. I was trying to help him out, and he started raging.
I mean, I think that they do say it is fusion, but like, whatever.
Fission.
Great, there goes our entertainment.
Yeah, my bad. You should have kept me muted.
You're right. Why didn't you remind me? Well, I guess you were reminding me by talking to him. That's okay. He was going to spiral out either way. That's what he does every time. He kind of just wants to preach. He's like a globe sci-fi preacher. He wants to just tell his stories and doesn't want to be challenged on any of it.
Yeah, is he a writer? He should like go work for Disney and work for Star Wars or something.
He has to.
But I mean, it was very subpar. I could do much better.
It's funny, he'd ask for a definition, I'd give it to him, and then he would not accept.
Yeah,
he wanted me
he was
to
like,
use
"Oh, we're
his
doing a
definitions in
semantics
his
thing."
terms that don't make any sense.
Yeah, he got upset when I was like, "Do you even know what you're talking about?" I mean, that really is the case. Like, none of these people have any clue what they believe in. I used to be in your religion too, Gloober. I left it. I'm an apostate now to your Gloober religion. I denounce your false idol, the Glob, and your false god, Gravity. And the whole organizing out of chaos, I mean, it's just self-defeating of the entropy. So they don't even believe in natural law. Like they don't. They have no basis for anything that they even think. It's pitiful.
Well, it's funny that he kept calling out reification fallacy while he was making his own. Kept saying planet Earth. I'm like, where's that at?
Yeah, he was getting really mad when I was like, "Oh, so Earth in the sky," and then he was like, "No, Earth meets the sky. That's horizon." And that was after he said, "What do you mean by horizon? There's so many horizons."
It's just too many
It
of
just
them.
fell apart.
So funny. I guess we'll have to let him run his mouth a bit more next time. He gets frustrated quick.
Yeah, I met some progressive politics guy. I told him to come into the server. He was complaining about how religion is too has too much to do with science, and these people don't know where the separation is. And I was like, well, that doesn't make sense because actually religion funded all of your science and even established the method for natural science. So is it really that bad? And I was like, yeah, you should come onto this forum. So I sent him the link. Maybe he'll show up.
Nice.
I just hate when people are like disparaged, like, oh, like they're so mad at authority. They're mad at their dad for punishing them when they made a stupid decision when they were younger, and then they carry that over in their child like mentality, and they're like, I'm mad at God. So then they do everything they can do except label a simple line on a picture. You know, they'll do everything except just face reality.
Way she goes.
That's wild. Peter did all that yesterday just because he didn't want to label the line of sight to the horizon. All that. He didn't want to label a line. Very simple. He went through, he made a program, he made a computer program, multiple PowerPoints, just because he didn't want to label the line of sight to the horizon. You don't want to do that. Then you're going to do a bunch of other bullshit.
Well, we went into freaking fusion somehow because he didn't want to explain how a horizon is a reification fallacy.
Wow.
Yeah, he wanted, because he got mad when I was like, oh, so you're saying, because he was saying planet Earth, and I was like, oh, so like the wandering stars are Earth in the sky, like, because Earth also means dirt, right? Earth in the sky. He didn't like that at all. So then he was going to educate me on the difference between a wandering star and a star. What his beliefs of either of them are, all the while neglecting that. So aren't they dirt in the sky? Some are, some aren't. There's a whole long story. You'll have to catch his next Star Wars episode to learn all about that.
Well, I mean, just the statement that a horizon is a reification fallacy. Have the Globers been scarred that much by the flat Earth that they no longer want to acknowledge that there is a horizon at all? Like, just the idea that there's a horizon is a reification fallacy.
You heard when I said horizontal horizon, he said, no, not that. He was like, no. Yeah, that's when he started really spiraling out of control. But yeah, I can't believe you rage quit. Like that wasn't my intention. I want to. I sort of play with my food. I take a long time to eat, so I sort of play with my food before I eat it. Set it up real nice. Make sure every bite's perfect. That's just my style. The Earth's so flat because it's measured in totality on a horizontal aspect. Probably one of the most severe tragedies of the glob religion is that they're unsure if Earth is a dynamic or static system, and they want it to be both. And so that's sort of the folly in their argument is that it's always perpetual paradox within the glob. It's really telling when these people say things like that's word salad when you'll just like coherently and thoroughly describe and answer their question, and then they say, oh, that's word salad. But it is because to them, these definitions of terms have no meaning. So to them, everything that they do utter is an utterance of word salad. Because to the secular view, I can just come around and say, oh, actually, Karen doesn't mean Karen, it means Charles, right? and now we have a whole new term, and we're taking slang terms and we're mixing slang terms, like that's sick, and instead of that meaning something bad, that means something good, and they're very confused about that. So then when they come to a conversation like this, where we're just like, no, like we use words that we understand cohesively amongst all of us. That's why we have definitions of words, and we have a lexicon that is established terminology, and they really have a problem with that sort of authority of saying, oh yeah, there is a term called level, it means horizontal condition, and you're going to have to deal with that. You're going to have to contend with what that means. What does horizontal mean? And so they'll give you everything but the definition of horizontal, because that's how their feelings are. That's what happened with Peter last night. You ask him to define a term, he says, no, I made it my own term. It's not the established term and the established lexicon that we all use and cohesively can communicate with. I have a new terminology, and that is the way, based on his professional opinion, his professional clown opinion. That's the problem with them all.
Well,
You can't accept reality.
And with all this like leftist, or I don't even know if that's even specific enough, but like this authoritarian,
secular,
this authoritarian, like the experts and so on, like the cancel culture and all of this, they're redefining terms instead of dealing with the terms as they're laid out. They think that's okay. Like these people, they're like, oh, we can just keep on. If we don't like the definition anymore, we can just change the definition. Now you're wrong.
Yeah, and you can do that with sort of like slang, right? But then when it comes to in application and in practice, a PP goes in a vagina, you have a baby, right?
No, you can put it in a butthole and have a baby too if you're a man.
Oh my gosh. No. Let's not delve down that. But but see, that's the simple term. I have a level. A level is a tool. I establish a horizontal condition. What does horizontal mean? That is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Then you have to go down what these words mean. What every single one of the words, and every single word that defines a definition, you have to know what does that mean? Oh, level is synonymous with flat. What's flat mean? Oh, even. True. Right? Can't accept that. Because PP in the V make a B is offensive. It may hurt some perverts' feelings. So all we're dealing with is we're dealing with a bunch of perverts, that curverts, right? They're curverts because they think horizontal is a curve. Because level is a horizontal condition. So that's what's funny, they'll do they'll say no, horizontal is tangential, and I was like, okay, tangential to what? Level. So horizontal is tangent to a level to a horizontal condition. Well, that's just a geometrically incoherent phrase. The logic doesn't follow.
Yeah, if they want to go that way, now tangents are not straight lines. Now they're also circles, concentric. Like it's like a circle on top of a circle or something.
Well, yeah, that's the
Not
funniest
even
part. When you're
concentric.
looking in the sextant and you're looking to the horizon, you're actually it appears to be a level line of sight, but actually it's curved due to gravity, Didn't you know? See, most of the Globers don't even know that when they claim refraction, what they're actually claiming is a curved line of sight due to gravity. Ask them what gravity is, they don't know.
That's a
you don't-
really fun
You don't know what
question.
gravity is?
It's a
I mean,
really fun question.
Enlighten us.
I like the gravity question because we keep bringing this shit up.
Of course, it comes into every one of these conversations.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious, like, why is that like such a contention point for you guys that are flat earthers? Like, why is gravity such a contention
what is
point?
it? What
So
is it?
gravity
Instead
is
of
a
saying
force
contention point.
exerted by
Hey,
you know.
wrong.
No,
It's
stop!
not a
Don't
force.
don't do that! Don't do that! Please don't do that.
You're already
Just
wrong.
let him define it first, then go ahead and
I hate people that do that. Like the fucking guy. Like just okay. So it's essentially a force exerted on any mass in a vacuum, or it doesn't have to be in a vacuum, but it's actually like a force exerted on to any object that pulls it towards itself, as we can see like in the model where you could put a ball down and like sort of makes it go towards itself.
That was not very coherently stated.
Put a
but
ball
I think you know
down
what you mean.
and then a ball goes towards itself. Huh?
In a vacuum or not in a vacuum.
Sorry.
It pulls in on itself. And what else was there? Like,
I mean, gravity is just a force exerted by mass on things around it, right?
So Einstein's wrong then.
Well, it does actually pull on itself. Yes, which
What
is
kind
how
of
like
education do you
So
have?
so an Einstein denier.